Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Perspective Philosophy, where we try to better our perceptions of the world through philosophical discussion. In today's episode, I'm going to be talking with the one and only Mr. Girl. So yeah, I've seen some of Mr. Girl's content. I recently watched his review of a sex doll, which was fairly interesting, for philosophical reasons, to be entirely honest with you. And yeah, we're going to have a discussion on veganism, which will no doubt lead to a discussion on his ethics in general, specifically his meta-ethics and how he tries to actualize his desires. Because I think in the video he did on the sex doll, he revealed that his desire could be contradictory. But, you know, you can only really find this stuff out through exposition and through conversation and dialogue and dialectic in that respect. So this should be a good one. I'm really looking forward to it, and hopefully it's a good conversation. I'll just wait for when Max is ready, because there were some issues with the time zones, some communication issues. So hopefully he's ready sometime soon. But in the meantime, I hope you're all having a nice night. Are you just looking forward to the conversation? This was requested by a patron, which is how we really got here, because I ended up making a tweet at Max, basically saying, would you be game to talk about veganism, because I've heard you're interested, and he agreed. So here we are. And I also ended up watching his content, because he's gonna make a video. He wanted to make a stream for creators to call in, and I think he was gonna call it "You're Jealous of My Relationship." No doubt. And I think in relation to that, I just basically wrote on Twitter, I think from what I've seen of of what you've said about your desires about wanting your girlfriend to be a sex doll, that the actualization of this would be contradictory. Obviously, I don't think he literally wants her to be a sex doll, because he actually says in the video that he didn't like the sex doll. But I think that it would fall into the same confliction, and I think it wouldn't work. So just run marginal cases, no need for meta-ethics. Come on, PP. Oh yeah, absolutely. That'll work. Yeah, that'll definitely work. It's like, at what point, you know, like, I just go through the possible worlds. I do name the trait, and I'll just go through the possible worlds, and we'll just get to his girlfriend. I'll be like, all right, so at what point, like, is this the crutch? Is abuse okay now? I'm only joking, obviously. I know that he gets called out for being abusive all the time, so I'm just making a bit of a cheeky joke, if you will. Send a message there. Just let him know. The only thing I've seen of Mr. Girl was his video with his girlfriend. Most uncomfortable watch I've seen in a while. Yeah, but I'll give him his credit. His cinematography is excellent. You know, at least, like, to be fair, and I'm gonna straight up say this. I find his content less disturbing than I find Vorsh's. I know that's probably controversial, but everything I've seen has not been as bad as what Vorsh has necessarily put out. But I've watched a considerable amount of Vorsh content to make... Basically, I have like a good few minutes of Vorsh being absolutely unhinged. Just saved. So, you know... that, and, you know, when you say you're okay with farming black people... you know, for meat, that's something. And what else was there? There was and just the child porn stuff. Actually, you know, he's never, you know, I will say, like, Mr. Girl at least is he's overt, and he has overtly dismissed it as wrong, from what I'm aware. Where Vorsh tried to defend it, so you know, there's that. I mean, the last thing I saw of Vorsh was him calling for people to be shot if they don't align with him politically, so he's also uncomfortable with what? Yeah, you know. Oh, YouTube and Twitter, Twitch and all that. It's full of absolutely normal people. Right. All right, Mr. Girl is ready. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized something. Oh God. Let's see if I can get this to work. Hello? No, he's not there yet. Let's see. All right, that's actually... Hey, mate. 1 second. Can you see us okay?
Yeah.
All right, how you doing, man? I'll turn me chat off the screen because it's coming through on your side.
Oh, that's okay. I'm gonna have you like bigger. I can crop out your chat, so it's fine.
Oh, right. Okay. 1 second. I'll just make sure that this is working. Oh my God. Okay.
Whoa, that's awesome.
Okay. I don't know how to fix that.
Welcome to the vegan zone.
I'm not actually sure how to fix that, man.
How to fix what?
The crazy camera, like, well, the vegan zone as you called it, like the
because you're using the virtual camera.
Yeah. And I'm using window capture, so like it captures the window, and because it's capturing the window, it's kind of projecting the window through to you. Yeah.
Wait a second. You're using the window capture in OBS.
Yeah. I think I'd probably have to use OBS separately.
But you're also using the virtual camera. So
Yeah.
it's capturing and then projecting its own capture.
Yeah. Kind of like us.
Right. Well, why are you capturing?
Because I wanted you and me stream. Yeah. Wait a minute. I'm being an idiot.
You don't have to capture yourself. Though.
I know.
Capture
I'm being an idiot. I'm a fool.
Capture me.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you're right. I should be able to just do this. Although it might not work now because
have you switched your
Oh my God. Okay.
Are you still using a virtual camera? Wait, what's going on in Discord? Yeah, in Discord we got nothing.
Nah. It's I don't think it's gonna work because I'd have to restart OBS now, which I don't think you can do without ending your stream.
Why do you have to restart OBS?
Because the camera is tied into OBS, which means that for us to use it in Discord without it causing it's trying to use it in both Discord and OBS. And obviously you can't do that.
But I don't understand. Why don't you just start virtual camera and use the virtual camera in Discord?
But I did.
Okay, we'll do it again.
You're right. You know what? I know what I'll do.
Okay.
And now neither of them's working. ugh.
A shroud of lettuce is clouding his brain.
I know, this is...
My chat is...
honestly, this is atypical. Okay, I know what I'll do. Okay.
Okay. We can see you now.
Can you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool.
I'm
you
good
can...
if you're good.
Right. Actually. Yeah, I know what I'll do. Yeah, so what I've got to do is... I'm going to quickly go off cam, sort this out, and I'll be back on cam in 2 seconds. Cool.
Okay. Welcome to the vegan zone. Beyond streaming.
Exactly. Honestly, technical difficulties. How are you?
Vegan is another word for eat disorder.
Ooh, Eat disorder.
How is Mr. Girl more pale? It's I don't know if I am really more pale. I think it's saturation.
Probably. I'm probably oversaturated.
All right. So if you guys want, hopefully this doesn't
Yep.
crash my OBS. Check this out. Oh, now who's more pale, huh? What's up now? Oh wait, you can't see it. Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, you see it. You see what I'm talking about? This shit.
Right. Okay. This might
this
actually
looks
work
very
this time. Whoa, we did
I
it.
think he's playing your audio too. Oh yeah, I can hear myself. Test. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, I can't hear myself. All right.
Are you okay
Well,
now? Is everything okay? All right. I think we did it.
I'm
I think we
okay.
did it, man.
All right, great.
How you doing?
Wait, I can't see you.
You can't. Oh, I forgot to go back. Oh, yeah. Don't worry.
You gotta come back.
All right. That should be.
Hey.
I've got you in the side there. I don't think I can do anything about that. You just can. Is that all right?
Yeah, I can crop it. It's fine. Yeah.
Is that better?
That's fine. Yeah.
Oh, you're a star, man. How you doing?
You know, everybody's calling me abusive, including you.
I never said you're abusive. I said you were self-abusive.
You fucking implied it. Yes, you did.
I said you're self-abusive, and I do think you're self-abusive. I think that your desires contradictory. I think don't get us wrong. Because to be entirely honest with you, I don't know what happens off camera, and I think there's that famous.
Nothing happens off camera.
I know.
It's the same.
I simply go.
The on-camera relationship is the same as the off-camera relationship. Okay.
Oh, right.
Let's just assume this is an accurate representation of what happens in this household.
Okay. I'm going to do that. I was just going to say I usually work on the idiom of, half of what you see and nothing of what you hear in many ways.
No, this is real.
This is real.
It's a true story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that I think that your desire to before we really talk about your desire and your sex doll antics, I think we should probably ground the conversation in the fact that we're talking about veganism, and we're going to talk about how and your ethics as a whole, I suppose, and obviously that's going to tie into your desires and how you relate to others, and I think that's
we're also talking about your ethics though, right?
Oh yeah,
is this an intervention?
It's always an intervention, but we're happy to talk about my ethics as well. Yeah, happy to.
If it's always an intervention, doesn't that mean you're always right?
No, because I'm sometimes intervening on myself.
Does anyone ever intervene on you?
Yeah, I think I've had adequate pushback. Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Let's ground the discussion.
Yeah.
As you see fit.
Yeah, I just think that it's about how you approach others in this respect, or how we ought approach others. I mean, we don't necessarily have to talk about you per se. We could talk about how everyone necessarily should behave. I'm an objectivist. I think there's a right and wrong objective from your personal beliefs about right and wrong anyway. So it would equally apply to me as it would to you. So.
Okay.
As such, in the video with your girlfriend on the sex doll one that you sent us, great cinematography.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, genuinely talented. I can't deny that. Very good. I think that your metaphysics of desire is mistaken when you try to objectify your girlfriend to a point in which she would emulate a sex doll. I think you would end up running into the same confliction as you would with the actual sex doll. You wouldn't be able to satisfy yourself anyway.
Well, I know that for a fact to not be true. But why do you think that?
Well, I think that it might work out for a short time. I think that it's something that you're.
I only want it to work out for a short time.
Well, I think it would end up just cycling. You'll end up having to. And it'll
That was
cycle
a
down
joke.
into self destruction, I think, to be entirely honest with you.
It was a joke.
Oh.
It's a sex joke.
Oh.
Like like a few minutes. But you're saying over the
Oh, I
weeks
thought it
and
was-
years, it will eventually erode my mental health, grind me into nothing.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I think you'll ultimately become frustrated with your attempts to self-satisfy in a myriad of different ways, and you'll come into confliction with your ego.
Can you be more specific about what that would look like?
No, because
Or an
obviously I
example
can't
of
predict
what-
the future.
An,
Like,
an example of what it could. Well, you are predicting the future. You're just doing
Formally.
it vaguely. But can you
Yeah.
tell me a story about what it could look like, and then I'll be able to better understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So I think that let's just assume your girlfriend agrees. I know that she agreed on camera to fulfill this role.
So let's assume that the camera tells the whole story. So let's
Yeah,
assume she's
I am.
agreed.
I am for this. For the sake of this.
Okay. So she's agreed.
So she's agreed. I think that it would continue onwards. I think that your frustration would be. I think you've already admitted on camera that it needs to breach boundaries for it to be satisfying. It needs to be. You need some sort of active resistance, right, for it to be satisfying. Without realizing it, you said like, I want you to shut up. I just want to enjoy it because I want to take this master slave role, right? But the
Yeah.
master slave role only works if there's resistance, and I think if you are truly successful in actualizing this master slave dynamic, you're essentially wanting to objectify her to use her to satisfy a kind of material desire, right? Like as if you were.
No, I would say it's an emotional desire.
Well, yeah, but
Otherwise, if it was just material, the doll would be enough, right?
I mean, not really. I guess I'm looking at it in a way that maybe I'm not looking at material as necessarily conflicting with emotion in this respect. I mean, material as in like the current desires you have now, like concrete desires that you have right now. But mostly in the sense of how you are seeking to satisfy it. You're seeing it as a way of objectification. And I think that if you were to be successful in objectifying her, I think that it would cease to have the gratification of her actually resisting anymore.
I guess I don't agree. I don't want her to resist. I want her to just leave me alone.
I think that you're mistaken. I think you want her to resist, otherwise you'd be happy with the doll.
No, I don't want her to resist.
Right, so what do you think you want of her?
I want her to just take care of herself instead of me having to take care of her while we have sex. Once a month.
Okay, but let's say, right, so
I
it's
just
not
want her to be
about-
quiet. I don't think being quiet and still is the same as total objectification. It's more like you worry about you and I'll worry about me, and I'll see you in 12 minutes.
Right, and so if let's say, I don't know, you go to do something, she doesn't want to do it, would that ruin the fantasy for you, or like the dynamic for you?
If she didn't want to do it, would
Like
it
let's
ruin
say
it
she
for me?
voices discomfort, or or rather, she ends it, or let's say she even voices enjoyment. Would that ruin it for you? Because it seemed like it would.
Yeah, it would just not be it. I don't know if it would ruin it, but it wouldn't be what I asked for. What I'm asking for is you take care of yourself and don't like emote. And then I'll
Right.
see you after.
Right.
So-
So you don't want any display of emotion.
No.
Right.
Not really.
Okay. So it would. You don't know if it would ruin it, but it would necessarily prevent the actualization of this desire if she were to have
Yeah,
an
the
emotional
desire
state.
is just like shut the fuck up for a while, and then I'll see you afterward.
I'll see you afterwards. So, like, she's not there.
No, she's there. I just, well, she's there. I just don't want to have to empathize with her.
Right. Why do you think that you could engage in? This is why I thought of it as a material satisfaction, right? Because if it was non-objectifying and not material in this respect, it would necessarily entail an emotional consideration of her. So it's like there's very little difference between her and the doll.
No, because she's a person. Like she would be making space for me. So, and like a lot of your conversations, based on what's happened so far, it sounds like you try to not take up too much space in these philosophical discussions. Like right now, you are not emoting. You're not really talking about your feelings. You may be aware of them, but you're not expressing them. And you certainly are not giving me the impression that I should be tracking what's going on with you, worrying about what's going on with you, trying to increase or decrease your pleasure, trying to manage your boundaries or manage whether you still consent to the conversation. I can like try to attune to your feelings and try to empathize with you, but it's certainly not expected of me.
Oh, I think it would be. I think if you're like, for example, if you're absolutely rude, right? Like, I think that would be, and then people might even have that expectation of you to be rude on this space, for the blood sports, I suppose. But yeah, I think like we would say like rudeness for most of all would be.
I just don't, but I don't think you're being objectified right now. I just think you are thinking about your feelings, and I'm thinking about mine. But I don't think you're being objectified.
I think you would be if objectifying me if you didn't consider me as an individual and my interests in this dynamic. Like I consider you, Max. Like I'm thinking, I'm like, I want you to be comfortable.
Yeah, but we're talking about my relationship. I'm not like, oh, I hope Lewis is comfortable talking about my relationship. We're talking about me, so obviously you're going to be more considering me and my feelings.
I mean, we could be talking about me, but I'd still have to have some consideration of you, I think.
Yeah, but I guess, but the more consideration you have, the more you're kind of in the caretaker role.
So do you think it is like a role thing where it's like you can either care or not care? I don't.
Well, I think it's a spectrum of how responsible you are for the other person. Like, I could be having some debate one day with Tim Pool and be like, this motherfucker infuriates me. But then if he has like a heart attack, or if I have a heart attack while we're talking, I assume the other person is going to switch roles and say, okay, well, now I care. Similarly, if I'm enjoying my doll sex with Shaylin and then she has a seizure, I'm not going to be like, oh, you're emoting, Shaylin. I told you not to do that. Daddy doesn't like that.
Well, if anything, I think it would be the opposite, right? I think you'd probably be like, oh, look, she's definitely not emoting. She's clearly not conscious. This is the best. That was a joke as well.
No, I know, but I think you don't. There's a sexist implication that a woman cannot take care of her own emotional state. And that if a man says, I don't want to take care of your emotional state, it's the same as telling her that she is an object, as if women don't exist or have an internal life.
Oh,
but
no,
they do.
quite the
and so what I'm telling Shaylin is, I want you to keep your internal life and internal caretaking to yourself. I'm not saying I don't want you to take care of yourself. In fact, I'm saying I do, as part of the prerequisite for even making the agreement or even having the conversation about the agreement, is that I need to know that you are attuned to your own feelings and holding your own boundaries. And if you're not able to do that, even in the setup conversation, then I don't want to do it.
Well,
Which
I
is why
actually
when
agree
she
with
first
that.
agreed to it,
To
I
be
was like,
fair, I think that
I
you
thought
are.
you might. I thought you might.
Yeah, I think that's
When
reasonable.
she first agreed to it, I was like, well, I don't think you're really thinking this through. She immediately said yes. And I was like, okay, well, you don't like it. Like, you. And she was like, well, no, but I do like it. And I was like, you do like it. You also don't like it. It upsets you. So I need you to acknowledge. I don't want you to agree to this plan unless you're also going to acknowledge that it kind of upsets you too. Because I know it upsets you. And then once again, I'm the one left thinking about your fucking feelings while you're in La
But I
La
mean
Land.
I think you still
So
have to think about our feelings. I think to be entirely honest with you, I think we are personally responsible for ourselves as much as we're responsible for others. In many ways.
well, that's why you're a vegan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's talk about that. Why do you? So do you not think that you're responsible for other people's emotional states?
No, I don't think I'm responsible for other people's emotional states, except in certain circumstances and certain relationship roles.
So why are you responsible for your own? Out of curiosity, like what?
I think
what
adults are responsible for the emotional states of children that they are in care of, and I think that, like a therapist, should be responsible. Not totally, but somewhat for the patient. I think. Yeah, I just think if you're in a role where you the more power and control you have, the more responsible you should be for somebody else's emotional state.
Yeah, power is everywhere, isn't it? And it takes a myriad of different forms. And I think that power in the power in terms of our relationships in general is epistemic. I think we're mutually dependent upon each other. I don't think it's something that we can free ourselves from. We can take responsibility for ourselves and for our own freedom as free agents within the relationship that we're in, but ultimately you're my responsibility and I'm your responsibility. It's why if you were to see someone having like a seizure in the street, you would be committing a crime if you didn't call like 911.
I agree with that, but I don't think that extends into kind of normal, safer interactions to the extent that you and maybe other people do. I think that it's important to me to recognize that when someone is in emotional distress, that doesn't mean I have to do something about it.
Right.
And knowing that someone is going to be in emotional distress as a result of something I say does not mean I have to not say it. So I think I like to draw a pretty heavy distinction between empathy and responsibility.
Yeah, I would completely agree. I don't think, for example, I don't think that you need to empathize with anyone to be responsible for them. I think that you can be absolutely obligated ethically whilst having no emotion towards that individual. And I think that's often fairly rare online. I think most people see ethics as emotion. Unfortunately, I think that's something that's become more and more common. Like sort of subjectivism and non-cognitivism, and people believe that it's all about how we feel, and I don't think it is about how we feel. It's about what is in our interests, which our feelings are part of, and our experiences. If we talk about feelings in a broad sense, our experiences are part of. But for example, I think you can offend someone for their own good. Sometimes we need castrated, emotionally castrated to free ourselves from our own egotism, for example. So I would 100% say that, yeah, there is a distinction between responsibility and empathy.
Okay. So I guess that's why I'm saying if someone's crying loudly in the other room, that's not necessarily an indication that we are responsible for that person's feelings. If someone's having a seizure in the other room loudly, then I agree with you that we are then obligated to act.
I think you've got to ask the question of why they're crying, and if...
I don't think you do.
Oh, really? Do you not have to ask yourself the question of why the seizure?
No, I don't think you have to ask that either. I just think you have to call 911. But I don't think you have to.
Okay, so what's the
Dissect.
separation? Like, obviously, there's the immediate death that could happen from a seizure. They could just die. In
Yeah,
terms of someone,
I guess that's.
that's a big deal, which I understand. Like, just straight up, yeah, every seizure is life threatening. What if it was a non-life threatening physical ailment? Would that make a difference?
Um, yeah, if somebody sneezes in the other room, I don't think I'm obligated to make an urgent care appointment for them to see if they
Should at least say bless you.
have like
Kind of
have the
monstery.
flu, or I don't even think I'm obligated to say bless you. Yeah, I guess the urgency and immediacy is.
Okay, so what is it that we're considering in this? Is it just whether it's life or death, or let's say it was something that, let's say
No,
it's
if somebody breaks their ankle, I
okay,
still think you're obligated to help them.
why?
Um, because a broken ankle will not resolve itself, and will make it very, very hard for the person to treat themselves.
I mean, they could hobble to the phone, I suppose, couldn't they?
Yeah, but with great pain that could make it worse.
Right.
Whereas crying, emotions do resolve themselves.
Okay.
Eventually, you'll regulate. Not that it'll just go away, but you'll um, almost certainly return to a state of functionality. Now, if somebody's crying in the other room for 12 hours, then at that point, I would think that maybe they're not going to resolve on their own.
Okay, so there is a kind of consideration of the underlying causes of the emotional trauma that might need to be resolved.
I don't think so.
So if someone's crying, let's
Um,
say in the other room because they've been, let's say, horrifically abused
Raped.
or something. Yeah, yeah.
If someone's crying because they've been raped, are you more obligated to go help them? I don't think so. No.
Right. So do you think that you are more obligated to help someone, let's say, that's broke their ankle, than, let's say, someone who's been raped?
More obligated to help someone who's broken their ankle than someone who's been raped. No, I would feel obligated to help someone who's been raped, but not because they're crying.
Why would you be obligated? Like, what about it?
Well, I told this story in the video a couple of years ago. The video is called "I Predicted My Coworker Would Be Raped," and
That's a good one.
yeah, I had this coworker.
Did you warn,
I
just
used
out
to
of
work.
curiosity, did you warn her at all?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think you've done something right there. So,
Well, it's kind of weird to warn to be like, I think you're gonna get raped.
yeah.
It's really, really, really hard to say that to somebody without them thinking you're telling them that you want to rape them.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Did you tell them why you thought
Yeah.
they're gonna get raped?
Well,
though?
it's hard to. I guess it's hard to predict somebody is going to get raped without being aware that you kind of want to rape them too.
Right. I mean, that's a little bit of a segue, but we'll just let's keep going down.
Let's put a pin in that.
We'll put a pin in that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I used to work at LA Fitness.
Okay. I imagine that there's a lot of
And-
people that would probably rape and be raped that are coming through those doors. So yeah, I could imagine this happening.
Yeah. So I worked there for a long time with a lot of people. So this is not going to identify anything, but and I was hired at multiple locations. So I don't want to blow this person up or anything, but
But you'll rape them, but you won't blow them up. So terrorists are wrong, but
I
I'm
mean,
joking as well.
docs.
Sorry. I know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It was a silly joke.
So she would ask me for like dating advice because there was this guy that she liked, and she would say, "Oh, he's so hot, I don't know what to do." And I was like, "Well, you should probably talk to him." And she'd say, "No, I don't want to talk to him. I want to wait for him to talk to me." So
Yeah.
she'd go kind of just walking around him and blah blah. And then And then like all these other guys like would keep hitting on her, and she'd be like, I don't want to talk to. She would like work out with her headphones in all the time. And
Okay.
so, and I said like, listen, the only guys who want to talk to a woman who is signaling outwardly that she doesn't want to talk to you are going to be really pushy and aggressive.
Agreed. Yeah.
So and then she had like stories about like exes who like she would talk to and then stop talking to, and then they would call her a million times and then she would talk to them again. And I was like, I eventually was like, I'm a little worried because you are filtering out all of the normal people.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, she's self-destructing a bit. Yeah, 100%.
And if you filter out all the normal people, you're going to be left with really, really aggressive men who want to chase you. And
But obviously, it's like this is like gameplay, isn't it? It's like rapport. It's like the idea of wanting to be wanted, but then also wanting to reject so that they want you more. And it's a way of making yourself the object of desire. She wants to be the object of desire. Understandable, but
yes,
dangerous. Yeah,
absolutely. But everybody does that to some degree. Nobody
100%,
wants to
yeah.
be too easy. But if you're miscalibrating or playing too hard to get, you will, I think, filter out everybody except literal rapists.
Yeah.
Who,
there's also the point of like how if you reject people, if you lead them on and then reject them really hard, and you've already filtered out again all of the non-aggressive people, then you're placing an individual who is trying to break boundaries into a situation where they really want to break your boundary, and you probably caused them some sort of emotional distress, which is like, I think in psychology there's a book called The Games People Play, and he talks about this in terms of like rapport and like game playing between people. But yeah, 100%. I think that's
Yeah, right. So then you've got someone who's upset, who you've rejected, who's super attracted to you, super horny, super aggressive, does not respond to, or you've encouraged them almost to not respond to cues like headphones being in, not wanting to talk to them, blah blah. Yeah. So like every day I would be like, yeah, just talk to him, and she'd be like, no, I can't. And then one day she came to work with 2 black eyes, a broken nose, just completely destroyed. Like I thought she like fell off a motorcycle.
Yeah,
or something.
like really injured. Yeah.
Yeah, and she was like, I think she was like, somebody tried to kill me.
Right. Okay.
And I was like, okay. This and I'd been out of work for a few days, so this had happened like 5 days earlier. She was like, somebody tried to kill me. They tried to beat me to death with a brick, and smashed my face into the pavement in an alleyway.
Jesus. All right. Aye.
And I was like, have you been to a doctor?
Oh well, that's a solid start actually. Yeah, that's actually.
She was like, well, I went to the ER. I was like, have you been to another doctor? And she was like, no. And I was like, okay. No one in this entire, our managers, or actually she didn't work there, but she was like very friendly with the staff. But I was like, like everybody here knows that you like have had this happen to you. No one has told you to go to a doctor. She was like, no. I was like, okay.
Do you think they were obligated to tell her to go to the doctor?
Yeah.
So if
I mean, if they,
totally
I think I
I
honestly think they didn't know any better. I think they were too stupid to
fair
understand
enough.
like what to.
But why would they obligated if she's responsible for herself?
Because if you get hit in the head with a brick,
right? You're just saying that they could have just knocked the sense out of her.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, possibly.
And emotionally, I mean, like some people are not capable of understanding how to take care of themselves.
I agree.
And I think as being in a position of power, and as I saw myself in a position of power with her, being older and infinitely wiser,
Of course, yes.
I felt, and as her, she already was asking me for advice. So I was
Mhm.
like, okay, I think you should go to a doctor. And then I was like, have you seen a therapist? She was like, I don't need to see a fucking therapist. And I was like, okay. I was like, okay, well, do you want to go out for frozen yogurt? And she was like, sure. So we go out for frozen yogurt, and she's like, I'm like, I really think you should see a therapist. She was like, well, I don't need to. I beat the shit. I punched him in the balls. But then the story changed from, um, I was in the alleyway. Somebody tried to kill me, and then I escaped, ran out into the street covered in blood, and somebody called the police. To I was actually in the alleyway for like 40 minutes. There's like a huge chunk of time missing.
This is probably what I would expect with someone who's been through a severely traumatic event. Yeah, like inconsistencies.
Um, no, she didn't know that she'd been in the alley for 40 minutes till she saw the police report.
Yeah, that's even
She was
more
like,
real.
she was like,
Yeah.
apparently, she was like, she was like, I don't know what happened during the 40 minutes, and I was like, well,
Yeah.
I think I know what happened. And I think you should see a therapist.
Yeah, absolutely,
And
100%.
yeah, so eventually I got her to go, but it took quite a lot of frozen yogurt to get there.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, and I think you did the right thing, and I think that you were obligated to help her, and I think the other people that worked there were obligated to help her, and I think that we are all obligated to help each other. So I think you did the absolutely right thing. I guess the consideration is like why, like if people like yeah okay we're all responsible to of ourselves to a point, and I think that in your although I don't necessarily agree with some of the stuff that went on in the video in terms of your like I mean I hate to like kind of talk about your relationship, but obviously you made
When
it public, so
when you say you don't agree with it, you mean it made
like,
you uncomfortable.
no, I think like there were points in which you are maybe a little bit disrespectful, like shut the fuck up, but then she's not equally as disrespectful to you. Well, I guess she is
So what do
towards
you
the
mean?
end, but like are you trying to do something with that? Like was it
She
for
was
a
very
purpose?
disrespectful the entire time, but that's fine. You don't have to. I mean, what do you mean by agree with? I guess you don't condone.
Condone, yeah, that'll probably be the right, yeah.
Okay.
Because I think that you need to show each other mutual respect. And I think that maybe I can understand that you're trying to encourage her to be an adult in this respect and take responsibility for herself. But also you're asking...
not encourage, but require.
I think yeah, absolutely. 100%. And for our own sake as well, right? Yeah, I get it. But I think that in the scenario in the video, it is you're placing her into a very what's the word I'm looking for? Like it's a I think you're probably given a like if you already know that she is struggling to like as you said like you're getting her to agree not getting her to agree, you want her to agree on her own terms. If you can see that she's struggling to agree on her own terms to this, I think then
I didn't say that.
Sorry, then what did you say specifically then?
I said she is not acknowledging that this will be upsetting to her. She's acknowledging that it will be fun, but she's not acknowledging that it will also be upsetting. And in order for me to feel like, okay, I can trust that you are going to handle this agreement and what we do in the agreement, I need you to acknowledge that, like, you're also upset by this idea. And if you pretend it's all sunshine and rainbows, that makes me feel like you're not going to really be doing what I need you to do, which is like paying attention to how you actually feel.
Understandable. I think that, but if you know that she's in that scenario, then you should be, rather than using, let's say, sort of aggressive terminology in terms of like shut the fuck up. Essentially being more, rather than being openly domineering in this respect, if you're trying to encourage someone to take the first steps of being responsible for themselves, then unless this was a tactic and you were trying to irritate our ego enough to like defend ourselves, which is like,
No, I don't even think I was that aggressive.
I don't think it was
When
like
I
super
said shut-
aggressive. I think there's a limit.
When I said shut the fuck up, she was saying, she was like, oh, so this is an act of service. And I said, I said, the more you talk, the more you ruin it, because I don't. You're trying to now rewrap my. I just said this is.
I'm
gonna
not trying to
be
rewrap
upsetting for
anything.
you.
I'm just like, obviously.
No. I'm telling what she did. What she
Okay.
did. I said I was thinking to her, you are repackaging my request as, oh, I'm going to do an act of service to my boyfriend because it's his love language. I'm saying the thing I'm trying to get you to do is hold. This is upsetting for me, and I can do this, and I'm going to do this, and I can attune to my own emotions. If you say, oh, I can, like, that's what I'm asking of you. I want you to be upset and take care of yourself.
But it seemed like when she said
If
that
you-
it was an act of service, it kind of ruined it. It was ruining it for you. No, that's the.
Well, because you're lying, because you're repackaging it. When you say it's an act of service, you're now convincing yourself that acts of service are. This is like a phrase from the love languages bullshit. So that's which is why I said that, and I'm saying you're trying to make it into a nice thing, but it's not a nice thing, and I need you to own that and empathize with yourself. And if you can't do both, then you're either in denial or you're dissociating. So I need you to
Right.
have both ideas.
So it's
that
not a
this
nice
is upsetting to you. It's not nice. This is upsetting to you. And I need you to like be emotionally present with yourself while it's happening. And
so it's not nice, and you want it to be present.
So when I
with
said
it
shut
as
the
it's
fuck up,
happening.
I was saying like, I was describing what I want. I was saying, I want you to shut the fuck up and lay face down until I'm done. That's what I said.
Yes.
It's not like she was talking and I said, hey, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I mean,
The
like,
other time I told her to shut up, she was literally interrupting me.
okay. And I think at the end, like, I do think that it actually had the effect of irritating our ego to the point in when she told you to shut the fuck up, which I think was good. That was like a positive outcome, I think, in terms of someone that's an onlooker, that she did at least take responsibility for herself in the conversation, because you were saying take responsibility for yourself, shut the fuck up, and then it irritated her ego enough for her to return with the same forcefulness.
You're so focused on like what other people do. I was
100%.
my goal is not to try to get her to do anything. I'm not trying. Again, you're implying that I
Yo,
want to or should be taking
remember, man,
responsibility
like,
for her
I think
actions.
you
But I'm
can't-
not trying to get her to do anything. I'm focused on my role.
Yeah, but I mean, you're all focused on her role because you said that you want her, for example, not to take a role of service, but you want her to take a role of being
I don't
aware.
care what she calls it.
No, you
I'm
see,
not-
like, I think
it-
that this is what matters, man. This is why I think, because I think you wanted her to acknowledge that this is a negative and be aware of its negativity while it's happening, and then take care of
I
herself.
I want her to take care of me.
Right.
I'm asking her to take care of me.
But
And
is
if
that not
you-
an act of service?
You can call it that, but my problem with her calling it that is that she is referring to some people want compliments, some people want acts of service, some people want gifts, some people want physical touch. Oh, Max is asking me for an act of service. She's sanitizing what I am asking her for. I don't want an act of service. You're making it vague to make it more palatable. I'm asking you to lie down and shut the fuck up while I fuck you. It doesn't take that long to say, so we don't need to repackage it in a nicer sounding euphemism.
Maybe she's
turning
repackaging it for herself.
my explicit sexual request into a euphemism.
Yeah, but maybe she's repackaging it for herself.
Yes, and I'm saying if you're going to do that, I want you to do it silently. I don't want to hear it. I want you to take care of me.
But if she didn't objectify it, then she wouldn't know whether she is or not.
If I say I want to do something gross to your body while you lie still, and then you start saying euphemisms, it makes me feel like you're not really accepting what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think she probably was.
It makes me feel like you're not accepting the situation. So I don't want you to use euphemisms. I don't want you to repackage it. I don't want you to make it vague. I just want you to either say yes or no.
I think she was changing it to match her terms as well as yours. And I think that she was trying to consider herself emotionally in that, and I think that's what irritated you.
It irritated me that she is sanitizing what I'm asking for.
Mm-hmm. And that sanitization was the emotional consideration of her, because then you lose the...
No. That's the opposite of what I'm saying.
Is it? So, okay.
Yes.
From the top then.
Okay, from the top. I ask Shaylin to lie still like a fuck doll.
Right.
She says yes immediately. I say, I don't think you're considering your own emotions enough and saying yes to this.
And I think that's fair.
Here are some emotions that you seem to be ignoring. I point out these emotions. She then tries to re-sanitize it and say, well, it's an act of service. And then I say, no, it upsets you. It upsets you when I ask you to lie still and let me fuck you.
Yeah, but
I know it upsets you.
But I think
we both know it upsets you. And then she says, well, it upsets me, but also it doesn't. So she tries to sanitize it once again by reaching for the pleasure. To say, well, it upsets me, but I also... And I'm saying, no. It upsets you, and I want you to own that it upsets you. Because in the sanitization, you are not accounting for your own emotions. You're not empathizing with yourself. And I'm asking to be relieved of duty of how I'm supposed to empathize with you. One of us needs to be thinking about your feelings in this conversation. And if we're going to be having sex, one of us needs to think about your feelings. And I'm saying I don't want it to be me, which means it has to be you. So if you're outwardly
that I believe.
expressing...
I definitely believe that, yeah.
If you're saying like, oh, I'm not thinking about my feelings, Max, because I'm repackaging and sanitizing this and calling it a euphemism and blah, blah, then I get very irritated. I'm like, you're lying about your feelings at the exact time I'm telling you that I need you to own your
dynamic.
Feelings.
That's what I think's happening, you see. Because I think she's proposing an mediated dynamic in which she fulfills a role which it's an act of play then, rather than an act of... unmediated submission, right? She's calm down, right? And I think that's important, because I think in this situation you're comparing it to the sex doll, right? That's how it starts, and you're saying the sex doll simply did not satisfy you, and the reason the sex doll didn't satisfy you was because you weren't able to fulfill the role of being a master, because there was nothing there to dominate, right? And every time then
it's not about domination. It's about being taken care of.
It's about...
I'm not trying to dominate Shaylin.
But how is it about being taken care of if service itself is inappropriate? That's the kind of thing. And like, to be fair, and even if you were trying to dominate...
I'm not saying service is... Oh, wait, I didn't say service is inappropriate.
Okay, that's fair enough. And also, I'd like to point out, like, look, even if you did want to dominate, like, there's nothing necessarily wrong with wanting to dominate.
That's fine, but I don't. That's not what I want. If I wanted that, then I would say that.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I'm saying exactly...
I appreciate the honesty.
I'm saying exactly what I want. I want Shaylin to take care of herself emotionally and do it quietly while I fuck her. That's not dominance. It's not even really objectification. It's not anything. We don't need to label it. It just, that is what I want. I don't understand the purpose of abstracting it to something else. I just want that. And the reason I want that is because it will allow me to take care of myself and make me feel like she's taking care of me, like she is at the helm of the spaceship of our relationship.
Right. So you actually, in many ways, are seeing this as that you're placing her into a situation of power in some respects because you're actually
Yeah.
yeah okay I can
I'm
kind of
saying
see what you're
you be the one who's attuned to me and how I'm feeling, and you attune to yourself.
right.
You
So
be my mommy, and
right,
I'll play
okay,
with the
now
milkers.
yeah,
I'll
okay,
play with the
I
milkers,
get it
and
now.
then when I'm
Yeah,
done, I'll come back, and then you can make me some brownies or something.
yeah, okay, I think I get it. So yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think I get that. So in this respect, do you not think that in seeing her, like, because in this, I think that that would explain, in some respects, like the kind of aversion to it being labeled, to it being like, have you talked about it being more of like a mommy kind of thing to her at all?
I can't answer that. We just have to go from the conversation that we saw. I don't want to start bringing out inadmissible evidence to try to win.
Okay, fair enough. Because I think that's important. Because if she knows that, then that changes things, obviously.
I'm happy to say that she knows me pretty well, so I don't.
That's fair enough. I'll take that as
I would say that that is the argument we were having of her saying, if you are interviewing me on camera, you have to be the dad. I will agree to have sex where you're not the dad or not even my equal, but I won't agree to talk about it on camera unless you are the dad. And me saying, okay, well, I refuse to be the dad. And then her saying, you have to be my dad. And me saying, no, I don't, you fucking bitch. And her saying, yes, you do, you fucking liar. You promised you'd be my dad. You adopted me. You are my dad. And me saying, okay, if you really think I'm your dad, then go fuck yourself, because I'm not. And if you're going to demand I be your dad on camera, the answer is no. And then her saying, well, you know what? You are going to be my dad on camera, because I'm going to go cry like a little fucking girl in the other room so
you
loud
want her to be
that you will be my
your
dad.
mom,
and everybody who
and
watches
she
your
wants-
channel is going to
yeah.
sit there and point and say, that's a bad daddy. And now she's fucking won. Now everybody thinks I'm a bad dad.
Well, I mean, to be
And I'm
fair,
like, well, you're all sexist. I'm not her dad. I didn't agree with you. And they're like, well, you know that she's not capable of taking care of herself, Max. She is a woman, and women are biologically different.
I mean, that's
she is 10 years younger than you. It sounds like you did have some kind of pre-existing agreement where you did agree to take care of every fucking possible angle.
It could also could be.
She's convinced the world that I'm her dad.
It also could be that the persona that you give off is perhaps domineering in the situation. You were appearing domineering. If you were appearing submissive, then I would be like, oh, this guy really wants a mommy, man.
Shaylin and I, in that conversation, had a standoff. We had an impasse. It was not resolved on camera, and the video ended. The meta thing that happened, though, is that someone did get dominated. Shaylin dominated all of you. She has wrapped all of you around her finger and convinced you that I am obligated to be her dad.
No.
Whenever she wants. Not just that I'm obligated to take care of her sometimes, that I'm obligated to take care of her whenever she wants.
I mean, I
that
think
at any moment, even in the middle, even when I'm naked and vulnerable eating my orangey, at any time she can snap her fingers and say, no, you're the daddy now. I'm crying and you're the dad.
I think you're both responsible for each other, and as such, you need to both take your parental roles. Maybe you put on a penny, and maybe she puts on a suit, and you swap now and again. I don't know.
Okay, well, I think it would be great I think that's inevitable. All couples are going to parent each other sometimes. I think it would be great if that could be made explicit, and you could ask. So, like, when I want her to parent me, I do what I did in the video. I say, I would like you to do this. Will you? Yes or no. Make up your mind. Do it or not do it, but I'm asking you for something. And then in response, she goes,
Can I just say as well, like, if I'm honest, like, I think that there's, like, I can't speak too much about her because on camera she's fairly reserved, where you're being fairly explicit, and maybe that just shows your honesty, man. Like,
but she gets a lot of power from not being explicit.
Well, that's online, unfortunately. That's how half of what you say, man. Like, I said that at the start. Like,
that frustrates me about you too.
No.
You're very abstract. You'll take what I say and abstract it.
I
and
am
then
that kind of person. Yeah, probably. I try to extrapolate. Yeah.
But the more abstract you get, the less I feel I can like. I can't push back because it's like you turn into like a cloud, and then it's like, well, I'll say like I'm not. My girlfriend went and cried in the other room. I think it was a power play, and you're like, well, are we not responsible for each other as humans? And it's like,
No, I
I
never
mean,
said that in response to
and
that, did I?
what if I say like
I
I
never
can't
said
answer
that. I
it? If I
never
say
said that
yes,
she
then you're
wasn't
like, well,
making a
then it
power
sounds
play.
like.
I never said that she wasn't making a power play. I simply do not know her enough. And then I said what was going on behind the scenes of the camera, and you said let's just assume that this is actually representative of everything that could possibly be going on. So I'm going off what
It
you've
is.
given. You see, this is the. So I can
That's the
only work with what
relationship.
I've got. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm saying I think you have a tendency to abstract things, which makes your position stronger because it could have multiple meanings
I think I
and
usually try to make myself concrete, at least in most discussions. I try to make concrete examples and give specific scenarios. And I did the same thing here. You said like, you asked us for specific, specific scenarios of how your desire might come into.
you're doing it right now though. I'm saying you abstracted the idea of being responsible for my girlfriend in a video in one specific instance that you saw into an idea of just sort of interpersonal responsibility for our fellow man.
Yeah.
And now I'm pointing out the specific example and you're saying, well, I try to be concrete, which is an abstraction of the criticism I'm giving you, which is that
How is
you
that?
abstracted this one thing and you're like, well, generally.
Well, I explained to us how I'm abstracting in that respect because I thought I was rebuking.
You're expanding the topic, and this is a problem I have with vegans.
Can we
Is
not
that
do
you'll
that?
try-
Can we not? Let's just not make it about. This is the problem I have with vegans because if
This
I
is the
hear that
problem I
one
have
more
with
time,
vegans.
because it's always, you know what the problem. I have many problems with media does, right?
I bet you do. I
And
see your tweets. I follow
that's-
you on Twitter. I know you've got problems.
I've
with
got
media
problems with
buddy.
media does, but I don't normally go.
Yeah.
You know what my problem is with media does, because I think that
That's
it's
okay.
not helpful for the discourse.
Well, you're welcome to do it here. This is a safe space.
Okay, right.
This is a problem I have with vegans, though. Is that a lot of times. It goes along with what you said earlier. You think ethics and emotions should be totally separate, and responsibility and emotions.
That's what you
And
said,
that-
and I
and-
agreed. Yes.
Okay. This all ties together. So I'm starting to do my research for my big pedophilia extravaganza.
Sure, looking forward to it. Okay.
Okay. Good. And and I think this is something we may have in common at this part of it, is that I was reading about how I was reading Michael Cito is this researcher, seemingly like the leading researcher on child sex abuse. So I'm trying to read his research, and he co-authored a study about why men don't have sex with their daughters. It has a better title than that, but that's what it's about.
Okay.
What is the mechanism for incest avoidance among men and daughters, fathers and daughters? And it's part of it's about disgust. And does the disgust response is that part of what inhibits us from having sex with our daughters? And in his discussion of that, he mentions that a lot of people derive morality from disgust.
I agree. Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay. So, well, you also tweet out pictures or videos of like pigs getting tortured. So it's unfortunate, but you're also willing to use it to your advantage.
I mean, if someone a lot of the people I talk to be entirely honest with you, say they don't feel anything for animals and they laugh and they're like, tasty. So I guess
But that goes to the same thing. They're saying I don't think it's wrong to eat them because I don't feel anything, and I don't feel anything because it's not wrong.
I think if we're being honest with
And you're
ourselves,
saying-
they're reacting in order to make them to justify the fact that they do feel something, and it's actually a facade to try and mask the fact they are
I don't know.
disgusted.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. So I think part of the reason people think I'm a pedophile is that I will discuss pedophilia without signaling disgust. And I think that,
True,
or like
yeah.
I'll review cuties without signaling disgust. And I think that makes people think, therefore, I'm also signaling my morality. So then when I say, like,
I think it's additional to that. I
Um,
think, to be entirely honest, I do think you also did say that they did a good job of turning 11-year-olds into basically sex objects, and that you were that they were attractive and that they were successful in making you attracted to them. And there was
yeah,
numerous
but
times.
that's not a statement. Is that a statement of morality?
I think so. I think if you were to think that the desire itself is valid, yeah.
Well, wait, if you were to think it's valid, but I didn't say that.
So would you say that, like, so would you say that you
The only
You think the
the
desire
only
is
moral
invalid?
statements, the only moral state, well, I don't know what valid means, but the only statements I made in the Cuties review about ethics is that I said I think it was unethical to use children to make this film.
Right. Okay. Which, I mean, I think you are right in that respect. So, and I do think that you did point out that it was, and I
Okay,
think you
so-
also like, and to be fair, I think you also do enjoy, stirring up a controversy. I think you enjoy like the
I
the outcomes.
I don't know. I don't know if I enjoy it. It's like Shaylin and doll sex, you know. It's complicated.
Yeah, I get
I've
you,
Mixed feelings about it. But what I'm saying is, I didn't signal disgust at the idea of being turned on by 11-year-olds twerking. I didn't signal disgust about watching it, and so therefore, even though I said I think it's unethical, people assume I'm signaling, and I think this is a moral, righteous good that this film be made. And on top of that, I think it's good to have sex with kids, even though I've explicitly said in that interview, in that review, and countless times that the age of consent should be 17 or up, and that it is wrong to have sex with kids. It doesn't matter how many times I say it, because I'm not talking about how I'm so disgusted by pedophiles that we should throw them into a wood chipper. That means that you are one. And so I think
yeah, probably.
right. So the problem I have with vegans is that they will often use these. They seem to not accept feelings as like givens, and they will try to reverse engineer your feelings about eating meat by comparing it to other things to see if they can convince you of how you feel about eating meat, which is kind of what you're doing with Shaylin. Is that I'm like,
I think some
well,
vegans do that. Sorry, continue. Sorry.
They all do it. I'm like, okay, so Shaylin's in the other room crying, and my feeling of that is like, you know what, nice try, bitch, but fuck you. You're not the boss of me. And then you're like, well, what about your old coworker who got raped? What about somebody, who's dying? What about somebody having a seizure? And it's like you're trying to take my feelings about that, which are a strong pull of like a protective instinct, and then be like, you should feel that way about Shaylin. Instead of
not what I was
feels
trying
like
to do.
you don't accept my feelings as like where they are.
That may have been the way that it's made you feel, but that's not what I was trying to do. Like, what I was trying to do was rebuke and respond to the fact that you said that we're not responsible for other people's emotional states. And I just wanted to see how far you were willing to take that, so I could understand whether you did or did not actually think you were responsible for other people's experiences.
Yes, I understand the ostensible argument you were making. I just think you also want to access any pools of responsibility. You're a fanatic. I think you're a fanatic, and you're like a little truffle pig, and you're snuffling around my psyche, and you're looking for empathy. You're looking for any sympathy or pity and feelings of responsibility that I have. And you're going to snuffle around. What?
I'm not looking for your feelings at all. As I said,
Yeah, I think you want. Oh, I think you are. I think you are. I think you're looking for all these things, and then you're going to tie like an electrical wire in my brain. You're gonna stick it in wherever you find empathy or sympathy, and then you're gonna pig your way back to veganism, the meat eating topic, animals and the environment and anything else. Me, my inner child, me, the pig, the child pig, me, the fetus that looks just like an elephant, whatever you can find, and you're gonna take the wires and you're gonna stick them in there, and you're gonna juice me up. You're gonna create this like neuron connection to force me not to become vegan, but to discover that I already am. Except it will just be brainwashing me, but it will feel like a discovery that I was vegan all along. I just didn't know.
right. And so you feel like I'm on a path of like, I'm on the in a game of emotional manipulation by asking you about
Yeah.
abstracts. And so if I make a
Yeah, I think
concrete,
you're
if I make
starting
a
it. You're starting.
if I make
I
a
see the
concrete,
pieces.
if I make a concrete, then I'm being manipulative. If I make it abstract, I'm being evasive. How would you like me to respond?
Either one. Well, do you deny what I just said?
Yeah, I think you mischaracterized us. I think that's how you feel, to be fair.
Okay, do you think it is, while maybe mischaracterized, do you think it's true? Do you think that you're starting to do you think that is what
No.
you're doing?
I don't. I think that I
So
would be...
you don't think you don't think it's a insulting characterization of what you're doing. You think it's just not what you're doing.
Do I think it's insulting? I mean, no more insulting than I think the average person thinks a vegan is doing the exact same thing. I think that's what the general characterization of vegans is that we are fanatics, extremists who are looking to brainwash and lead children into cults of eating broccoli. So, yeah, I mean, it's nothing that I think I haven't experienced before. So I suppose I'm not offended in that respect, but I think that you are wrong. Okay. And the reason I think you're wrong is because if we talk about this in terms of abstracts, I'm willing to then say, okay, we can talk about this in terms of abstract moral responsibility, metaphysics, and then we can apply it to, our actual everyday lives. And I think that we can come to the conclusion that a non-contradictory desire considers all individuals.
Including microbes.
I said individuals. Do you think microbes are individuals?
Sort of.
Why?
Because they, crawl around, reproduce.
They don't crawl around.
They move around.
They move around. Okay, but they reproduce.
How do they swim around? How do they move?
Some of them swim. I think some of them have like different ways to kind of move around. I don't think they crawl though, do they? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong.
Do they pull them? They pull themselves along with little hairs. I don't know.
I know I don't know what the term is necessarily.
Isn't that what we're all doing?
I just can't imagine. I don't think they've got legs necessarily. So I imagine something crawling to have legs.
Legs are just big hairs.
I don't think that's actually biologically correct, but it doesn't necessarily matter. But yeah, I get what you're saying. So, but why would I necessarily? Okay, they're animate. Why does something being animate make it an individual?
Well, I'm just pointing out that you draw the line somewhere, right? It's not like when you wash your hands, you don't think it's like a holocaust.
No, I draw the line at sentience, at having a conscious, subjective experience.
See, I don't think anything is sentient.
Are you a behaviorist?
Yeah.
Oh shit! This is going to be hell.
Let's do it.
All right. So why are you a behaviorist?
Are you saying you're going to try to make me not a behaviorist and then make me a vegan?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe that sentience is a spectrum and that we all I believe if you had a big enough computer, you could calculate exactly what somebody's going to do by analyzing the um, electrical impulses in their brain and brain structure and all the stimuli that that person's going to receive. That it is just like billiard balls bouncing around
Why?
a billiard table.
So yeah, billiard balls. That's actually a really great example. Okay. So it's
Okay.
just purely causal, material causation.
Yeah, just at a level that's so complex that we can't see it, so it looks like when I pet my cats, I'm I'm like my cats have a thing. If they're feeling affectionate and you pull their tail, they lie down,
Right. Okay.
and so I'm like it's just automatic, and they're like robots. And so to them, I'm sure it feels like, oh, I feel like lying down now. I wonder, I'm making a decision. But to me, it's like, well, I know why you did that, and I feel like that way with people too. Like you see people being like, well, like the girl that my coworker being like I've decided not to go to a therapist, and I'm like, well, I've known you for a while, and I know that's what you're gonna do.
Okay, but why do you believe that people are necessarily causal just because you say, let's say, invoke patterns in their life? Like you can have individuals have causal, let's say they could engage in certain pattern-based behaviors, but still have free will. Like there's nothing necessarily about that would prevent free will.
Well, I know this is just like a way of looking at it, but like, so I'm not saying free will doesn't like exist. Like in some lenses, it exists. Obviously, I believe if you park in front of like a police station, you should get a parking ticket or whatever. But because you've made that decision,
Right.
but you didn't really like on a
Compatibilist.
metaphysical level. Like what?
You're a compatibilist.
What does that mean?
You are
Oh, that's
essentially causal. Yeah, everything is caused by a first cause, which is material or something like that. Maybe it doesn't have to be material, but for this case, let's say it's material, like the Big Bang Bang, and then everything from that point on flutters on into
Yes.
existence. But you, as a unified
Right.
being, are responsible for your own actions. But you're not really responsible for your own actions. But what we consider you is acting in such a way as we identify what you are with the actions you are committing. 'Cause
Yeah,
you're a
I mean, like
behaviorist.
for us, we can't have interpersonal relationships if we don't account for things like anger. So like, why do I get angry when somebody shoots 19 children in Texas? Like, it makes me angry and upset. But like when I'm getting into a more productive state of mind, when people are like, "So what do you think of the shooting?" Like they asked me at the beginning of the stream, I'm like, "Well, here's what I think we need to do to try to fix this."
Right.
But I'm not going to say how I feel about it because I don't think it's that helpful to talk about. But I feel like a lot of people frustratingly do the opposite. It's like you put on the personal responsibility hat so that you can yell about how mad you are that somebody shot a bunch of kids and make yourself look good.
I agree.
And you
There's
take
a
off
lot of that.
the determinist hat. I feel like that's the time we should put on, or the behaviorist hat. We should put on the behaviorist hat. If we're talking about how to deter behavior, it seems like a good time to be like, well, let's assume this person did not make the choice to shoot these kids, because
But why would
can't-
you
can't-
assume that the other person could have ever done that anyway? Like if they can't alter their behavior. So like let's say
because if you're asking me what I think, I'm not going to say, well, I think that guy shouldn't have done that. That's not that's not productive. To me, the conversation about stopping shootings has to be a behaviorist conversation where we say, what can I do? What can the rest of us do to make people not behave that way?
See, I don't think it necessarily has to be behaviorist. I think it has to involve a psychological approach, but not necessarily a behaviorist approach.
Okay.
You could talk about, how did this person become deranged and shoot up a school? And, talk about the concrete material conditions which led to that. One of the big things in terms of this conversation is things like bullying, child neglect in terms of parenting. And material psychologists might talk about psychopathy and, things like that.
Right. But yeah, so I guess I'm saying behaviorist to mean I think the onus is on us, the audience of the mass shooting, to talk about and figure out and make changes in ourselves in a way that makes other people not want to behave that way or not behave that way.
I agree. And I think that you're absolutely right in saying that some people just like it's like people putting Ukraine flags in their bios, and or like, you know, every corporation's suddenly a rainbow when it comes to June. It's actually all virtue signaling, and it's a way of gaining power. And it's actually arguably the exact opposite, I would say, of the thing that needs to be done, because if anything, it's using ethics and using the social sphere as a means to engage in one-upmanship, which, you know, maybe the very behaviors which led to someone being bullied, and then the perpetuation of misery into that person's life enough to the point in which they have a psychological break and then go and shoot up a school. So you could inarguably actually be causing the problem more than resolving it. So,
yes, I agree.
Yeah. So, I mean, I disagree with the fact that we necessarily have to take a behaviorist approach. I guess that would be the main thing. I think that you don't necessarily. And I know that you said like more psychological. It doesn't have to be behavioral. If I understand you correctly. Sorry, we're going to say something.
Yeah, I just think removing the agency of the shooter in your analysis, I guess that's what I mean by behavioral.
Right. I don't think so. I think that the individual was ultimately still responsible for the entirety of their actions. I think that they were entirely free and so chose to do it. I think that when we look towards... It's like we can understand a chess game. Someone could be entirely free in a chess game to make any move they want, so long as it's on the board. And understanding the social sphere that we exist in shows the limitations of, or the conceptual limitations of understandable movements within our society. So he knew what he was doing. Like, one of the things I tweeted out was, maybe we should stop talking about this as such to horrify and terrify people in the United States, because that is exactly the reason why someone would do this. And so you're encouraging people to do this.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's just not how I think of it.
That's fair enough. We can disagree.
I think whether he was responsible for his actions depends on the frame in which you're asking about it.
So, yeah, I think.
So, if you ask me, did he choose to do that? It depends on who's asking and why they're asking. My answer is going to depend on that.
Right, and is that because it depends upon whether you're answering it in terms of a socially... well, it seems like you want to say that agency and the consideration of agency is something that is... is extrinsically valuable. Like, our conversations around it allow us to express our emotions and engage in certain complex behaviors, but ultimately it holds no truth against reality, and that agency is in and of itself just another domino fallen.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. See, I think that's wrong. Metaphysically, I think you're wrong, because I think that relies upon I think fundamentally, I don't think that you can talk about causal explanations of mind. I talked about this in a video I did called Determinism Debunked. Although a lot of people basically took that I was saying that you couldn't predict people, which is why I disagree with determinism. In reality, I'm actually saying that there can be no metaphysical, objective foundations prior to how we objectify reality, because reality is in and of itself a social construction as much as it is a concrete existence. It exists as notion. So we cannot have knowledge of anything which pre-exists our capacities to objectify. There's no reason for me to believe that anything exists that was not experiential. Everything's phenomenal.
I don't understand.
We live in a world of perceptions, and perception is reality. So talking about something which is outside of perception is a metaphysical error. Talking about something that is what people would consider, let's say, a Kantian noumena, a thing in itself.
So you're saying because we don't have a computer that's big enough to predict your actions,
No. I don't know how I managed to do that again, but
if we had a computer that was big enough to predict your actions,
Mhm.
and it was always accurate, would you still say determinism is debunkable?
Well, yeah. I mean, I could predict like I can predict actions, and like you can predict other people's behaviors in chess, for example.
No,
right?
a computer that predicts everything about you,
Right.
specifically you.
Oh, right.
A computer
specifically me.
that shows me your determinism is debunked video before you even have thought of making it.
Right. Okay. If I was
Would
to
you
say
still would you still think that determinism is not like real?
probably.
wrong?
Alistair McIntyre actually comes up with the exact same thought experiment in the book After Virtue, and it ends up with an infinite regress of computers, because as soon as you analyze the computer, gain the knowledge of something that is going to happen, then you've necessarily modified the predictability of mind. It's the Lupin problem in psychology.
What,
So like
much like your infinite screen recording at the beginning of the conversation.
yes, exactly the same. It's exactly the same.
But what if that's what the computer predicted? I mean, you can only
Then it would eventually burst into flames, right?
what? No, why would it have to? No, because you don't live forever, so it wouldn't have to burst into flames.
Okay, I don't live forever, but
You can only have so many thought realization cycles. Your eyes only have a certain refresh rate.
But if
it
I
could
was-
say like you're going to stare at this screen and realize this thing over and over and over again for the next 50 years. If it's a computer that's so big that can predict your every move, it can probably handle that. So just because your brain is going to become a pile of self-referential mush for the rest of your life, the computer could still describe that.
yeah, but the point is that the metaphysical change that is happening means that the very thing that it's predicting is changing as it's being predicted. So
No,
it's not,
wouldn't it just predict the whole thing? How would it change when it's being
because
predicted?
even if it does predict the whole thing, the only reason it comes to an end is because I've come to an end. It doesn't mean that I've necessarily been predictable. It means that it's managed to predict behavior.
Wait, but
that
it
was-
said what you were going to do, and then you did it. I don't understand. There's no contradiction there.
because it's like, look, it's like if I was to point out, I'm trying to think of something.
Why-
It's a
Why are we
separation between a
assuming the
variable
computer
and a
can't-
constant.
Why are we assuming the computer wouldn't put itself in its
And
own in the
there's
story
also-
of its prediction for you?
There's also a point of whether you think an individual, like even if you could predict all the behaviors of a given individual, that doesn't mean all individuals are necessarily predictable. So I think that you would, when we talk about free will,
Wait a second. I can just make the computer better. This is not a good.
you could make the computer. No, but this is the point. I think that if you did make
Okay,
the
so
computer,
so we have a computer that is so good that it can predict everything that's going to happen.
so let's say it predicts everything that was going to happen, and then let's say all mind ceases to exist at a certain point, but it predicted at that point. You know,
Sure.
yeah. Reality stops
Okay.
existing as soon as mind stops existing. That's how I would respond, because I'm an idealist.
Okay. I guess what I'm coming down to is, do you think there's something so intrinsically complex, or do you think you have a soul or something?
Yeah, I
about
think we'll
you
have a
that
soul,
makes
yeah.
it so, okay, so do you think that makes it so that a computer that could see? Okay, do you think a microbe has free will?
No.
Do you think a cell has free will?
No.
Do you think 2 cells have free will?
No.
Do you think 3 cells have free will?
I don't think 5 cells have free will. I don't think 6.
Okay, but at some point between 0 and like 100 trillion or whatever, or 100 billion, I don't know how many cells are in a person, but a lot. At some point, you're going to be like, yeah, a little bit, maybe.
No.
Or just like, yes.
No, I think
No?
that, to be entirely honest with you, I think that there are people who don't have free will. So,
Okay. So now that you're saying that, I realize that we're just not,
talking in the same.
we're not speaking the same language here,
No.
bub.
So, like, freedom, for example, I would take to be rational decision making. I think the uniformity of the universe would be necessary for that. I think having a predictable environment, for example. But I think that ultimately what makes the universe what it is mind. I think that even if everything that was possibly predictable could be known, let's say by a god, that we would still have
Mhm.
free will, because we are God, fundamentally, because we
What
share
if it
the
was a
same
computer
substance.
instead of? I guess what I'm asking you is, you agree that you must obey the laws of physics, right?
Uh, yeah,
Like
I
all the
guess.
cells, all the not cells but atoms
It depends on
in
what you
your
mean by
brain.
obey. You see, this is my problem. Like, I
Okay,
guess, like,
do you think
to quote
do you think the
Sartre,
movement of any individual atom in your
to
brain
to create, like, this is my
could be predicted by a powerful enough computer?
uh to be entirely honest with you, my physics knowledge on this would be, it depends on whether, like, hard determinism, like, was it hard determinism's true on a quantum level. So, like, even in terms of physics, this is, do you know what I mean? Like, we're talking about whether
I don't think you need to go into quantum mechanics to predict
the movements of atoms, of
I don't
every
think so.
individual atom in your body. Yes, you would. I think
I don't know if that's true.
you would have to have, because you'd have like a 99.99999, and then it would go on, but then there would be like some sort of quantum anomaly, and that's assuming that our brain's not quantum sensitive. I don't think I necessarily. Okay. It depends on whether it is or not, because there's like
I guess
Roger Penrose.
my point is, oh, here's what I think. Let's I'll just tell you what I think, and then clearly we've both branched off into paths where we're not like actually.
Well, actually, yeah.
Talking.
Why don't you tell me what I think, and I'll try and tell you what you think.
You think that there is a reasonable. Your view is kind of based on like a practical, reasonable view of like reality, where you're like, if you are born into you're given birth, your mom gives birth to you in a concentration camp, and everything you do is watched by, Nazis, and they force you to do blah 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 until you're 8, and then you go on a death march, and then you die, or not 8, whatever, 3. You didn't have free will, practically. Like basically, you didn't. So certain people don't have free will because they didn't get to set up their chess pieces on the chessboard, and I think you think the same thing of, I guess, of animals, of like, humans have souls.
Animals have souls as well, I would say. Don't get me wrong. I think.
Oh, animals. Well, yeah, of course. Okay, but
by soul,
have,
I just mean psyche. So like the ancient Greek kind of for soul. So it's like a psychological phenomenon. I just mean mind in many ways. We'll have minds.
Okay. And so animals have different levels of complexity in their mind and soul and sentience. And
they have subjectivity. Yeah.
The more sentient the animal is, the more moral responsibility and ethical responsibility and free will it has. You probably don't judge.
I probably wouldn't.
Cats for eating. You probably don't judge cats for eating meat.
I don't. I don't think that it has anything to do with levels of sentience, because I think sentience is a straight on and off. I don't think there's any evidence to say that something is more or less conscious. I think there's evidence to say something is more or less conscious of its environment and of itself, which is self-consciousness more than necessarily, or awareness, not necessarily sentience, which would simply be being conscious. It's like how do I say something is more or less conscious? Like, how is it awake, or is it more awake? What do you mean by more awake? Do you mean aware? And so like there is I think an equivocation that I think most people make when they talk about levels of sentience. And I think, to be fair, most vegans do this, and I think they're all wrong. I don't think there is a sentience hierarchy. There's no reason to think that a being is more or less conscious than another being. In terms of self-awareness, and in that, I think there is obviously quite a difference in that, and something being more or less aware of itself.
Well, if a being doesn't have a brain, you don't think it's less conscious?
I don't think it's conscious. Well, it depends on because obviously you've got like octopi and stuff like that, which are very complex and stuff
sort
like
of,
that.
Yeah. So an octopus is kind of conscious, but like.
Well, I think it's less conscious than a human. Why?
Yeah. Because it doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
Even if it doesn't know what the fuck's going on, why would its knowledge of what the fuck's going on determine whether it has an experience?
I guess that's what I think experience and consciousness is.
You think of experience as like categorized reality, when I think that we're talking about self-consciousness. I think you're talking about. I think there's modes of categorization. I think there have to be some sort of categorization in unity for a being to be conscious at all.
I thought I was going to say what you think and you were going to say what I think.
You're right. You're totally right. I totally went off.
Okay.
Do you want me to try and say what I think you think, or do you want to keep going?
You go ahead. It's very simple.
I think that you are. I think you hold a very popular view in our society. I think that you're a materialist.
Wow. Okay.
There's a first time for everything. I think you're a materialist. I think you understand individuals to be caused by the physical laws of the universe, and that we are resultant from them. And that agency is a tool used to describe behaviors, but not necessarily express any notion of true free will. Everything that you would have done or could do is already determined by the physical universal laws that govern us.
That's right.
Right.
That's it.
I think that's wrong. Yeah. And I think that's wrong because in relation to where these laws come from, I think that they can be a law. This is a quote from like Sartre. There can be a law consciousness. There can be consciousness of a law, but not a law of consciousness, because laws are abstract objects. That they're not actually like what gives them existence is part and parcel of our mediation and our appropriation of it, whether it actually fits the world. Like, for example, most of physics is actually probably wrong in many ways, and every physicist is very well aware of that, which is why they're so giddy about something breaking the standard model. They're like, oh my god, we're finally wrong. And it's this realization that there is a separation between the epistemological engagements that we're doing and what's actually going on. And the only way that we can, at a fundamental level, the only thing that gives this the possibility of meaning is the categorization of mind. I don't know if you're aware. Do you know anything? Do you know anything about Hume or Kant or anything like that? Just off the bat.
No, not anymore.
Not anymore. Well, like Hume basically argues
I flushed it out of my mind.
That's probably for the best. I think. Hume basically talks about billiard balls and saying that there's no causation in reality, because why should I believe that there was causation in reality when what I mean by causation is simply looking to one event and seeing another event. What makes them united? It's the problem of induction, right? There's no a priori concepts in reality. If it's purely physical and it's purely empirical, then this mental construct of causation, why should I believe that that exists in reality? And the only answer is constant conjunction, which means that the notion of causation itself cannot be proven. And so you end up with the problem of induction.
Okay, so you're saying because physics can't predict everything, you have free will.
No. It's not that it can't predict everything. I'm saying physics is the result of minds, and nature itself and how it appears to us is the result of a mental activity. We engage with objects because of how we've objectified them.
Do you think your brain will obey the laws of physics for the duration of your life?
Yeah, probably, yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm necessarily the result of a brain, but yeah. At least purely.
Do you think but you think your brain will obey the laws of physics?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think your mind is contained in your brain?
No.
Do you think your mind is contained in your body?
No.
Well, then that's it. That's it, folks. That's the impasse.
See, I think that there is obviously I'm contained in my body in the sense that I am a concrete individual. But
I think you are your body.
I think I am too.
I think that's all you are.
I don't.
I know.
Yeah. I think in nature itself, if I'm honest. But
the mind is a body part. This is why I get in this argument with these trans people. These transes always want to come on here and say that there's more. And I say you are meat.
I mean, yeah, you are.
I say to the religious person, you are meat.
Yeah, you are.
And I say to the vegan, meat ye are.
Absolutely. And that, you think that means you can't be anything more than that?
And meat ye are only.
All right. Why?
Because there's nothing else.
Why is there nothing else?
I've never heard of anything else. I've never seen any evidence of anything else. Never seen anybody wearing a white coat talking about anything else. You are meat.
Okay, so what's a number?
A number? I don't know. It's a
Is a number meat?
word. It's a concept to
Okay. What's a concept?
It's a concept, yeah.
Yeah. What's a concept?
A concept is a concept right now in this conversation, as you say 5, is a electrical impulse contained in the meat of your brain. Once you write it down on a piece of paper, it just becomes ink on a piece of paper until someone else looks at it. And it's still a concept because it can be passed from one brain to another. But actually, the form of the concept has changed. It's no longer a thought. So a concept can be a thought, but can also be written down. It can be a sentence. It can be a book. It can be
I thought you didn't believe in thoughts.
YouTube video. It can be, it's an abstract thing. But then once it goes into your brain, it becomes a thought and becomes lightning in meat. Becomes meat lightning again.
Meat lightning, okay.
And part of your body.
Wondering why I should believe that.
Because it's true. You know it's true.
I'm
Your
genuinely
thoughts are meat
disagreeing.
lightning. You got meat lightning. It's a medium, and then the medium of meat lightning is part of your body. Once you write it down, you're
This is
Trojan
physicalism.
horsing the idea. You're Trojan horsing the idea that a concept makes you more than you are. But it's just a thought. It's a word game. You have thoughts, and they're part of your body, and then.
But
when
why
you
do I?
speak,
Why
the
should
sound
I
waves
believe-
come out, and they're no longer part of your body.
Why
They're
should
not
I
you.
believe any of
They're just
this?
something you said.
Like, come on, like if this is a fundamental tenet to reality, show me why it's a fundamental tenet of reality. Why should I believe any of this?
What part of what I just said do you disagree with?
That my thoughts are merely meat lightning.
Do you think they are meat lightning?
No, I think I think that it's maybe a reciprocal relationship with our body. That there is a
Between your
relation-
body and your soul?
Oh, mind and body, yeah.
Okay, what do you think would happen if you got electrocuted and there was no more meat lightning?
I think I would die.
Would you have thoughts
Yes,
after you died?
yes.
Where would they be?
Where wouldn't there be?
It wouldn't be in your brain.
That's right. It'd be everywhere else.
No, they wouldn't be anywhere.
Why do you say that? Like, why should I conflate
If I have a candle
without analogy?
and
Without analogy, why should I conflate my mind and my brain as a single unified entity? Why must I say that my mind is the result of my brain?
well, if you take an ice cream scoop and you scoop out my brain,
You'll die,
my
yeah.
thoughts will.
But like, you can scoop out parts of your brain and you'll still be able to have
And
thoughts.
then and you could scoop out parts of my brain, and I think you'll find that my ability to generate thoughts will be severely impaired.
Yeah, for the most
Because
part. Like,
you scooped out the thing that makes and contains thoughts. I think
I
this,
don't necessarily think that's...
if you cut my hand off, I can still think. You cut my foot off, I can still think. You hit me in the head with a baseball bat, I'm not so good at thinking anymore.
I agree.
That
Like, I
to me
don't
is-
deny that,
that-
there is a
okay,
physical
well, that to-
component
that
to our
to me-
existence.
And the fact that no one has ever observed a thought
Okay.
outside of a body.
Observed. Okay, so do you think that proof for things comes from empiricism then? Like an empirical observation? It's through empiricism that we gain knowledge.
I think you're going to die and you don't want to. I think you're religious.
I am religious. Yeah.
Well, yeah. And I think religious people don't want to die.
No.
So much so that they start saying things that aren't true.
See, this is the thing. I think that atheists often want to portray it that way because they would have to engage with philosophy otherwise, and they would actually have to show why religion's wrong.
Why do you think I don't want to engage with philosophy?
Because I think religion constrains your desires, and I think you don't want to constrain your desires, which is exactly why I think we're having this conversation.
My desires are so constrained that I can't even let my girlfriend agree to be my sex doll without first ensuring that she is 100% self-aware of her emotions and firing on all cylinders. The last fucking thing I need is to be more constrained in my desires.
Oh, but I think limitation is freedom. I think that the problem is that you're looking for someone to... You want an umami, man. You want it to be... And not only that, I think...
I want a mommy for 12 minutes a month.
I don't think so. I think you want...
You can think what you want, but that's what I asked for.
Yeah, no doubt. But I think that it's... I think sex reveals large portions of Wasaigi.
Yeah.
That
I'm very inhibited.
impact.
I'm very inhibited and un...
But why are you inhibited? So like you can be inhibited because you feel that you're responsible.
I'm just saying I don't like the idea that I'm like this crazy person who does whatever he wants.
No.
I've got like a guilt complex.
Yeah.
I'm not.
But that could be totally fine. Like you can be that person and still
I
fear.
just agree that adding religion to my life is gonna like really change.
I'm not trying to convert you, man.
I'm
like,
a Christian.
I'm not trying to convert you. I mean arguing from this from a secular position because, well, I mean I was agnostic for like 8-9 years. Like I think the only reason I changed is because I think there is a metaphysical implication of mind and existence. But,
Okay.
So like,
I think this is a bunch of horseshit.
But why? Why would you look towards
because
my
you're
argument?
you're like, well, I never have to die, and I'm like, well,
I think me as an individual.
I'm like, all evidence says that you're just a pile of meat, and that you're.
But it doesn't say that though.
The lightning storm will end, and then you'll be dead.
But what evidence? I ask you for the argument, and then you don't want to talk about the argument.
What evidence is there that I don't have magic powers? I just choose not to use. Like there isn't any. You're asking me for the evidence of some. You're asking me for the evidence of a negative.
No,
I'm
absolutely
saying,
not. I'm asking you to prove
if we
empiricism.
Open our biology textbooks and we look at what a person is, we'll see there's no mention of a soul in there because you don't fucking have one.
You just admit, like, I'm asking you to prove empiricism. That's what I'm asking you to prove. Like I'm.
Wait, I want to tell you why I think this is horseshit.
I think you've told us that you think it's horseshit and why you think it's horseshit.
I want to tell you why.
Yeah, I think you've said that like a few times because you think everything is necessarily...
The setup is you say, I have a flowery, really nice way of looking at things that makes it so I live forever and I'm not constrained to just being a disgusting, filthy animal.
Yeah,
animal
100%
fit to be eaten like a chicken. You say, I am more.
I think
maybe you think chickens are more too.
No, I think that more reality is
more than microbes anyway. Okay.
Reality is more than the physical. Yeah. Okay.
I say your thoughts are meat lightning, and you're just.
So you're a physicalist, as we've established, and I've asked you, why should I believe in physicalism?
The setup is. You say something that there's no evidence of whatsoever and would be really nice if it were true and means you don't have to die. Right. And then say the onus is on me to prove that it's not true.
All I'm asking you is to prove your own position.
I can't prove that it's not true. All I can say is there's no evidence of it.
I'm only asking you to prove your own position.
It's a lie. There's no evidence of it.
I'm only asking you to prove your own position. I'm not asking you to prove my position wrong. I'm asking you to prove your own position correct. That's the difference. And so when you
I cannot
mischaracterize
prove
me,
it. I can't prove it any more correct than just to say I go through life relying on evidence for my scientific beliefs about reality.
no, I'm 100%. I believe in science. I love science. I think science is a beautiful
Great.
subject.
And so the same reason I got the vaccine, the same reason I think you're meat lightning and you're gonna die, and that's it.
Well, that may be why you think, like,
Yes,
that may
that
be
is
how
why
you
I
believe
think that.
science works. But like,
That is how I believe.
but science
works.
is not.
That's right.
Science is not empiricism, and it's certainly not physicalism. Those are metaphysical arguments that science does not endorse.
I just don't agree. I don't think there's anything more. I don't think there's anything metaphysical about you. I think you are a microbe. I think you're just the same as a microbe.
But
so whatever,
how would you even know if you don't engage in metaphysics? Why should I believe in any of this? Like, all you're saying is I believe it because I believe it, and I believe it because I believe it over and over again. And then I say, like, well, why do you believe it? And then you're like, because it's true. Like,
oh no, I believe it because that's what like scientists say is true.
I mean, like,
true.
that's not necessarily that's not necessarily the case.
General.
There's religious scientists, right? So we're just going to argue that, like,
well, yes.
So, like, they don't necessarily think
I believe what I was taught in my biology textbooks
encompasses the entirety of your existence. But there's no reason to think that.
The reason I think that is that all the other ideas that have been presented to me sound immediately like horseshit that isn't true, makes no sense, and is
what
not
ideas have been
generalizable to anything else. So including everything you're saying right now. So nothing has ever, like, you really want to get to why I think it. I thought it because I think it because I was taught it. It seems true. All the smart people on the planet seem to also think it's true. And all the people who say it's not true
there are
seem
plenty
like
of religious scientists, like the head of the Genome Project,
members who don't want to die.
The head of the Genome Project is a Christian, but like the thing is that like
even the head of the Genome Project doesn't want to die.
Well, yeah, and that would be fine. Like if you could say like all of this, if you could explain if you could explain your position, yeah, fine, I'm willing to hear you out. The problem is you're not willing to explain your position because you don't know how to justify it because it's just a belief because you've never actually looked into this. And so when you look at the religious people and you're like, oh, they're only motivated by their desire not to die, right? That would be, I think, mistaken because you're assuming the correctness of your own position extrapolating it onto religious people. Well, they're clearly deluded and they just simply do not want to die. Or maybe they know something you don't.
Maybe.
Yeah, so why don't you actually like engage in the metaphysics? Why should I believe in empiricism?
What would I do to engage in the metaphysics? You want me to read the fucking Bible?
No, I mean read philosophy. Why don't I read the fucking Bible? Like,
okay, so if I read philosophy, I'm going to believe that there's.
No, you could be a physicalist. There's plenty of them. Like there's physicalists all over the place. Like you just got to be able to justify. Okay. I can talk to a physicalist philosopher, and they're gonna make an argument about why the problem of induction is either not a problem, or they might make an argument that even if the problem of induction is true, this
just seems so abstract and evasive. Like I feel like you're asking me two questions. You're switching back and forth between them. One is why, Max, do you personally believe this? The answer is because it's what I was taught in school, and it seems true, and I've never seen anything to make me think it's not true. And then the second question is justify why it's true. It's like you're asking me justify why, like, my shirt. Like why is my shirt blue? Justify why my shirt is blue. I'm like, I can't.
You can think about your thoughts. Like you can say, like, so for example, if you can justify why your shirt's blue, you might be like, oh right, yeah, because frequencies, like the frequency of light hitting my eye causes me to have the abstract image. You know what I mean? Like you can offer a causal explanation of that. I'm asking you
but why? But why? No, why? Why is that the frequency coming off of the shirt? Why'd that happen? But why they put the dye in the shirt? Why'd they find the dye? Why can you see blue at all? Why is this? And it's like
why? Answer, what's wrong with why?
It just evolves into meaninglessness.
Oh, does it? I don't think it does. I think if anything, it frees us from meaninglessness, Because I think a lot of the time, if we don't ask the question why, we become dogmatic and incapable of actually engaging in... I think we become needlessly dogmatic. I think that we assume something is true without any justification. And this is what I would accuse, to be entirely honest with you, most religious people of doing. They become like dogmatism, like so dogmatic that they're like, oh, well, yeah,
Yes.
well...
Okay. I am like a religious person, except my religion is science.
Yeah, like this. I hate
Yes.
this about both atheists and religious people. Ignorant as fuck. It's like, what's the point? Like, why should you believe any of that? That's so bullshit. Like,
Well, because you can't just do your own research when it comes to everything.
Well, you can. You could read
eventually-
philosophy.
Yeah, when you read, you're still just trusting somebody else.
They have to give a
tell you
logical
what-
argument, man. It's like mathematics. It's like you could read.
No.
Why
when
not?
I'm in like an undergrad psych class, and they're like, "Here's a diagram of a dendrite." I'm not going to be like, "Prove it." Prove that that's really a dendrite and that it does what you say it does. Like, no, I'm just like, okay, got it. You know, that's how there's no, it's not.
Yeah, you can
functional
have that
to
like
it's not-
surface level.
Wait a second. No,
knowledge.
wait a second. It's not functional to interact with the world that way. To audit every single thing every expert tells you. Eventually, you have to just like trust what others are saying if they seem like they know what they're doing, and kind of get a gauge for like how to like take in information and judge whether it's bullshit or not. But you're saying whenever somebody tells you information that tells you that you're just a worthless pile of cells that is going to die meaninglessly, then you're like, whoa. If you tell me this bathroom
It's not
cleaner
just
kills
that,
all the
like-
microbes in my toilet, it says it on the bottle, that's what it does, so I'll use it. But if you tell me I have to die, whoa, now I have to read 100,000 books about whether or not this is actually true, because you just don't want it to be true. You just don't want to die.
I personally chose philosophy as a career. So, like, I'm not saying you have to be a philosopher. And if you wanted to point towards an expert of why you have that certain belief, like,
well, you just
for
said
example,
you said I'm ignorant. You said I'm ignorant for believing my science teachers when they told me how the world works.
Well, if the science,
So
you're telling you the
I'm
science
ignorant because
teachers.
I went to school and then believed
So
what
your
my
science
teachers told me.
teacher-
And, like, that's not what ignorance is.
No, your
you
science
just desperately
teachers-
don't want to die.
your science teachers taught you that physical reality is all that there is. If they did that, then I think they're overstepped their field. And I'm sorry you had bad teachers.
No, they didn't say physical reality is all there is. They said this is what a person is. This is what
Your anatomy.
consciousness. Yes.
They said that this is what consciousness is. You had a science teacher say there's consciousness.
Yeah, the psychology of perception.
So as a psychologist. I thought you said a scientist.
Well, I think psychology is a science.
I do not.
I think neurology is a science.
I think neurology
And I
is a
think
science. I think psychology's not so much of a science.
What do you think it is?
I mean, obviously we can agree that it's at least a soft science if it was to be considered scientific.
Sure.
I think that it has... I think it desires to be a science in terms of its methodology, but then a lot of the time they
What do you
can't-
think it is?
I think it's a form of philosophy.
Okay. So then I am a philosopher. That's great because I have a degree in psychology. I have a bachelor's of science in psychology.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah, it's like... it's
Yeah. Yeah. So no, they don't say this is all there is to reality. They say this is what a person is. And this is, more importantly, this is what a person's brain is and what it does. And I ain't never seen nobody do nothing that wasn't explained by what they taught me about what a brain does. Everything you're doing right now is absolutely what your brain does and is designed to do. I never heard anybody say or seen anybody do, and I never experienced nothing
Even
that I
if-
wasn't like,
even if
something
that was
beyond
the
my
case.
brain is happening. No, it's not. I never seen it.
Even if that
never
is
heard
the
of it.
case, they often can't describe the mechanisms and the underlying presuppositions about those mechanisms. Like, out of all the I haven't read like a shit ton of psychology, but the psychology that I have engaged with seems to make just assumptions, and one of those assumptions is materialism. They don't engage with their foundations. Philosophy of mind doesn't. I think that'd be worth reading for you. But, you know, it's one of those things where I think psychology is, self-justifying in many ways. It attempts to be, anyway. I don't think the
Okay.
whole field's bad. I think it's just a problem of empirical psychology.
I reject your assertion that I am ignorant because I listened to what my teachers told me. I reject your assertion that I
Wow.
misunderstood what my teachers taught me, and I reject your assertion that my teachers were teaching me the wrong thing.
That's fair enough. I mean, to be fair, one, I don't think you're necessarily ignorant. I think that
Well,
you
that's
can be
what- that's
wrong
what
and
you
be.
said.
You can be. I think that your ignorance is when you overstep the field. So, for example, I think psychology has value. I think that there is psychological approaches that are not empirical. For one, empirical
Well,
psychology is only one part of psychology. Very popular, but not necessarily the only part.
Wait a second. I don't think it's overstepping the field to answer a question of what am I. The psychology field has one answer.
Yes,
if you're
but
in
then
a
you have to.
poetry class, they have another answer. If you're in a philosophy class, they have another answer. If you're in an art class, they have another. Every
That was very Aristotelian.
every
I was actually not bad. I was very Aristotelian. Well done. I was,
I don't know what that means, but every discipline has its own answer to what am I. So, and you're saying I don't think they're overstepping their field. I'm just saying.
Well, I think that's
That's,
if
to
they
me-
said that's
to me,
all you are,
that's
I think that's
my
when they would
answer.
overstepping that field. It's not the same like what. Don't get me wrong. I don't disagree that there is a concrete psychological reality from which people are predictable. That we can predict certain aspects of people. I don't think that this necessarily relates to a causal chain caused by your brain. And I don't think that they've ever managed to give evidence for that. To be entirely honest with you, I think that we can look at correlation in terms of people getting smacked in the head and their behavior changing.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, a blow to the head might very well do that. But that it doesn't necessarily instantiate like a physicalist explanation of reality. I think that if your psychologists, psychology professors, were telling you metaphysical, they trying to extrapolate metaphysically and talk about metaphysical facts, yeah, I think they're overstepping that field unless they can give an argument for that. Unless they were telling you this is why I believe that, and they have an argument for that. It's just a assumption. It's like science doesn't ever start with assumptions. It's like, well, it does, but it never relies purely upon them. It's
Yeah, but all this just comes back to like, yeah, but you can't prove that I am not.
It's like if I
gonna
asked a
live forever.
scientist. No, it doesn't.
You can't prove that I'm not going to live
if
forever.
I ask
a
a
scientist can't prove that. You're right. I can't prove it. And a
That's
scientist can't prove
not
it.
what I'm saying.
You and others can make up whatever you want about how you're going to live forever, and no one can prove otherwise. You're absolutely right. But that doesn't make it true, and it doesn't make it a problem.
I
to
care
not
about
believe it.
truth.
It's just made up shit.
I care about truth, and that's exactly why I want you to justify empiricism, because empiricism is antithetical to a notion of truth. That's exactly why I care about this. Because when you assume something like empiricism or physicalism, it becomes anti-scientific. That's why it annoys me. Because this is an unscientific way of dealing with this. Is everything okay?
No. Somebody's spamming the N-word in my chat.
Ah,
I have to, I feel like I don't have any mods here.
I hate
The
that.
mods are
Oh, man.
The mods are sleeping. I have to hide there. There we go.
Have you managed to sort it out? Because there's nothing worse than that, especially since YouTube holds you accountable if you don't sort it out, basically. Have you not got... you should put... Are you on... Is it YouTube that you're streaming on right now?
Yeah.
You should go into your mod settings and you can ban certain words.
I couldn't ban the N-word. It's one of the best words.
Then you're just giving yourself
No,
more work.
I think I did ban it already. I don't know why it's showing up.
All right. Have they used the one? Because I also had to go in and make sure that things like that were...
Yeah, they're just using the regular old N-word.
Ah.
Oh, maybe is that like a L or something?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah, sneaky
it's probably,
bastards.
it's because all caps. They probably snuck the L in there.
Yeah, sneaky.
Dang. Okay. I got it.
Okay.
They use emojis to get around. No, I think they got an L in there.
Okay. Okay. So
Okay.
I think your approach is
So-
unscientific, and you are gonna.
You think my approach isn't scientific?
Yes.
I think you're kind of crazy.
Aren't we all, right?
No,
No?
not about this topic.
Right. So I'm crazy because I disagree with you.
Yeah. No, you're crazy because of your wild inconsistency in how you expect people
What
to
inconsistency?
make sense of their reality.
How do I expect people
We
to
have a
make-
question from chat.
Wait a minute. No, I want to know
How
about my wild inconsistency. Come on, please. Please, I want to hear it.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll I assume you think it's reasonable for somebody to hear Anthony Fauci tell them to get vaccinated and then say, "Okay, I'll get vaccinated."
Yeah. Okay. So like, yeah. If like, so like for people to listen to experts, not necessarily one expert, but especially scientific consensus. Yeah. Okay.
But also just to make sense of the world by hearing somebody who sounds trustworthy.
Mhm.
I understand my chat gets really angry when I talk about Dr. Fauci. I'm kind of purposely trolling them. I know Dr. Fauci changed his mind about some things, and you're saying he lied about some things, and maybe he did, but he has my seal of approval as an information source. Anyway,
But that's the thing. Why should I trust an individual as an information source and not necessarily feel like? I think I would place reason on the part of an institution and not an individual. I think there's a lot of fucking
Yeah.
crazy doctors out there, for example, who believe a lot of wild shit. Right? And I think we can all agree that there are people in fields that most of the people in the field are going to be like, "You're fucking crazy, man. Why are you believing this?"
okay, I don't think there's any evidence we have souls.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. But
you?
then I was asking you
This is why I
why
think you're
you
inconsistent.
think
I think you're inconsistent because there's no evidence.
I'm asking you what you think
like-
evidence is.
I think evidence. I don't know. You want me to look up the definition? I think evidence is physical, existential signs that
Existential?
something
Physical
is,
existential?
that something is.
Right. Sorry, right, so physical reality. You'd say like empirical.
Sure, there's no empirical evidence
Yeah.
that of like the Pizzagate.
Right, there's no empirical
Conspiracy.
evidence of a soul. I agree. There is absolutely
Okay.
no empirical evidence of a soul.
Okay,
But
and
why
so
should I assume
I-
reality is empirical? Like merely empirical, not just simply
Well,
containing an empirical component,
I just think
but
that
merely empirical.
99% of the time when you're making decisions, you're going off empirical evidence.
Okay, so
Then
he has
that's
a-
how most people. It's how most people go through their lives and say, "Oh, well, I saw this, and so now I think it," or "I've never seen that, so I don't think that."
okay.
And
What
that
about
is-
if I was to say something like 1 + 1 = 2?
this is why I think you're inconsistent. You have this extremely high unrealistic bar that me being like, well, I believe this because it just is what I was taught. You're like, well, it's what you were taught.
Yeah, I
Okay,
disagree with what you were
dumbass.
taught. What's wrong with that? Like you disagree with what I was taught. Like I don't see what the problem is.
No, I don't think you're ignorant for thinking what you think.
I don't think you're ignorant personally. I'm not like
You
trying to
said
make
I was ignorant. You said I was ignorant for being an atheist. You're like, this is what I hate about atheists. They're all so ignorant. And I'm like,
ignorant in
because
the sense that
they
they
just believe
unwill-
what they're taught in
Yeah,
school. And
yeah.
I'm saying like that's how fucking most people
Yeah,
are. I
yeah, I
don't
agree.
fault you
I think-
for arriving at your conclusion.
I'm not faulting
the
you for
way
being
did. I'm
ignorant
not-
anyway, even if you are ignorant. Like I think that's a part of our condition, right? Like we're all ignorant
Well,
about some
feel
shit.
yeah, I just feel like you there's a lack of respect for my position having been arrived at in a way that you deem appropriate when it's the same way almost everybody arrives at all of their
Because if you're going to say that someone else is crazy for not believing in what you believe and that their position is necessarily wrong and they are delusional and crazy and you think I'm
Yeah.
the one being disrespectful.
well, I was disrespectful first.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Well, that's true. That's fair. Um, I think that when I'm saying it's a bunch of horseshit or it's delusional, I'm trying to be a kind of self-effacing in the way I say that. Maybe that's not coming across. I'm not trying to actually confront you and say this is horseshit. I'm trying to, um, I'm almost trying to soften it because if I say it in a way that sounds nicer, it's actually going to come across, I think, as more aggressive or patronizing. So I'd rather just say like, "Oh, I think that's a bunch of horseshit." I'm not trying to demean you or what you're saying when I say
Fair
that.
enough. I trust that you're being sincere and that you're not trying to demean me. So
I'm not.
do you see my point, my problem here? So in terms of epistemology,
I think I do.
in terms of epistemology, I think that, why should I believe, like, what constitutes evidence? Why
Yeah.
should I believe one thing over another? That's a very philosophical question, right? That's what it's a field in philosophy. And I think that, like, I'm not saying that you've done anything wrong or ignorant in the sense of that you haven't bared the burden of education correctly in doing psychology. I think you've done something right there in many ways.
Oh,
But
okay.
that doesn't necessarily mean that when we talk about a philosophical point about what is existence, that I can't go, well, look, like, I get where you're coming from, but have you considered that this sort of foundation of this worldview might be fundamentally incorrect, and that empiricism and physicalism, which you're assuming, might necessarily be wrong?
Not really.
But why
But
not?
I have no reason to consider it.
Well,
What would make me consider that? I guess is it. Wait. Do you want to hear my chat questions?
Yeah, go on. I mean, we can.
How can
Sorry.
how can science have anything to say about the metaphysical when it only concerns the natural world?
The foundations of science, and in terms of the natural world, actually specifically, are understood to be uniform for it to be able to create law-like structures. For me to be able to say the sun will rise tomorrow, for me to be able to say that an atom will behave a certain way, these are what sometimes get termed nomological laws. That have a logical component. I can explain how one event will inferentially link to the next. The reason that I brought up empiricism in this is because the most famous empiricist, David Hume, showed that empiricism as a way of thinking leads us to believe that there is no reason to believe scientific truth. And he was arguing against Isaac Newton. And the rebuttal against that was by a man called Immanuel Kant, who argued that there is a logical component in how reality works. Okay. And that logical component is built from perception. Now, I'm not necessarily defending Kant in everything he says, because I do have some major disagreements, but I certainly think that what he says is necessary to overcome what's called the analytic-synthetic divide, where I can say that a thought or an idea, in terms of a logical inference, has any relationship to the material world. Why should I believe Newtonian physics, or like Einstein's physics, like relativity, or quantum mechanics? There has to be some sort of connection between my ideas and reality, between a priori belief structures and reality itself. Otherwise, I have no reason to believe in things like causation. I see one billiard ball hit another, and I see no cause between them. And that's why I said before that when you brought up billiard balls, that it was interesting.
Now we're like experiments and statistics come in to just, if it happens a bunch of times, then
constant conjunction, but then you have no reason to believe in causation itself. It just keeps happening. So you're like, all right, it just keeps happening.
why do I need to believe in that? What does it matter?
Because causation is what allows us to extrapolate. So if I say, oh, it happens again and again and again, science doesn't work on, oh, it will probably happen. It will necessarily happen. It like the sun will necessarily die. The universe, like geometry won't cease to exist. Objects collapse in on themselves and occupy the same space at the same time. And time starts running backwards and forwards, and all of this necessarily implodes because then prediction becomes impossible. That's why it's unscientific.
Okay, I guess I just don't think that because the laws of physics break down as you fly into a black hole, that means that you have a soul. Or there's any reason to think you do. I agree there are situations where scientists don't know what happens when, but that it's like you're trying to find a fig leaf to hide the fact that you're going to die, and so you're trying to find some area of science that says we don't know, and then you're like, well, so a few hundred years ago, or maybe a couple thousand years ago, we would say, well, we don't know how thoughts work. And so the fact that I can sing a love song to my girlfriend means that I have a soul. And then when we discovered neurotransmitters and stuff, and we're like, okay, well, maybe that's not where the soul is hiding. Maybe it's hiding somewhere else. And we keep going. And now you're like, well, 10 billion years from now, time might run backwards.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Maybe.
I'm saying that
and so the fact that sounds really weird and unpredictable and we don't understand it, maybe it's in the dark matter of the universe. Maybe that's where my soul is. It just feels like,
I feel like you're mischaracterizing
to me,
this.
the mystery of what I am is solved. I don't have the question to ask. I guess that's why I'm not turning to philosophy for an answer, because I don't have a question.
Well, I gave you the question.
My question's about what I am, who I am, why I experience what I experience, why I feel the way I do, whether I'm going to die. These are all answered for me. I already know the answers to these.
You think you know the answers, yeah.
Those are the same.
No, they're not. You might
for
think
this one. I think they are, because you can't report back after you die. So I think thinking you know is the same as knowing, effectively, because you can't. It's an event horizon when you die.
I don't think that thinking you know can be equivocal to knowing. I think a belief. I mean, like, this is the point. Like, I'm bringing it back to truth and why I should believe anything in the first place, and calling into question empiricism in this respect. And what you want to say is, I already have the answers. I don't need the question, but I gave you the question. And then
what question?
It's as
what
in, like,
question?
Why should I believe reality is necessarily only empirical, what constitutes
There's no reason
evidence
to believe otherwise,
and why should I believe
other than terror?
Well, how would you know there's no reason to know otherwise unless you've engaged with the philosophy?
That's not how people think.
It's not how you think. It's how philosophers think.
That's not how anybody. That's not how you think either. That's what I'm saying. I think
it is how I think.
If I tell you, like, even by joining the video call, like, how do you know I'm not just like a CGI, like a super good CGI, like avatar, whether like VTuber? How do you know I'm not a VTuber?
Problem. Like the Turing machine. Like, you could be just like a kind of, like.
Sure. Well, I'm just saying I could be a cartoon. How do you know I'm not a VTuber?
Yeah, like, yeah.
Have you thought about that? Have you asked yourself if I'm a VTuber, or did you just assume?
I have actually thought about whether solipsism is true or not. Yeah, absolutely. I could be the only mind in existence.
Have you thought about whether in this call, since we started talking, has it occurred to you that this is not actually a video of me, that I'm a VTuber?
No, because I think solipsism's wrong.
Will you just answer this? Have you thought about whether I'm a VTuber?
I wasn't thinking about it. No.
Why? Why didn't you ask yourself that? Well, it's
Because
possible.
I think solipsism's wrong.
So
I have asked myself the question of whether solipsism is true. Yeah.
that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, why didn't you ask yourself if I'm a VTuber? Specifically. In this
I don't even
conversation.
know what necessarily... What
Why
is
didn't
what
you
is a
ask
VTuber?
yourself if I'm a VTuber? Why didn't you ask the question?
Probably because I don't know what a VTuber is. And also because I think...
Well, look at a
solipsism is-
cartoon. Why do a CGI representation of a person? Why didn't you ask yourself if I am a CGI representation of Max rather than a video feed? It could be. So why
Right.
didn't you ask? It's possible.
I suppose it is possible.
So
As
why
in-
didn't you ask?
It'd be because I have no reason to believe otherwise.
Okay. So this is why I have not. This is why I do not have any questions, and why I do feel that I have all the answers. I have no reason to believe otherwise. I was given an answer. It seems like a good answer. So I just stamp, okay, knowledge set complete, till something else comes along and makes me think it's incomplete. That's it.
Well, that's why
So
I brought up the problem of induction.
That is not. You bring up the problem, and I'm like, no, it still says complete on this box. I
But
don't.
why?
I don't care.
Like, if you
It doesn't.
have you solved the problem?
Why are you not going to be tortured for the rest of this conversation wondering if I am in fact a CGI representation of myself and not a video?
Because I have no reasons to establish.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. So you're
So
just
why would
so
you cite
go
on one
the
side
empirical
or-
evidence? It looks like a video. There's no reason to believe it wouldn't be a video. Every other time you've ever made a video call with somebody, they were also a video and not a CGI representation.
I see
So
what you're
that's just
saying.
how your brain works. Your brain works. It's like, it makes sense. I already know the answer, so I don't have any
Yeah,
questions. You don't
positive
ask questions
versus
about
negative
shit that you already
reasons.
have the answers to. Why would you?
But this is the problem. Like, why would? Like, can you just assume you already have the answers to everything?
Can you prove? Why would you assume this is a video? Can you prove it's a video? If I
Well,
ask
I mean,
you
yeah,
all
I
the
could
same
probably-
questions you're
I probably
asking me,
could
if I ask you all the
prove
same
it.
questions you're asking me, it doesn't make
Yeah,
any
I could
sense
point.
to
I
be
mean,
like,
in principle, yes, absolutely could prove this is a video feed, right? Like,
how?
So like, I mean, there's like a wide array of things I could probably. I guess if I was really committed to it, I guess I could go and be like, right, okay, so first things first, I could like, I don't know, I could contact.
Whatever you're about to say could
contact-
just be faked.
Oh yeah, everything could be
really good
fake. Yeah, I'm
computer.
not denying it. I'm not saying that there couldn't be.
So there is no way for you to
You're-
know for
so
sure.
you're
At the end of the
saying
day,
epistemic
you just have to sort of guess.
Yeah.
And like that's how
No, yeah,
that's
there's-
how
no,
we
no,
all
it's not-
interact
it's
with
not
reality.
guess- no,
we
no,
see
no, no, no.
we see
That's
well, okay.
totally different.
Let's-
You cannot say it's just
I
guessing.
don't.
That's like
I think
there's
it's the same.
fallibilism.
I think it's
and there's guessing. There's like, I think that like I could wake up tomorrow and be like, I think aliens are going to exist tomorrow, and I could think that every day, right? That would be
can,
guessing,
yes.
right? And then there's
Yeah.
then there's like
but
reasonable
that's
beliefs,
not a-
like I think that the sun will rise tomorrow. I think there's a big
Yeah.
epistemological difference.
They're both guesses.
They're both
though, right?
fallible. Yes, I'm not an infallibilist. Yes, I do believe that our knowledge is fallible.
Okay. And so at some point, you have to just say, well, yes, it's possible that the sun won't rise tomorrow, and it is possible that you are a CGI representation of a guy instead of a video of a guy. These are all possible. It is possible you have a soul. It's possible.
It's more about why
It's
do
possible.
I even think
It's possible. It's possible. But if I just look at what's in front of me, the way most people do as they go through their day or through their lives, I don't see it, and I'm not curious about it. 'Cause
It's more about
I don't.
what do I understand the sun to be? What do I understand the physical world to be? What are these things that I'm engaging with? And like, why do I understand them to be this way? And I think that asking yourself questions is ultimately, for the most part, a good thing. I think most of us in society are self-ignorant to our and I
Well, you think being conspiracy theorist is a good thing?
think no, I never said that. I
Because
think there's
you can just
rational
ask
and
questions.
irrational.
Okay, so some questions are not. It like some question. I think.
No, you
I
can
see
ask the
you the way
questions,
you
but
see
you
a
don't-
conspiracy theorist.
A conspiracy theorist makes a conclusion. They don't simply just ask the question; they make the conclusion. Like, so for example, a conspiracy theorist might go, aliens, the whole ancient aliens guy, where it's like there's something in existence and it's proven that aliens exist. That would be a conspiracy theorist. Now, I think that's closer to you because it's an unjustified dogmatism.
Okay. I'm
Do
saying.
you see what I'm saying?
You could also have yes, I do. I'm saying you could have unjustified questions. And I think that these philosophers asking these questions were asking them at a time when the fig leaf of the unknown in science was much bigger, and you could hide behind it much easier, and say like, what if we don't have to die? It just seems like that's a through line.
Like,
in all
I
of this.
completely agree with
But
science.
the fig leaf is
don't-
shrinking. We know much more about the brain
if anything,
than we did.
I think this is so strange because I would see my position as scientific, as in I would actually think the scientific method is invaluable. I think that like it actually gives us knowledge about reality. I think that it actually tells us something.
What is inconsistent is that you do not use the scientific method as you go through your life. You are only
How do I not
using
use
it in
the
this
science?
you're only using it in this one instance to smuggle in an unscientific belief. Because the scientific method
How is it
the scientific method
Tell
does
us,
allow you to do
please.
this.
Tell us how
But
it's
you are
unscientific.
switching lenses, much the way somebody switches lenses after a mass shooting to say like, oh, I believe in determinism when I'm late for work, but I don't believe it when somebody shoots a bunch of kids. Then I don't believe in determinism.
I think
then I believe.
I think,
in free
funnily
will.
enough, I think actually determinism is usually used to justify court cases like Clarence Darrow. Murderer commits a crime. Oh, he's not responsible for his actions. No, it's determined. Like that's actually when determinists usually get like put the hats on. And no doubt, like there is motivated reasoning.
And I think you are doing a similar thing where you're saying, well, when we start talking about if I'm going to die and if I have a soul and if it's wrong to eat chicken, then I purely look through the lens of the scientific method, and this is how I engage with the world. But then when it comes to us making a guess about whether I'm really a video or really a CGI person, or making a guess about whether you should get vaccinated, then you don't use the scientific method.
Here's the thing,
then you do,
Max.
you do
Why
more
are
of a
you
common
telling
sense
me-
evaluation of like, well, this is what strikes me.
Why are you
as
telling
true
me
and what's
how
not
I
true.
think rather than asking why how I think? Like why aren't you asking?
I'm telling you that I'm telling you I think you're inconsistent in how you think.
But you didn't show any inconsistency. If I'm honest, I didn't.
Explaining it. You're talking over me while I'm explaining the inconsistency.
But you explaining an inconsistency is me.
I ask you, do you think I'm a CGI creation? You do not use the scientific method and the fact that empiricism cannot be fully. Empiricism self-destructs when you think about it too much, and it can't fully prove anything. And the problem of induction, you don't have any of those problems when I ask you something that doesn't involve you dying. When I ask you something that just involves like, well, do you think I'm a video or do you think I'm? Are you going to be endlessly tormented? Are people going to spend 2,000 years writing books about whether or not Max was really a video or really a CGI creation? No, you just look at it and you see what you see, and you say, well, I don't have any reason to question it, so I just accept the evidence presented to me and move on to another topic. When the topic becomes, are you going to die?
But it's not when the topic
like,
becomes.
Whoa,
we could have started this.
Now I have to.
What
bust
is
out
science? We could have started this with what is science
to smuggle in a unscientific belief. So that is why I think you're inconsistent. And if
we could have started
that is not inconsistent, you're literally just talking. While you told me I didn't demonstrate something, and now I'm demonstrating it, and you're just talking over me.
Oh, sorry, I shouldn't be rude. I guess when over and over you're saying that it's that you're arguing that my reasoning is motivated and characterizing me in a certain way.
Yes.
Even though I say it explicitly. That's not why I'm coming at this like this.
Well, in what world are you going to be like, absolutely, my thinking is inconsistent, and I'm hiding behind the unknowable fig leaf in science and behind all this shit because I don't want to die because I'm terrified. In what world are you going to acknowledge that? Obviously, you're going to tell me I'm wrong.
Why wouldn't I acknowledge that?
Because you wouldn't do it if you thought it was true.
I mean, like, you might convince us. I might be like, oh, right, yeah, I see it now.
Yeah, but I don't think I have convinced you. So
no,
I don't think you do see it. So
no.
I'm assuming you're going to tell me I'm wrong, and you're saying why are you saying this instead of asking me what do you mean? I'm going to ask you if you're right.
No, you're going to ask me the way I'm approaching.
Isn't that what you're trying to teach me not to do?
No,
Lewis?
I think.
Okay.
Like I think that you could have asked us why I'm coming to this conclusion, like how I'm approaching the question. How I've gotten here, I might have gave, a talk on why how I came to the problem of induction, how my academic experience was one of, I went to university, we studied metaphysics, and I come to these problems because I engage with them as a career choice and not simply as a way to escape death. For example, I went to university, and it was going to university that made us become an agnostic, because I thought that, well, actually, the ability to prove something which goes beyond the human comprehension is irrational. So, you can't say that, I went to university.
The conversation started with you telling me that you're going to make me into not a behaviorist so that you will make me into a vegan. So you can't start a conversation like that and say, I'm going to deconstruct your entire worldview to make your diet different so that it's the way I think it should be. And then when I'm like, well, I think that you are in denial, then be like, why aren't you asking me about my academic background?
Well, yeah,
you're attacking my belief system. So I think we're debating. So I'm attacking your belief system. It's not like a mutual fucking interview.
I don't think you are attacking my belief system. You're actually attacking my proposed psychology. That's the problem.
Well, I guess I think they're inextricably linked.
Well,
as I believe you think mine is. You were like you don't want to be restricted by religion because it would inhibit your pleasure-seeking or your domination of your girlfriend or whatever.
I never said domination.
Well, clearly, whatever. You clearly have linked my rejection of your philosophy to my psychology. So I don't think you can call me out on that because you fucking did it too.
No.
Everything I've done in this conversation,
in response
everything
to you
I've done,
saying religious, that I think religious. You said I think you think religious people are deluded and trying to escape death. And I said, well, I think that many atheists are often trying to escape restricting themselves, right? That does but I'm happy to engage in a conversation. I'm not making it about psychology and why people are motivated in terms of the argument, because I care about the argument. I care about the actual conversation. You want to bring it back to the psychology because that's where you feel comfortable, Max.
Well, I told you you're inconsistent. That's not a psychological statement. I did say that you don't want to die, but I also said I think your thought process is inconsistent. I think when faced with a question where something just seems obvious to you, you don't reach for the scientific method and then say, well, this is actually not provable because nothing is. You just say, well, yeah, I believe this. When it comes to something like this topic, then you do reach for the scientific method. And you could say this, yes, I guess there is a psychological component to what I'm saying, but I'm also just saying it's logically inconsistent. The lens you choose seems heavily determined by the answer that you want to get don't want to get.
I bring up the scientific method in the first place is because we're talking about scientific beliefs, right? You're saying how should I understand reality in terms of whether it's physical or not physical? And I'm saying, well, I think it's a scientific approach to not endorse empiricism. So I'm just really justifying the fact that I'm saying that if you believe in science, empiricism is not a good avenue, and also I believe in science, and that's one of the reasons I'm not an empiricist here. I think that, well, not the reasons, but I think that it is
okay.
It's a good thing. But more than that, it's also in terms of this conversation, we started talking about a fairly deep concept, like what am I, right? And so when we're talking,
I don't think that's a deep concept. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay, you don't think it's a deep
I don't think it's deep at all.
I don't think, fair enough, Max. I'm not saying you do. But what I'm saying is that it is at least a complex, even if you were a psychologist, it is a complex. Don't you start telling me that psychologists think that it's basic.
I don't even think it's complex.
See, I think, well, okay, right? Okay, you don't think it's complex. Whatever, I don't care.
I don't think it's complex.
Right. Okay, fair enough. But what the point is, if we start talking about what we are, of course it's going to, of course I'm going to talk about why I believe something and why we ought to believe in, let's say, behaviorism or not. because you're like, I'm a behaviorist, and I'm like, okay, well, that's clearly a point of contention between us. I think behaviorism is necessarily flawed. And then I try to pull up the foundations of behaviorism, and then you start saying, well, wait a minute, why should I care about any of this beneath my beliefs? I just want to have my beliefs. And then I'll accuse you of dogmatism. Do you see that? And the thing is that
you did accuse me of dogmatism.
Yes, that's the thing.
Okay.
So, like...
Yes, and I agreed with you. I said, yes, I'm a religious person, and my religion is science.
Right, yeah, and I'm saying that I don't think dogmatism of this sort is justifiable. Like, why should you call one person deluded who's let's say, a fundamentalist Christian, and then say...
I get what you're saying, but I'm saying that you do not ask for the same justification when something just seems true and simple and obvious.
I absolutely do. I don't know why you think I don't. Like, if you say, like, why do I think...
Well, have you thought about whether somebody switched your shoes for identical shoes today? Or did you just assume it was the same shoes in the same spot you left them?
But, like, I didn't even disagree with any of that. I actually agreed with it. And then you said, you see, I think you're being inconsistent.
Your thought process is different. Your thought process about your shoes is much more like my thought process about death and existence.
Right. I don't...
Yes.
Like, I don't think so.
Well, have you asked yourself whether somebody swapped your shoes out for different shoes?
But it's about our thought processes themselves, not necessarily our thought processes.
Yes, I understand. I'm saying, as you look for your shoes...
Yes, but you're making this into a concrete question.
Do you question the empirical evidence about your shoes as you look for them, or do you rely on
the thing. Like
empirical evidence when it comes to locating your shoes and thinking about what they are?
I do actually approach life in a critical way. I do actually approach life in a way like I would go... Well, wait a minute.
Everybody does approach life with some degree of criticism, but the question I'm asking you is, do you question the existence of your shoes?
But why are you conflating that
question?
On
every day?
But there's no reason to... like, what I'm saying is that these questions are not the same.
And I'm saying they are, and that is our fundamental disagreement.
Why?
That's the impasse.
No, it's not an impasse. You can't answer it. It's not an impasse. It's only an impasse because you can't answer it, Max.
You're not... Wait, I'm asking you a hypothetical question. Or actually a literal question. I'm just
I
asking
can
a
answer
question,
you why I don't... Like, so I can answer you why...
No, I'm not asking you why. I'm asking you, do you question the existence of your shoes?
In what respect? Like, as in, like...
in any respect.
In any respect. No, I do not question the existence of of the shoes on my feet.
Could you?
Well, yes, I could, yes.
Could you write a 500-page book about it?
Probably, I guess.
Probably you could. Okay. So my point is, I engage with death and consciousness and life and biology, and what the metaphysical reality of what I am and who I am, the same way you engage with your shoes. If someone were to engage with their shoes the way you're engaging with the question of, do I have a soul, or what am I, or is my behavior determined, then you would think they're crazy. And so I understand. Well, no, I think actually, no, I think that they're all.
That's
how I feel. That's how I feel listening to you.
I don't think they're all.
I look at you and I just see a pair of shoes. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Dude,
and
man,
how can you talk about it so much?
There are philosophers who would be like, why should I believe in that this reality is what I perceive and so on like that. So I wouldn't think they were necessarily crazy. I'd listen to their arguments actually before I made a judgment about their mental health. But like
you wouldn't read. I don't think you'd read a 500-page book somebody wrote about whether or not somebody switched their shoes out for different shoes and how there's no way to prove it because blah blah. It's at a certain
I think you're missing the point. Like
our brains are just I put this in the pile of stuff. Even
if we agree that like there are questions that like are more or less important, right? To be answered in terms of the value of this conversation, knowing that you're a behaviorist, in saying that you aren't necessarily taking responsibility for your actions because you're a compatibilist, in knowing that these actions are going to have ramifications that could lead to the suffering and death of others. I think this is actually quite a high stake conversation. Whether I put my shoes on in the morning and think about whether they exist or not, it's actually very, very different. I don't think that someone will actually die.
Well,
if I don't put my shoes on, or if I don't believe my shoes, or these are the
I think
same.
you're making a straw man argument.
how is it a straw man? I'm saying that in terms of the reasons that we would engage in this form of questioning. I'm saying there is a very good reason.
Okay. Do you want to finish, or should I answer why
You can
it's a straw
answer.
man?
No, go.
Okay. It's a straw man because you're implying that because I'm a behaviorist, I don't believe in ethics or morality. So if I think our actions are determined or not driven by free will, if that is a lens I look through when asked what is the nature of humans in reality, that means that I don't believe in like laws or responsibility or ethics. You already know that not to be true because I already have answered this earlier in the conversation. So I don't think it has much bearing on my ethics.
So you don't think that there is an ethical relevancy to, I don't know, an individual having the possibility to act otherwise?
No.
So what's the point in ethics if I can't act otherwise? Like, what's the point in knowing something's wrong or right if I can't act otherwise?
That affects your behavior, whether you look at it as deterministic or not. If somebody's taught something is wrong, they will behave differently.
Okay, and the reasons they're taught it is wrong will be based upon on what? Like, what would you base something being wrong on?
In humans?
In general, why is something wrong?
If it makes people feel bad, if it makes people die, if it makes animals die or suffer, if it increases suffering, I agree there.
Right.
I think we basically assume life is good, human life is especially good, and so hurting it is wrong.
But I just don't, like, I guess this is the thing, right? Like, if, let's say you met someone who just did not think those things, are they wrong for not thinking those things?
I believe I would say I'm a relativist, so I think they're wrong, yeah.
Right, so...
I would try to convince them to believe those things, because that's what I believe.
But would there be anything to appeal to prove those things?
I would do what you're doing. I would put on my truffle pig outfit and I would go snuffling to figure out what they all. I would assume that some part of them already believes this, because I think that's just part of being like a mammal, is that you like it when you survive, and you like it when your family survives, and you like it when your species survives. And so I would try to plug into that somehow and see.
So why should
I would try to find the blockage. I assume a sociopath has some kind of emotional or psychological block that needs to be removed, and so I would think I was removing it the same way that you think you're removing a psychological block when you brainwash someone into becoming vegan. I think you're rewiring their brain.
What's the
you
difference?
think you're removing blocks. Maybe it's just semantics.
What's the difference in terms of? I think it is semantics, because I think that you comparing, like, when you're saying that you're actively emotionally manipulating someone to remove some sort of psychological block, I mean, why you think it's a block anyway necessarily imposes the idea that there is something impeding their function. That function could be working completely fine.
As estimated
by
me, impeding just comes from me thinking that they're wrong, and so I'm like, if your brain was working, you'd agree with me.
Well, why is the brain not working?
You would agree with me that it's upsetting that a bunch of kids got shot. So we have to fix your brain to make it so you also think it's upsetting when kids get shot.
But why is that brain not working? What about that brain means it's not working? How is it broken?
You asked me what is my definition of wrong. And so, like, shooting a bunch of kids is my definition of wrong. So if that's what you do or what you think is okay, then your brain isn't working.
Shooting a bunch of kids is your definition of wrong.
Shooting a bunch of kids is my definition of wrong. Well, I would say it could be an example of my definition of wrong.
Okay.
Because you're hurting people. People you don't really have any reason to hurt. A, they're kids, and B, you don't know them. So you're really just hurting people.
What if you just like hurting people? What if you just like hurting people?
Yeah, that makes it a little less wrong, I guess, if you're enjoying yourself. but it's still pretty.
But
Still
why?
pretty up there.
Why
with,
should
like,
I
the
believe
most
in
wrong
right
thing.
and wrong in this respect anyway? Like, I don't know. I guess this is why I assume that, like, because most
Ooh.
people who would argue this way would just end up being nihilist real quick.
I'd see that's a straw man that religious people
I said
always
most,
make, but
not-
it's not true. Most atheists are not nihilists.
No,
It's not true.
I'm not saying that they are nihilists. I'm saying that most people who think that, in terms of right and wrong being relativistic, and being grounded entirely in, like for example, when you said before, you are just
I
a
don't think it's
meaningless
nihilistic at
clump
all
of
to
meat.
just say-
You
to
know,
just-
like there is no deeper meaning behind this. It's just sort of.
No, I don't think there's a deeper meaning behind it, but that's how I see right and wrong. If you're hurting people is wrong.
Right, yeah, but like this is the thing. Like,
And sometimes
if I ask
sometimes
why
it's
against
sometimes
someone
it's
who,
complicated.
yeah, but like if I ask why, someone who doesn't agree with you, you're just going to say
there's no
I
answer.
emotionally manipulate them into agreeing with me.
Yes.
Right now,
Yeah. Yeah. And I think hurting people is wrong, and so by trying to be a good person, I try to impart this message to my viewers, to the world.
you could
and
be a
people I
Nazi
know,
and do the
because
same thing, though, right? Like you could be a Nazi and be like, look, actually, what's right and wrong is Nazism.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you could try and convince your viewers.
Yes.
Right. So, like, in this situation, like, it's more about
That's
it's more about
like, I
why
don't-
should I
I
believe
don't
this is right? Or like, so, like, you brought it, like, I think there is some sort of blockage in his brain, or that his brain's not working properly. And then I said, well, why should I believe his brain's not working properly? Actually, his brain could be working as intended, because
that's well, I'm saying that's just a frame. I agree. I said it when I said this. I said it's just a framing. Like, yes, to somebody who disagrees with me, it would be brainwashing. From my point of view, it's opening your mind to realizing your love for your fellow man. I don't know which it is.
right, okay. So, in which case, there's like no reason to believe like
It's
there's no real reason to believe that a school shooter is
I don't know
wrong.
what we even mean by reason to believe. I don't even know what that means.
So,
No,
like,
there's no
there is
real reason to
nothing
believe
other than
anything I
your
say. You just
taste.
either do or don't. It's
There
just
is-
happening.
There is nothing but your taste that is going, like, it's not that you dislike Nazis and school shooters. It's nothing that they're wrong. It's that you dislike the idea.
Yes, I'm saying that is my definition of wrong. Wrong is what I don't like or what I deem harmful to humans.
How do you
or
know what you
humanity
do or do not like?
Or the planet Earth.
How do you know what you do or do not like?
How I feel, and then empirical evidence, and then how I feel about that evidence.
Okay. How do you know what you feel, Max?
Emotions are physical sensations in the body.
Mm-hmm. But that doesn't mean you have knowledge of them. Like, you know, people get confused about their emotions all the time. Take OCD. Loads of people convince themselves that they are anxious or excited when they're anxious, and vice versa. So you get people who convince
Absolutely.
themselves they're horrible, horrible human beings who are actually just scared of themselves.
Yeah,
So,
it's
like,
hard to know what you feel.
yeah,
Yeah.
it is. It really is.
Yeah.
It can be. And what I care about in this sense is, I think, self-knowledge, and grounding self-knowledge is valuable, because even if you're a subjectivist, you're going to have to know yourself. Now, what epistemic conditions are necessary for me to gain self-knowledge? Like, how do I gain self-knowledge?
Wait, why are you saying you have to know yourself? You mean to do a good job of it?
Well, to even know, like, so you could be like, right, I'm gonna go and shoot up a school because it's gonna make me feel good. I think this is right because it makes me feel good. And you're like, okay, this is what's desirable for me.
Mhm.
Then you go and shoot up a school and you're like, what have I done? I'm a horrible fucking human being. I should kill myself. You've made a mistake, right? Somewhere along the line in your reasoning.
Yeah, your own awareness of your sense of right and wrong was wrong, if that's what happens. Yeah.
Okay, so how could it be wrong against yourself if yourself is where right and wrong comes from?
Well, it's just your definition of right and wrong either changed, or your awareness of your own emotions changed.
Okay, so your awareness of your own emotions. So
Yeah, this is the truffle pig thing. This is where I think you want to convince people they already are vegan. And they just don't know it. And if they can connect to their feelings, then they will realize that they already know it's wrong and should stop.
I think, well, the way I would say it is I think that you already care about yourself. And I think if you already care about yourself, I think yourself is extrapolatable to all reality.
Yes.
But like,
Yes.
that's not necessarily like me saying you're vegan and you don't already know it. It's more about me saying that if you did not care about others, you wouldn't be able to care properly about yourself. It's like me saying that like
Yeah.
like your knowledge is built through a relationship, and it's our relationships with each other that allow us to gain knowledge. Which is why
I mean, you can care about a stuffed animal.
you could care about a stuffed animal. Yeah, doesn't mean that it's valuable in and of itself.
But I agree. You're projecting your feelings about yourself or your loved ones or whatever onto the animal.
Mm-hmm. But like, yeah, I agree.
Or something. It would be something sociopathic about like sleeping with a stuffed animal every day for like 5 years and then like putting it in the trash.
But like, that's fine. Like, well, I don't know. Like, you could be that way inclined. Like, I don't think that even if you are sociopathic, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, right? Like, why did I think there's something wrong with being sociopathic anyway? Like, why should I say like one psychology is better than another?
If you're sociopathic, you're 100% going to eat animals. There's no punishment for it, and it tastes good.
No, I don't know. I think that you can have ethical sociopaths, man. I watched an interview with a guy that had been diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and like psychopathy and stuff, and he was saying like he come to the realization that he was like doing the wrong thing and he wants to change, and so he one of the main things he does is try to stay away from people because his inclinations are to be predatory.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that he's done that through reflection. I think he saw himself and he's like, wow, that's kind of fucked up.
Okay, and that's your ethics without emotion in action.
No, I mean, I think that could be an example of someone who's not necessarily emotionally inclined to be ethical, but managed to motivate themselves otherwise. I think we're motivated through reasoning as well as emotional states. I think actually, fundamentally, our emotional states and our desires and how they are sublimated into our psychology in the first place are a combination of how we understand the world, which is why we often in therapy end up going back towards foundational events in our lives and the decisions that we made in them. Like, how did my mom treat me, and how did I respond to the way she treated me, and how did I then, kind of develop as a person? In fact, I would actually go so far as to say, without the capacity for this, therapy would be pointless.
Well, the capacity for what?
The ability to reflect upon the choices that you've made in terms of your development, and like why you've chosen to have certain beliefs about yourself, your parents' reality around you, and then how you project them onto, let's say, women, or how you project them onto like objects. Like, why am I sexually attracted to a plane or something?
Women are objects. Who knows the difference? I get what you're saying. I don't agree with you, but I understand. I'm following it.
Okay, that's cool. So yeah, like I guess like even from like a subjectivist approach, I guess the point is like, why should I believe I want one thing over another? Like, why should I believe my feelings are one way or another? And I know that the consequences, I'm motivated to care because knowledge of myself, if wrong, will inextricably harm me. So it's not like I can avoid asking the question like, do I like this thing? I if I make the assumption like, actually, yeah, I do really enjoy eating shit. Like, like what reasons have I, extrapolated that desire, like, and understood that desire to exist, especially if they're second order desires, not just first order. So you got like your first order, which is like, not even an urge, but like a, your desires about the world, and then you've got your second order desires, which are your desires about your desires. And I think that we'll have to ask questions about why I have these desires about my desires. Why do I have these desires? What about me would bring me a good life? And that's how I'm approaching this question. So when you say like, you're approaching this because you don't want to die, actually I'm approaching this because I want to live a good life.
Okay. And I see the abstract questions as evasive, evading reality.
See, like
You
us.
can't live it. You can't live a good life. I think of my life much more concretely. I'm like, I'll make YouTube videos for a while, and maybe I'll make a video game or write a book or a movie or a few, and then I'll die.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
I don't. It might be cool, or maybe not. I don't know. I just don't. I'm not gonna. I don't think about my life in terms of like the labels of like it's a good life or trying to live a good life. It's more. I just think my
Well, why do you want
the
to write
way I view
movies?
myself and my journey is much more concrete.
But why do you want to write movies? For example, I'll make YouTube videos, then write movies. Like, why do you want to do any of that?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No, and I can guess about it, but it's not. That's not going to become the driving like platform that I am on. It will just be a guess
Okay.
that will probably be wrong.
Well, that,
I just know that that's. I
that
just
would
know that's
really
my
suck
plan.
if you think it's going to be, if you think it's already going to be wrong. Like, why'd you be like, okay, I'm going to do all these things, and they're probably going to make me miserable, but I'm going to do them anyway.
I know they're going to make me miserable, but maybe they'll also make me feel good in some way.
So you are looking for some sort of goodness from it.
Yeah, but that's a secondary consideration. I'm looking to make YouTube videos.
So you haven't thought like you didn't have a motivation to make YouTube videos for any other underlying reason.
I've made quite a few of them, so I know I have a motivation, and I have thoughts about what that motivation is. But it doesn't. That's not when I conceptualize my life. I don't think about it the way you do. I don't think about it like I'm doing this so that. I think I'm gonna do this.
So you don't think
And
I
I
don't have
exactly know why I'm doing it, and people ask, well, so why do you make your channel? I'm like, well, I want to increase empathy between people. It's like a talking point now. Like I'm just repeating what I said last time because I remember the answer to the question. I don't know. I don't actually know what I'm doing. I don't know why I'm doing this. I know that I'm doing it. I know I'm driven. I'm like a little beaver.
right.
Okay?
Yeah.
I know I'm doing something, and I know it's very important, but I don't know what it is. I don't know why I'm doing it. And I don't even know that I'm capable of knowing why, and I don't need to know why. I'm
Well,
just
I
going
mean,
to do
you
it.
kind of like. I thought you said that you think we're simplistic. Like that's so strange. Like if we're so simplistic, then sure you should know why.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think we just have a lot of blind spots. I think after I die, it will be very easy for somebody to sum up my life in a few sentences or less, and they'll probably be pretty accurate and do a better job of it than I could now. So we're simplistic, but we're also like dumb.
I think after you die, I think it is easier to sum up your life. I think a complete narrative is easier to sum up. Like if
Yeah.
once I've read Harry Potter, like I can be like, oh yeah, good book, wizards,
Right.
flying
Yeah, so
cars.
I don't know what I'm
like,
gonna do.
Yeah, but I think like talking about your life as a narrative which is already complete would be not talking about yourself as how you engage with yourself, right? Like I mean, it might be. I mean, I could be wrong, but like you're the one currently trying to write your life. You're the one that's like, I'm going to do X. Not
Yeah, I'm just yeah. But I just think you have a much more abstracted way of writing the narrative of your life.
I mean, no doubt, I'm a philosopher. That's what we do, right? Like,
Right, and I'm a man of science.
I like science too. I don't think that you're a psychologist. Like, I don't like that. There's no reason
I'm
to
not
say
a
that.
psychologist.
Oh, like a psychology major.
I'm, yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing
I'm
wrong
an
with it. I'm not saying
ex-student.
as I said, like I do think there's a lot of value in psychology, right? Like I think you've got to be an idiot not to say that.
Okay. My view leads me to eating animals.
Yeah, and I would like to challenge
a lot
that.
of them.
Yeah, I would like to challenge
Okay.
that.
Okay, well, should we talk about that? Because we've been talking for 3 hours.
Yeah, but I guess the problem is that like if we get, what's the point of talking about? Like I guess like I want you to not eat animals, and I want you to not eat animals because I think it's wrong to not eat animals, like to eat animals rather. And so
Yeah.
when you do eat animals, I'm gonna be like, it's wrong. And then you're going to go, but
Okay.
nothing's necessarily right or wrong. It's all emotion.
Well, let's try it. Let's have the vegan conversation.
Okay. Do you think that
All right.
we're
The introduction is over, folks. It's vegan time.
This is most of my conversations. Like, to be honest, that looks really nice. But yeah, like 100%. This is the introduction. It's like the preface to the phenomenology of spirit. It's just
Yeah.
it's half the book. But like the thing is that like yeah, okay, right. Like, let's see if we can do this. So,
Okay.
Do you think you are justified in eating an animal, but let's say not a person, like a human person, as I would say it? I don't think animals are persons as individuals, but in a different sense.
I think the smarter the animal, the less justified you are. I think eating a person is only justified in extreme circumstances.
Right. And but what's the difference then? Why should I care about, let's say, intellect? So like if I was to say like they're a mentally disabled person, for example, like are we okay with eating them?
More okay with eating them. Like if someone's in a coma, I'm much more okay with eating that than a person who's, firing on all cylinders. I'm okay with eating a old person. More okay with eating an old person than a, younger person.
But
And
why? The
then
taste
probably more
much
okay
worse.
with eating a middle-aged person than I am with eating a baby. So there is some kind of hierarchy.
If anything, like why would you think that? Like surely like eating an old person would just taste worse. Why didn't you eat the baby? Like surely that's going to be the what's wrong with that?
Well, you're depriving the old person of less life.
Right, less life, and life is valuable.
Life is valuable.
Why do you care about life? Like,
I think it's just how I feel. I think that just gets too emotional.
okay, so when I
mean, evolutionarily, I think it's obvious why we would care about life.
I mean, it depends, right? Like, life is like a kind of abstract concept. You clearly mean like a human life.
Not just human life. I think evolutionarily, we have to care about the lives of other animals, or we will go extinct. We need other animals too.
But I mean, like you personally in this situation, because you can keep people.
Okay, so just my personally, life is beautiful.
Right, it's beautiful.
It's how I feel, and it's.
You sound more like the philosopher now. Like, but yeah, 100. Okay, fair enough. Life is beautiful. So life, you enjoy the
birds.
It brings you like satisfaction to see living creatures. It's aesthetically pleasing.
Right. It nourishes my soul. No, it's aesthetically pleasing, and it's and scientifically, I also know that it's important.
Okay.
And
Okay, so is animal agriculture aesthetically pleasing?
I don't know because I don't look at it much because it's not usually not. Okay. Sometimes it can be. It can be an idyllic thing, but factory farming is pretty ugly.
Okay. And if that was happening to people, would you not look at it? Like, let's say you were paying for it. Like, let's say it was happening for you. Would you avoid looking at it then?
Probably more so.
Probably more.
But yes, I get your point.
So, like, if you think life is valuable, like beautiful, why not value the life of a pig, a cow, a chicken?
I do. I don't think a pig should be killed for no reason. So Shaylin and I started buying a quarter of a cow every year.
Right. Why?
And to eat it.
Well, yeah. Okay. That was a silly question. Why are you choosing to eat
why?
That other than something else? Let's say like chickens and all
that. Just you know, protein, iron. It tastes good.
Okay.
What's the shit that people creatine?
Creatine's
Yeah.
you naturally produce creatine anyway. Like you don't really like creatine. Like your body will produce enough creatine, but if you wanted to supplement creatine monohydrate or something along those lines, you usually get
But
told to cycle it.
you can also get it by eating beef.
It's not actually good for you anyway. But yeah, like are you working out? Is
Well,
that
I
reason
think
that
it
you're
is. You're asking me about my motivation, so I think beef is good for you.
no? I mean creatine. Like I'm not necessarily talking about beef in general. I mean, I can argue that
I
beef
think
isn't good for you. So if you want to talk about that, I think beef is actually really harmful.
No. I thought you were asking me why I do these things.
Yeah, like I am asking you why you're doing these things, but I'm just kind of curious as to why
Okay.
you wanted creatine. Like it's just more of a segue, just more than anything. Just I take an interest in, like, for example, I've just started the gym, right? And so I'm interested in going to the gym. I used to take
Okay.
creatine monohydrate because I wanted to increase me like performance. You get maybe one extra rep if you're lucky. You kind of
Sure.
that kind of
Yeah.
thing. But then you get kidney damage. So it's kind of like a balancing act, right? Like where you kind of like, well, is it worth the kidney
Right.
damage? But
Yeah.
yeah. So it was more of an interesting kind of.
I'm not aware. I
personal
don't know
interest.
if creatine causes kidney damage. I didn't know that it did.
It can.
don't think it is,
I think supplementing creatine more than anything. Your body's quite good at regulating your own production of creatine.
My understanding is that creatine is a harmless supplement, but that's I may not know. That's what I thought though.
No, it breaks down, I think, into something nasty. Is it arsenic? It's something nasty. Your body breaks it down into something nasty. But anyway, I guess the point is that obviously you're eating these animals for nutrition. Is that what you're saying? And pleasure.
Nutrition and pleasure.
Yeah. Okay. So nutrition. Do you think that you could get this nutrition
But
on a vegan diet for
it's
one?
nice to buy a cow that's not factory farmed.
Right.
So the cows we eat are, whatever. Oh, they're happy for a while and then they die,
Right.
supposedly, according to the pictures on the website.
Not usually. Like in terms of free range cows, they're actually like.
Wait a second. Are you telling me I'm wrong, or are you asking about my? You keep switching back and forth between asking about
You said no. Just because I thought you were saying like
beliefs?
I think they are, and so I was just like
I'm saying this is why this. I'm answering your question. Why do you buy a cow? Why would
Okay.
I pay more for
Fair
a
enough.
local cow? Because I know it's just one cow
Okay.
instead of the parts of many cows. Maybe that doesn't make a difference. But I know it's not a factory farm
Okay.
and minimal suffering from a smarter animal.
Okay. So you care about reducing the suffering of animals in this case,
Yeah,
but not enough to stop eating them.
not enough to stop eating them.
Why? Like, what is it about it? Like, as if like, is it about the taste? Is it that's what's stopping you? Is it about the nutrition? Like, what is it that would prevent
It's
you from
both.
buying?
It's both. It's taste and nutrition. Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk nutrition first. Like, what about the nutrition do you think that would be unavailable on a vegan diet?
The protein to calorie ratio is pretty good.
Let's have a look.
And
So, let's say what kind? You're eating beef, right?
yeah.
Any specific kind of beef that I should be aware of?
No, pretty much every cut I think is included.
Okay, so let's just like do ground beef, maybe sort of.
Well, I think ground beef is going to be the fattiest, but
You're
that's
probably
fine
right.
if
Well,
you
it
wanna
depends
go
on what
there.
kind of, because you get like sirloin beef and all that horrible. Anyway, like sorry, from my position, it's horrible. I don't mean to import my disgust, if you will, into the conversation. I think that would be inappropriate. Beef.
Okay.
So like beef nutrition, right?
Okay.
Say per 100 grams, right? So according to this, per 100 grams, we're looking at about 250 calories and 26 grams of protein, right? Or actually, this one's saying so
That's a little fattier than
beef.
I'm sure some of the beef is fatty, and although I think if you let some of the fat run off, you probably can get it to a leaner state than that.
Well, let's say sirloin, right? Because that's like supposed to be like fairly like not too bad, like sirloin steaks and all that.
Sure.
Yeah, more
Sure.
lean. So let's say 244 calories to 27 grams of protein.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
take
I think
something.
that's raw though, so you probably can get it a little leaner depending on how you cook it. But sure.
Yeah, I don't know if it actually is raw necessarily. Actually, is it cooked? Is it sure? That's broiled, so that's not raw. So that's
Oh,
broiled.
broiled. Okay.
I don't know if you can change it to like. No, I don't know how. I don't know. Either way, it's not going to go up and down like a huge degree unless like maybe if you trim off all the fat and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well,
But
we want to
even
eat
then,
something really lean. We eat chicken breast.
Right. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we're looking. Let's just write these numbers down. Like in terms of like protein to calorie ratio, we're looking at let's say 244 to 27.
Okay.
And since you're eating all the kind of cuts of meat, I think that's fair because I think sirloin's pretty good from what I'm aware. If you're eating like a kind of wide selection, right? Let's take something like, then like we'll do chicken breast as well.
Um.
So let's say like
Some of it seems pretty lean though. So like if you do like lean stew meat nutrition.
lean stew meat. Okay. And so I got chicken breast first. That's 165 to 31 grams.
Yeah, that's pretty lean.
I don't think you're gonna
Hard to
find
beat
beef
chicken
that's
breast.
yeah. I don't think you're gonna find beef that's gonna be that. Okay.
So like on my Fitness Pal, I see 160 calories and 23 grams of protein for lean stew meat. 140 calories, 25 grams of protein. So some of the cuts are
So how
pretty
much,
lean.
sorry, was
some
that?
of them are fattier. Oh yeah, we eat a lot of ground turkey too.
Right. I mean, are you okay to just work with like say chicken or something because otherwise like we're gonna end up
Sure.
like having to compare like everything, and I think chicken's probably
I'm
like
sure
representative at least.
we eat the most chicken out of anything. So yeah, let's do chicken breast.
Right. Cool. Right. Okay. So let's have a look. So so this is saying, see if I can find a sort of something like textured vegetable protein. Right.
Okay.
So
Chickens are dinosaurs. It's
They are.
acceptable. Chickens are
yeah,
dinosaurs.
they are dinosaurs. Yeah, 100% they are. Killing dinosaurs. Seen too much
What
Jurassic
about
Park.
egg whites? Egg whites are pretty lean.
Yeah, they are. Okay, but just for the sake of things, rather than going through the entire like menu of possible animal products, we'll just see if we can hit your nutritional goals on a vegan diet, and then like, or not even nutritional goals.
Probably.
Like
I imagine it would cost
nutritional-
a lot more and taste a lot worse, but I'm sure it's possible.
You're sure it's possible. So I don't necessarily need to talk about. Let's say so. This is like for this TVP, we're looking at 314 calories for 52 grams of protein. So like for less than, so it's higher in protein and lower in calories.
No.
Yeah. Then chicken breast.
No.
Like, what was it? Just double check.
No.
Chicken breast was 165. And so not maybe around the same. Not too dissimilar.
I'm gonna get out my calculator.
I'm gonna
So
get out my calculator too
165
as well. So I may have
Divided
done the
by
maths.
what? 30.
31.
31 is
5.3.
5.3. Okay. And the textured vegetable protein?
314 divided by 52, which is 6.0.
Oh yeah, you're right. Wait. No, you're wrong. 6 is bad.
Is it?
Higher is bad.
Is it?
This is calories per gram of protein.
Isn't this just protein per calorie? Because we divided calories by protein, isn't it? Are we doing the maths right?
We did calories divided by gram of protein.
I mean, like,
it's grams.
like,
It's calories
there's a way
per
to do it.
gram of protein.
Protein's 4 calories per. Protein's 4 calories per.
So having more calories per grams of protein is bad.
I'll work this out, right? So protein is, so it's 52 times 4. It's 208. 208 divided by 314 times by 100 is 66.2. So TVP is 66.2 percent protein in terms of calories. 66% is of the calories is protein. Let's do the chicken. So chicken was 165, 31. So that's 31 times 4.
Don't go up against chicken breast, man. Come on. Don't go down.
What,
don't
man?
go down the chicken breast.
One second, right? So like that's 124. 124 divided by 165 times by 100. It's actually higher. So it's 75. So the chicken breast is actually higher. Yeah.
Chicken breast is some lean shit.
Yeah, it is lean as fuck. So you're looking at about a 10% decrease. Right.
Right.
And for your goals,
I eat about 100 grams of protein a day.
I eat 186.
Okay. That's a lot.
That is a lot. Yeah. Like, in terms of your goals, do you think that you could achieve it with these kind of percent? Like, how actually, like, here's a good thing. How much, as a percentage, how much of your diet is protein? You eat 100 grams of protein. How many calories you eat in a day?
If I'm good or if I'm naughty?
I don't know which you prefer. Like,
I prefer to be naughty.
Okay. Which would you prefer?
I'll say like the goal is like 1,800.
1,800, and you're eating 100 grams.
Yeah.
So you're looking at about 400 calories of that is.
Yes.
Yeah. So
protein.
that's. So like. I can't believe I can't do that off my head, but that's 400 and. Oh shit! I just did that totally wrong. Like it's 4.5, but 45% I think. But 1 second, so it'll be 400. Actually, 400 divided by 1,800 times by 100. So 22% of your diet is protein. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
TVP, like I'm not saying you're going to just eat TVP. That's over 50%. Like tofu is really high. Beans, lentils, legumes, you could easily hit 20% of your diet as protein even on a 1,800 calorie limit.
You have to eat a lot of beans to eat 100 grams of protein.
Black beans are actually pretty good.
Prove it.
Black beans nutrition.
You show me how many calories in beans I have to eat. It's about like over half of my food would be beans.
I'm not going to say that you're only going to eat beans. I think unless you just want to eat beans, that would be weird. Like,
okay.
Like,
same with tofu. I think it would be like 1,000 calories of tofu to eat 100 grams of protein.
Maybe like 1,000. If I can eat, man, like 186. So like 30% of my diet is tofu. Not tofu. 30%. 30% of my diet is protein. From a variety of different sources. I get like.
I know, but a bunch of the sources you're mentioning are like 10 calories per gram of protein. So if I eat them, I get my you got to just admit, eating a pound of chicken breast gets
convenient.
me like 100 grams of protein, and it's like 500 calories versus getting 100 grams of protein from beans. I'm looking at eating like 1,200.
I never said you should just eat beans.
All my food will be beans.
I just said like you could. I said you could eat beans.
Well, you could, yeah. I could
beans,
eat
lentils,
beans
legumes, tofu, TVP. Like you can eat a variety of these things. You can supplement if you want. Like you can get a vegan protein supplement, which is like hemp and pea protein and stuff like that. You can eat like loads of stuff. Like
it's expensive.
It's not like come on, man. Do you think that vegan stuff is more expensive than like, for example, like TVP, right? Is like
absolutely it's more expensive.
It's really not, man. It's really not. Like, why do you think it's more expensive?
Show me 100 grams of protein and pea protein powder that is not more expensive than chicken breast.
in pea protein powder. That's not more expensive than chicken breast. Okay, 1 second. Does it have to be pea? 'Cause I don't even know. I don't
Whatever,
even...
whatever you want.
All right, let's just check. Pea protein isolate. It is currently £9 on myprotein.com.
Okay.
For a
servings?
kilogram.
9 pounds per kilogram. Okay, how many servings?
There's 23 grams of protein per serving, and I'll check how many servings. Give it a second. How the hell? Where even is this? Wait a minute. I have to end up working it out because it's gonna make us work it out, isn't it? Tell us how many servings is in the packet, dick. 23 grams per serving. 1 second. Product details. That was really unhelpful. 1 second. Suggested use, maybe. 1 scoop is 30 grams. That's a serving. So 30 grams. So is that like 1,000? That's like 300, like 30 servings or something. Is that 33 servings ish?
Let's just do it with a calculator.
Yeah, let's just do it with
Don't ish me. Just tell me how much am I paying
30
per serving, and how many calories is it?
33.3 servings. There's £9 per 1,000, so that's be like 9 divided by 33. Is that right? Yeah. So that's per serving is 27 pence.
Okay. And how many grams of protein is that?
For like
Per
like,
serving.
I think it was 23 grams.
It's 23 grams of serving. 23 grams of protein per serving of protein.
Yeah. So it's it's just over really a penny per gram of protein, basically.
Where is this? My protein?
Myprotein.com. It's on sale right now. It's currently £9.43. Pea protein isolate. Probably have soy protein isolate. Yeah, that's even cheaper. That's £7 per serving is.
Okay. So pea protein is a
27.
How much is a pence? And what's the exchange rate?
This is awful. I hate the exchange rate. Dollar to pound. Currently, it's $1 is 0.7. So, like, if I was to put like a.
Okay, so you're saying I can get 100 grams of pea protein for $1.26.
So is that. So.
Is that really true?
11.
That is pretty cheap.
Yeah, it is. No, man, like you can't do it cheap. Yeah.
It's on sale. Why is it on sale? Why is it like half off? Is that normal?
My protein does like a lot of sales. If I'm honest, like there is a lot of sales. It's kind of like I don't know if it's like a thing. You can get like really cheap on Amazon as well. Check Amazon if you want. But yeah, like this isn't like you don't have to go super expensive with things. Some people like to, like, you know.
Wait, wait a second. I'm on myprotein.com.
Mm-hmm.
I have $49 for 5.5 pounds.
Pounds. Oh, got it.
On in the U.S., I have $32 for 1 kilogram.
How many pounds? 45 pounds. Or per how many kilogram? Wait, how much for per kilogram?
Hang on, I'm gonna put this on the screen. I'll send you a link. A kilogram is 2.2 pounds, and it's $32. Here's a link.
I hate when you talk about pounds. It's like,
I'll talk in kilograms.
Thanks, man. Sorry, it's not like I'm just not used to it, really. Okay, so this is 5.5 pounds.
All right. So I have it on
5.5.
the screen so people can see.
So that's 2.4. So 2.4 kg. 34. So that's 2000. When's that? No, it's like 2004.
Oh my God! Just get to the pet argument already. Stop talking about peas. This is abuse. Oh no, we're gonna talk about these peas.
Man wants to know whether. So that's like 87.
So you're saying in the UK, pea protein it costs.
So it's 87.
Quarter?
Well, I can link you the if you know the
Sure, link me.
British one.
Link me the British one. Maybe the problem is that some are not British.
Nah, because I know American vegans. They say it's cheaper as well.
All right, send me the link.
Actually, one second. Wait a minute. So let's just work this out. So that's like per what's that? So how much are you? So it's $48. How much is that in pounds? Like,
Yeah, it's literally 4 times as expensive in the U.S.
might be because of my protein. I don't know if is my protein good over there. Wait a minute. No. So 38 pounds. So that's 38 pounds for 80 servings, right? So that's 38 divided by 80. So that's can anyone remember how much I said the
Wait, why is it so much cheaper?
So like yours is 47 pence per serving, and
isn't this a red herring? You have to pay more to end slavery. No, he's trying to get the slam dunk of showing that it's cheaper and it ends slavery, obviously.
yeah, it's not like that. I'm just mean like you can do it in a way that is not going to like bankrupt you and that it's super expensive is what I'm showing. Like even if it was a little bit more expensive, I wouldn't be that arsed. It's okay, more of like.
So maybe we should be importing our pea protein. The shipping probably would make this not true. So in the U.S. to get the same amount of pea protein, it costs like three times as much at least.
I don't know because like I'm currently doing the maths. I don't think it's 3 times as much. I think I worked it out as it was 24. Was it 2,400? No, sorry, it was 27 pence over here, and it's 47 pence for you. So it's nearly twice as much. But yeah, I can check like as I said, I can check like Amazon. Just for like 1 second, like the. Rather than featured price, load of high.
Wait, 47 pence for what?
Per serving. It's 47 pence per serving. So it's like 70 cents.
Oh, it's like 70 cents. Yeah. That's right.
Let's have a look. If we go to your Amazon.
Okay, so chicken and pea protein are about the same price. Let's just say that.
Right, and that's assuming that you're getting it from that price. And I think like for example, how many pounds was that? Like pounds like weight, it was like 5.5, wasn't it? And it was like 40. I think it's like the same on Amazon. I think you can get it a little bit cheaper, but I can't be bothered to work it out because
a US serving is a different size.
Of course it is.
It's only 21 grams of protein.
So you just get a different product altogether. The US sucks.
Per 100 grams in the US, a large scoop is 25 grams. I think they're just measuring it differently.
All right, so you get even more servings then. All right. Okay, so like This is like Anthony's premium pea protein, and that is £2.
We
and
don't see a
that's-
huge price difference. I don't think I'd be saving money by switching to pea protein.
Well, I mean, it's not about necessarily saving money. It's whether it's expensive, because you said it was expensive. I'm kind of pointing out that it's not really that expensive. And like that's not including things like TVP and things like that. I think you could do it for probably cheaper if you tried. And I think you probably don't just eat like plain chicken breast, and you're not gonna like be like eating that kind of thing. It's like obviously you're probably gonna have more extravagance in your diet. Like the main point is to say that you could afford it, and that without being like disadvantaging yourself massively even.
Yeah.
Right, and we've already established that you could use it to hit your nutritional needs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I could switch from chicken to pea protein.
Yeah, and you could also eat things like TVP, textured vegetable protein, flavor that how you want. You could eat tofu. There's loads of different options. Tempeh.
Okay,
yeah.
so run me through the pitch. My brain is melting.
Okay, so basically the fundamentals is that you can switch all these products. You can basically, you said you don't like to end something's life prematurely, and that the only reason that you're doing it is because of one, nutrition, which we've established is no longer a valid reason, and then taste. I would even go so far as to say nutrition if you care about something like your vascular health. You're going to be healthier.
Okay, do you agree that the bioavailability of pea protein is not as good as chicken? It would need to be supplemented with some other form of protein to make it a complete.
No,
usable
complete
protein.
protein's a bit of a myth. What you're looking at is a different amino acid profile. But like the way that your body uses amino acids isn't. You're not actually going to have any problems with this. If you wanted to do anything about it, you could basically just eat something like rice anyway. So I'm assuming you eat rice with your chicken anyway, or something like that, and you would basically have you'd have the same profile. But even then, it's not really a big deal. It's not going to cause you any. Like, I mean, shit, man. Like, there's Mr. Universe 2014 is a vegan. Vegan Gains has like 90-inch arms, and is a vegan. Like, there's
Aren't they on steroids?
no, but there's loads of vegans that like, and even
How
if
do
they
you know
were
they're
on
not on
steroids, even if they were on steroids, you still need to eat protein to gain muscle.
but
And
I'm just saying, I don't bring up the 90-inch arms.
yeah, but you still have to eat the protein to grow them. Like, steroids aren't
This
magic.
guy looks. This Vegan Gains fellow looks pretty roidy.
Why?
I don't know though.
I mean, he's like, don't get me wrong. Like, he's been working out for a long time. I don't think that he's going to be on a natural limit or anything. Like, from what I understand. But then, hell, like, who the hell am I to say this? I don't think he is though.
I don't know. He looks like
Um,
he's on steroids.
why? Why would you say that? Just
My
because of his
unprofessional
size?
opinion. Why? Because he's too big and too lean.
Too big and too lean. Like, what do you mean? He's old, like lean photos of him, like kind of. I think that he only maintained that for a very short time when he talked about it.
I mean, even achieving it at all seems.
I don't know, like, because his muscles look kind of deflated and flat there, versus when like he's bulking, he's much like more round. I will say he's genetically gifted. He's like 6'3" and like a big boy.
Yeah.
But like there's loads of others. There's like, and even if he was on steroids, the fact of maintaining that physique anyway, it's still going to require like the same kind of like your protein synthesis goes up, but you're still going to have protein to like grow. Like so, it's more of the fact like you can do it. You could achieve your physical goals and be a vegan is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Right.
Yes. I mean, if you could just do cardio too. If you were eating too many calories to get your protein, you could just move more.
No, because then like when you expel more energy, you actually increase your protein needs.
Okay, but I'm saying at some point you could just eat like 5,000 calories in beans and like lift all day, and then I think you'd get there.
Yeah, but I mean, even with what we've been talking about, like in 1,800 calories, like I'm not saying like I'm not proposing some sort of weird like fucking you got to eat like 20,000 calories and pedal around Australia for 10 hours straight. Like I'm not like there are people like that unfortunately who will be like,
okay,
why don't you do
so
that?
I guess I'm not totally convinced that my nutritional needs would be met by switching chicken out for peas.
Like,
But
not just peas, but yeah, like, why? I just don't see why you wouldn't be like, I'm like, fair. Like, you can go and do your own research and see if there are other, like, the other alternatives. Like, I'm not gonna.
okay, so we can switch to pea protein. Okay, continue. I will go down the
Okay.
trolley ride.
So you
the argument here.
have an option to act otherwise, in terms of nutrition, right? And you could achieve
Yeah.
your nutritional goals, in a way which is reasonable. Why do you think that you couldn't enjoy yourself, like, you know, on like vegan, like, meat options and vegan?
It doesn't
vegan
taste as
supplements?
good. Come on, pea protein doesn't taste as good as chicken.
I'm not saying pea protein necessarily, and
None of it tastes as good as chicken.
I don't know, man.
Nothing tastes as good as chicken.
I guess there is a preference in this. Like, obviously, if you're telling me that, like, nothing in the world could ever taste as good, there's no way I can necessarily prove you
Nothing
wrong.
as
But I
lean as
used
chicken
to,
tastes as good as chicken.
I used to be like
It's-
the biggest
it's-
meathead, man, and I used to think I'm going to be the unhappiest person as a vegan, and I live like a pretty full and happy life in terms of like the food I consume. I don't think, like, you know, you've got like loads of vegan meat supplements now, like
Okay,
like
I just don't think
alternatives.
you're gonna show me a vegan food that is as lean as chicken that tastes as good as it.
But like, have you tried them? Like, have you gone to your supermarket and
what?
have you,
You tell me what food tastes
so
as good as
like,
chicken.
I don't know,
as
man.
lean as-
Look at like
that is as lean as chicken.
like, I don't know. One, I don't know what necessarily is available in your supermarkets, but there'll be like vegan meat chunks. Go and try them.
They're not as lean as chicken breasts.
I think they're probably like fairly close. But even
They're
if they're not, like, you
They're-
don't
they're
even
fatty. They're loaded with fat to make them taste better.
like, one, like, even if they weren't as good as chicken in terms of like
Yeah.
that protein ratio, you could
Okay.
like, which is somewhat contentious. Like, you could do it. Like, it wouldn't, like,
Show
you're
me
not
an artificial meat chunk that is as lean as chicken or anywhere close. They
fucking
don't
hell,
even
man.
make them because they would just taste bad. Stop, Max, please. Stop what? I don't understand. What do you want from me?
Right. Actually, is any American vegans in chat that's gonna like?
Oh, I do have vegans in chat. That's why we're talking. The vegans in my fan base wanted me to talk to you.
Oh, that's good.
I have a lot of vegans in chat, I think.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I do think that it's kind of like, I think it's kind of weird that you're like, unless it tastes like, it just. I guess what it comes down to, even if we were to cite, like, even if, like, no matter what I say, you're like, it's not going to taste as good as chicken.
No, fuck you. I'm literally, you're making claims, and I'm saying, is that
No,
true?
I'm not
I don't
saying-
think that's even true. You don't have to, like, do you think, like, are you going to say, like, oh, don't be vegan if
No,
you're
I'm
right,
not-
Beyond Meat is really fatty, so just don't
don't-
be vegan. Like, you're going to tell me to be
No,
vegan anyway,
that's
so
not-
why make claims that like,
No, I'm
fall
just saying
apart?
that you can have, like, fucking plant-based
But you won't
meats.
acknowledge the taste sacrifice.
No,
There
I'm
is
saying
one.
that you
just
can't-
own it. Bite
like-
the bullet.
Look, even if there was a taste sacrifice, I think morality is objective, and I think you're necessarily wrong in terms of that, right?
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that personally, in my experience, I expected there to be this like fucking huge sacrifice in terms of taste. That never happened. I actually have a really, like, if anything, my palate has expanded, and I think I enjoy food more now because I tried different things. Like you think chicken by itself tastes good. I think chicken by itself tastes shit.
I think chicken tastes better than any comparably lean food. If you can find a food
no,
that
that's
is
not
as
like-
lean as chicken,
Like, you
if
could
can
flavor
find a
TVP.
food that is as lean as chicken that tastes as good as chicken,
Yeah,
I
I
will
think
be surprised.
I think if you were to make like
really
a chili
lean
with
foods
TV,
don't taste good. If they did, then people would be lean.
no, like you can make something like with TVP, right, which is 50% protein, and you can put that in a chili, and it's gonna taste fucking great. Like, I don't see the problem. Like, if you took textured vegetable protein,
Wait, textured vegetable protein is not as lean as chicken breast.
It's 50% protein.
I understand that. We already established that chicken breast is like 75% protein.
Yeah. It's like very
So
like
chicken breast has 50% more protein and tastes better. So I don't
but I
understand
don't
why
think
even make
one
this
it
argument.
necessarily does taste better. But this is the point. Like if I say it is exactly the same, like it doesn't have to be exactly. It just has to hit your nutritional goals. You're only going for 20% protein. I'm going for 30%.
You're changing the subject.
I'm not changing the subject. Like why
Well, I'm saying
are you going
you
for
can
the
just
protein?
agree
man?
or disagree with this statement. Chicken breast is the best tasting food that is as lean as chicken breast.
Like look, if it makes things better, absolutely. There's nothing that is necessarily going to be as lean as chicken breasts that tastes
And still taste even okay. I think.
I don't know if there's anything as like I mean like you could get like a chocolate flavored protein shake or something that might taste as good. I don't know, but like let's just assume that there's not, for the sake of things,
Okay.
right? I'm happy with that. So why is 50% protein not good enough? If your nutritional goals are 20%,
My nutritional goal is probably higher. It's because I want to lose weight, and I don't want to eat stuff that doesn't taste. I want to lose weight, but I also want to eat like ice cream and oranges,
right?
things that have no protein.
But I mean, like,
So
what
it
you
helps
doing?
me eat more food that I like. It's not the chicken itself. It's what's around the chicken. Like, yeah, I could eat beans and pea protein all day, but then all my calories are going to be coming from those things. If I eat chicken, I can eat 100 grams of chicken. So I can still have like some stuff I actually want to eat.
But you could do that as
Um,
well because it's 50% protein,
Yeah, but it ain't.
and then you
75.
you could take like let's
There's
take
a sacrifice there.
100 grams of protein, right? Let's say if you take like TVP, it's 50% protein, right? So you eat, let's say you ate like, I don't know, 50 grams of TVP. I don't know, probably a bit high. I don't know. Right, let's say you ate 50 grams of TVP for the sake of things. That's 50 grams of your protein coming from that. And that's like 170 calories. Right?
Yeah.
Actually, is that? Yeah, it's 170. Is it?
No,
I'll have
it's
to,
more.
no, that's 300. Let's say 300 calories, right?
Okay.
Aye, right. So that's 300 calories. Then you have a protein shake. There's not 23, like
Yeah.
23 grams of protein. So you're now hitting like 75 grams of protein. You only need to get 25 grams of protein from the rest of the food that you consume, right?
Yeah, but the rest of the food I consume
like-
is now down to, like, 1,000 or 1,200 calories.
It's like 1,200 calories. Yeah, that's fucking loads. Like you
Yeah.
said, that's like two
Well,
full
if I
meals.
eat chicken breast, then the rest of the food I consume in that same situation would be like 1,500 calories or 1,400 calories.
And that's a
That's
massive
more.
difference
That's-
to you.
Yeah.
To
Being
the
able
point
to
in which
eat-
you would think that it's better to have those 200 calories and put an animal through a life of misery and then kill them versus
I'm not saying that just the 200 calories. I'm saying it's part of my consideration is the fact that, like, yeah, I can eat an extra 2 bananas every day with those 200 calories. I can eat 3 oranges with those 200 calories. 200 calories a day is nothing to shake a stick at. Or if I didn't eat anything, then that would be me losing 20 pounds a year.
but this is
Or
why I
gaining
said
20
like
pounds
I
a
think it's
year
kind of
if I were to
bullshit.
do it your way. Like,
This
it is a difference.
Like this is why I kind of think it's this is why I think it's kind of bullshit, because if I even said like even no matter what I do in this situation, you're just gonna say like, look, I care about taste over life
I didn't say that.
because
I just said
we have nutrition,
you
which we
asked
agree is
me-
being hit, and then like we agree that you can have the nutrition. Like we've agreed on that.
You made the nutrition argument saying you can just switch easily, and then you're saying like if you have pea protein powder
Oh,
instead
I think
of
there's
like,
seitan as well.
like yes, that's true, but that's not really as nice of a way to live. And then you're like you could switch without sacrificing anything, and then I'm like, well, I am sacrificing stuff. And you're like, oh, is that sacrifice really worth a life? And it's like, okay, well, that's a
You're
different
not
question.
really
but it's
making.
like you're
I'm
kind of
saying that I
switching-
don't think that
you're
you're
switching
making.
between them.
I don't think
Like,
you're
just
making
own
that much
that
of a
vegans
sacrifice.
don't eat quite as well.
Well, I
It's
I
just a
disagree because, as
sacrifice.
I said, it's subjective in this respect, isn't it? Like, I'm saying that I actually enjoy food more, and that personally it wasn't that much of a sacrifice, even though I was a big meathead before going vegan, right?
Okay,
And
but
it's like,
what if I like chicken breast more than I like TVP? Do you think I should keep eating meat?
no, of course
Like
I
you're
don't.
like why don't you just admit you're asking people to make a sacrifice?
Well, no, like, yes, okay, but that's why I said I think it's kind of bullshit because ultimately it's going to come down to taste over life. So what's the point? Like, even if I did find something as nutritionally, like for example, seitan's like 75% protein,
Well,
right?
then we could have the conversation about how to compare taste to life rather than how to
Well,
compare
then let's have it.
the
Like, how do you?
the
That's
number
where
of
I'm getting.
grams in a
But it's
serving of pea
but we
protein in the
can't.
U.S. versus the U.K.
But we can't have that unless you acknowledge. Well, wait a minute. I actually can have. Like, if you think it's like nutritionally necessary, I've got to obviously debunk that. Like, otherwise, I'm like asking you not simply taste over life. I'm asking you crippling disability versus life. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference there.
Yeah, I don't. It's probably not a crippling disability. It's probably a minor nutritional deficit that could probably be made up for with money.
Yeah, probably. I mean,
But
everything can be made up for with money.
sure. So I
um,
agree. There's an expensive way to be vegan and probably get all the same.
See, I don't even think it's expensive. That's the thing. Like, I think that you can have basically the same nutrition. Like I don't know. Like if you were to look at like seitan and just get a bag of gluten and make like some barbecue seitan ribs, right? Like, you're gonna be able to do that like really easy. Like, you just flavor it. Most of the flavorings are coming from like when you're consuming like meat products. I'm assuming you're gonna put in some sort of sauce, or you're gonna use some sort of like spices on it. You're not just gonna eat like boiled chicken. Like, no one eats fucking boiled chicken, right? Like, even bodybuilders are usually, unless they're obsessive and they're like, you know what, I'm like a pro athlete. They're not gonna just eat boiled chicken. No one fucking does that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So like
Yeah.
you could always spice it and like flavor it and stuff. And if you've got something seitan, it's like 75. I think it's 75 grams of protein for like 370 calories, quite high. Things like that. You could get like obviously TVP, soy protein, whatever the fuck you want to use. Like, you can flavor them. You can have a good time. You use and then this isn't as well, like, for talking about nutrition. This is one of the things I wanted to mention. Like, in terms of nutritional outcomes, like, I'm assuming you care about your vascular health, like whether your dick's going to work in the future, like erectile dysfunction, kidney damage.
I do care about my dick.
Exactly, right? So like, you're going to
Yeah.
want to care about your arteries. And animal protein, like animal products rather, are associated with vascular issues, atherosclerosis, like such high in saturated fat and cholesterol, which contributes to heart disease, and it also contributes to erectile dysfunction. Like, these things, like, I'm saying, like, you can eat like before you even write it off. Have you thought, maybe I should try this for like 2 weeks, see if I can do it? Like, fuck, I'll give this
I
a
know
go.
I can do it. I can stick to any horrible diet for 2 weeks.
I'm not saying a
That's
horrible
not
diet.
the-
I just say, like, I'm gonna try and do this in a way
Well,
which is
I'm
happy
saying
and healthy.
I could be vegan for 2 weeks.
Yeah, cool.
I know
cool.
that. I know.
All right. So, like, why not try it, man? And then be like, well, these are the problems I had. Report back, and then people might give you solutions for those problems anyway. You know what I mean? But until you've tried it, like, why assume that it's going to be like this? Like, because I don't even know what's in your area. There'll be vegans in your area that could probably help you out more than I can help you right now, because I don't know what's in your shops. I don't know what like is available to most Americans in a grand scheme. There's like restaurants and stuff like on Happy Cow you could look for, and
It feels like you're so like emotional about this that it's impacting your ability to put together a like cohesive pitch.
well, I mean, okay, the cohesive pitch would be you care about the life of animals. You've already said that.
Yes.
Okay. We already agree that you don't want them to suffer, and they are suffering, I would argue, horrendously for these products.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
And these products are
I
giving you
agree with that.
maybe an extra 200, 300 calories worth of pleasure. Maybe. Right.
Or maybe pleasure, but also fat.
fat. Like, what, you can get fat, like...
Well, if you eat more 2 or 3 or more calories per day, you're gaining fat.
No, I mean, you don't have to necessarily eat 203 more calories a day. Like, that's the thing. Like
yeah,
I'm
but
saying, like, you could
they're
choose...
inversely connected, the fat and the pleasure. Like, if I want the pleasure, then I must get fat. Whereas if I eat chicken breast, if I eat leaner food, then I can have pleasure and get less
But
fat.
no, because you were saying that you wanted the extra 200... I'm talking about the 200 calories, like, that you gain from eating the chicken breast that you so wanted to...
Yeah.
And then, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So, like, it wasn't about chicken breast. But... like, the point is that, like, this is like an extra, like I don't know, like 2 bananas, like, or is an extra 2 bananas like worth like ending someone's life prematurely? Bear in mind, like, a chicken's supposed to live, I think, is it 15 years? I have to double check.
Yeah, I think I don't care as much about the suffering of chickens. I feel worse about eating cows and pigs.
Okay, but like,
I'm not happy about chicken suffering, but I don't.
But is that like
feel as
why like
way.
if you can choose between like having like what I'm saying is you could choose between having like a plant-based diet in which you could hit your nutritional goals. I think you could probably have a blast if you give it a good go. And then also not kill anyone. Like, why like considering like what's at stake here for another individual, why wouldn't you want to do that?
Are you actually asking me?
Yeah.
I guess I think if you value the life and plight of a chicken that much, you can end up devaluing yourself in the process and just allowing the chicken's like Shaylin crying in the other room and letting that rule you seems...
I mean, it's not like shit. Like, I mean, like, come on,
potentially self-destructive. So on the one
Kinda
hand, I
not.
agree with you, but on the other hand, I feel like there's something self-hating in it.
I don't think there's anything self-hating in it. Like, I don't think necessarily have to be that way. I think, like, in terms of like don't get me wrong, like, I do care about like the emotional state of individuals in this respect. But if like you're saying that perhaps it's not like a big deal in this case, whatever. Someone's crying and everything's going to be okay in 20 minutes and whatever. That's not comparable to like 3 to 5 years of grueling torture and then death.
Well,
do you know what I mean?
Agree that the more responsibility you assume for the emotional or physical well-being of other people, the more you are sacrificing yourself?
No, I don't. I think that I think it's actually freedom. I think that responsibility for others allows you to really understand yourself.
So this doesn't track at all with you. The concept that if I view myself as personally responsible for the suffering of... You don't see what... You just think I'm completely wrong with the idea that somebody who has like a guilt complex and who feels responsibility for everybody else valuing the life of like a mouse or like an ant above their own, like if you're in a tent and there's a spider that keeps biting you, but it's cold outside and you know it'll die if you put it out, but you also don't want to kill it because it's a life and you don't want to torture the spider, so you just let it bite you all night. You can see the analogy I'm making, right? Like,
yeah, I think you have a right to self-defense, but like you know, if something's biting you, I don't think you have to necessarily let it bite you. I'm not arguing you to be a Buddhist. I'm arguing you not to like torture and murder
well, yeah, but I'm
chickens.
saying, I understand, but I'm saying like there's a do you see my concern about being like I'm going to, I guess, mentally and emotionally invest in the suffering of
but then take
chickens.
Responsibility for your own emotions, Max. Do you know what I mean?
Are you going to answer my question?
Like, do I think that... Yeah, I understand. Like, I am answering it. Like, I think that, yes, like, there's actually, like, in Buddhism, like, they have this very same problem, right? That they point out. Like, what do I do when I acknowledge all of the suffering in the world? Like, when I become aware of the suffering? And Buddha responds, you have eyes to see and hands to change. Right? Like, take solace in the fact that you are doing the right thing. Like, altruistic joy.
But should you always do the right thing?
Yeah.
So why are we here on a live stream dicking around, making money, taking super chats when we could be out working in a soup kitchen or, you know, rescuing homeless people or from something or children or
if I wasn't
volunteer to stand guard outside of a local elementary school to stop
I'm
the
assuming
next
if
shooter.
you weren't there and I wasn't here, that we would be doing other jobs which probably suck even more. And this is actually probably an act of self-respect at this point.
My point is that you could audit every single action you take as, is this the most good thing you could be doing? And then define it as bad.
You could. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not a utilitarian in this. I think you have duties, right? And I don't think you have a duty to, let's say, let a spider bite you all night long. I don't think that's, like, you aren't considering your own interests. But I don't think you are defying your own, like interests. You can flourish as an individual. I need a plant-based diet.
My problem with the way you approach this is you will not acknowledge any... This is what makes you seem like a fanatic, is you will not acknowledge the value or weight of any possible counter-argument whatsoever. You won't even, like, entertain it and be like, yeah, you know, that's, like, I get that's something that people have to wrestle with. Like, yeah, you can't be doing the most good at all times possible. You have to also live your life for yourself somewhat and then figure out the best way.
But
what I'm trying to point out with this pea protein stuff is that there's actually a way to kind of
exactly
do it both
what I
ways.
said.
You can compromise, and I think it's a reasonable compromise to make. Instead, you're like, you know what Buddha said? He said, your hands were for saving chickens, bitch. Get to work. Which is like...
That's not what I said.
It seems like fanatical.
No, I said, one, I'm not a Buddhist in this. And I said that, one, I'm making the point that I do not expect you to let the spider bite you all night. And yeah, put it outside. I said that, right? I said that you have the...
Yes, but I'm making an analogy to the chicken situation.
Right, I know you are.
You will not budge.
Yeah, like, look, I think this is the point. Like, I'm saying that you can have self-respect and eat a plant-based diet. There is no, like, that's the point. Like, there's no, I don't think that you have to give away your self-respect to respect others.
You don't think you have to give away any self-respect
to respect others? Selfish? No. To be less selfish, yeah, but that's not like there's like selfish isn't self-respect. Like, a lot of the time when we're engaging in selfish behavior, sometimes that's self-destructive. Like, for example, like I've
me eating
struggled with like addiction before.
I don't think I'm being self-destructive by eating chicken.
I'm not necessarily saying you are, but I mean, I would make a point of what the self is, but we're not going to go down that route because that'd be fucking a metaphysical rabbit hole that we'd be here for like 5 hours. But the point is that, like, let's take, for example, like, I used to struggle with addiction. The addiction was self-destructive. I don't want to be an addict. And so self-respect would be trying to overcome the addiction, right? Like, so selfish isn't necessarily what's good for you anyway. But, like, in the case of the chicken thing, right, like, what we have is, like, do you have to give away self-respect? Do you have to give any self-love in this respect?
But you see how the way you're approaching this is very hard to connect to for me, because you're saying things like, compare your chicken intake to a drug addiction. And it's like, well, if, like, then yes, obviously, if eating chickens is like doing drugs, then I agree I should quit. But that doesn't resonate with me at all. No, and, like, I keep saying to you, like, do you see how you're asking for a sacrifice? And you're like, no, TVP is delicious. It's so good.
That's
I love
not what
beans.
I said, man.
You don't know what you're talking about. Like, nothing you say tracks. The money thing is like, you could just eat pea powder all day and it would cost the same.
Did not say
it's
that.
Like you're like not acknowledging any of the other person. But
I did acknowledge it.
You're not acknowledging my feelings. And it makes it so that it's like,
no, I get your feelings.
Do I want to adopt a philosophy and diet and lifestyle offered to me by somebody who can't admit that, like, a 50% increase in protein content is like a significant difference?
It's not gonna be like I did not say that, like, you would not lose. I said, like, let's just assume, like, yeah, you're having this more pleasurable experience. And all I'm trying to work out is why you think.
But it's not just but calling it pleasurable is again.
But it is just pleasure at this point. We already know that your nutritional differences can be met, and that you can probably eat happily.
Why demean me if you're trying to convince? If you're trying to proselytize, why demean your audience?
I'm not demeaning.
I don't understand. You absolutely are saying you eat chicken for pleasure.
Mate, you are eating. You said that yourself. It's
inherently, yes. Okay, if you were trying to convince me to be vegan,
right?
You would need, which I don't even know if I believe that's what you're doing at this point because of how phenomenally you have screwed this up. I think if you were really trying to convince me to be vegan, you would want to take the position before I take it. You would say, we all eat food for pleasure. And that is one of the few pleasures that we can count on throughout the day. This is why in a movie, when you see a depressed woman after her husband leaves her, what do we see her doing? She's eating ice cream. Food is connected to our feeling of being taken care of. And getting pleasure from food is incredibly important. So you would occupy all these positions on the board before I can take them. Because now that I'm saying it before you do, it makes it sound like you're fucking inhuman. But if you take it before I do,
I just said, is this pleasure worth someone else's life?
No, I'm saying you need to take an affirming, pro-human stance going into the conversation. You need to say, taste and pleasure from food is demeaned and diminished by other vegans, but not me, sir. I acknowledge to you that this is of the utmost importance for your psychological health, that you sink your teeth into something that makes you feel good. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I don't get it, because I do, buddy. I get why you eat those chickens, you fucking murdering chicken Nazi. I get why you do it.
I said I used to love meat. But then I've been happy and healthy.
But you're saying, but now meat doesn't even taste good to me anymore. And you sound like you're lying.
I never said that. I imagine meat would probably taste.
The only vegan who can convince, and you're uniquely suited to do this, so I think you should. The only vegan who can convince you that it might be okay to give up meat and that it's safe to give up meat is one who understands the deliciousness of meat. Like when I try to talk people into getting an electric car.
I said that I used to eat meat all the time, but that I'm just happy in this diet. Like, all I'm pointing out is that I thought it was going to be a big sacrifice and it wasn't.
Okay. You shouldn't say that.
Oh, I shouldn't say that. I should lie about my experience.
No.
So
I think maybe you are lying about your experience. I'm in a comparable position. I try to convince people to get electric cars. I have an electric car.
Right.
And the feeling I had before I bought it is kind of similar to the feeling I have here, where I'm like, could I really just not eat meat? Is that even okay? That doesn't seem okay. I think part of what that comes from is like being raised where like, it's dinner, so we eat meat. We eat meat at dinner. And that sense of being taken care of, you're trying to swap that out for something else. So other people are like, well, what if my car doesn't work? What if the battery doesn't work? And you just have to walk them through it over and over. Say like, no, it really works. Like you plug it in, it charges, and then you drive around. And they're like, yeah, but what if does it like stop working? And you're like, no, it just works. It just works and works and works. The car just drives around and around and around. And they're like, well, what if the battery's like gonna die and you're stuck somewhere? And you're like, well, then you plug it in at that place, and then it just works and goes and goes. It just keeps going. It's a car. It's actually a real car that just runs on a battery. And it took like Elon Musk,
but what if they were like
cool and all these developments to make this work? Now you're trying to do the same thing, but with meat.
Yeah, but what if I was just I just really like the power and feel of an internal combustion engine, right? And then
I'll say yes, absolutely. Yeah. There is something primally satisfying, and we are losing something in our American history that we're proud of. There's something beautiful about the revving of an engine and roaring down the street, and it's a very masculine, primal thing, and you are giving that up because when I floor my car goes fast, we can enjoy the acceleration, but when you floor it, it sounds like a spaceship or like a blender.
That's my car goes fast. That's like where you're like, well, wait a minute, like what is it about it? Is it like because I'm like, well, wait, is it the taste?
Yeah, but in some respects,
rumble. And then I'm like,
no, it's not sexy.
No,
it doesn't rumble. You don't get the
Yeah.
feeling, the smell of burnt, and knowing you're causing tons of little explosions in your car. There is shit
Yeah,
about an
exactly.
electric car that's
I
just
agree.
less cool.
Yeah, but like you still see like a
But
point.
you're not willing to do this.
But I am doing
You're-
that.
so
I did the
so
same thing
what-
as you
what
going. Well,
what
it can
you-
go fast, and I'm showing
you-
you that there are you still get some parts of that experience, and then the parts that you give up, I'm trying to argue are worth it. That's
Bro,
what I'm trying to do,
You
mate.
shouldn't do that.
Why?
It
is
you're bad
worth
at
it.
talking people into things, and I'm going to explain why.
I'm not trying to convince you like in
You're
some
not.
sort of
I don't even
rhetorically
think you are trying to
manipulating.
convince me, and
I'm trying
I
to
will
be
explain
legit
why.
as fuck. Like I'm trying to be straight up with you, honest as
I
fuck.
think
I'm not
you
trying to be
I
optically
genuinely
the
think
best
that you are
fucking
bad at
person.
convincing people to do things. I'm going to
Yeah,
explain
I'm not.
why.
I'm not like, mate. Like this is the thing. I'm not sat here like I'm trying to be optically the best fucking. Like I would be Vosh if I was trying to be. How do I get as many people to go on the left wing as possible? How do I get as many people to believe in what I believe as possible? Those people are cunts, right? I hate them all.
Yes.
Right? Like
For
fuck
sure.
those guys, right? Like I'm trying to be as legit as possible and just be like, look, I think this is the fucking truth.
You are trying to make me into a vegan.
Yes, because I think this is the fucking truth.
Okay. Right. So can I give you some criticism of your approach?
Go for it. Yeah.
Okay. My main criticism of your approach is that you are not empathizing with the real reasons or like reality or experience of the person you're trying to convince. Instead of connecting to me, in which case you would need to address meat is dinner. Dinner is love. Dinner is one of the only things, Max, I've seen some of your videos. I know you had a horrible childhood. I know that sitting down to that dinner table and being provided with food might have been one of the only pleasurable experiences that you got to. One of the only times you got to feel taken care of. When you think, oh, my parents were abusive, this thought pops up in my head that says, well, they still fed me. That's important. And you're trying to get my hand around those chicken dinners to loosen and say, well, I can put some pea protein here instead. And in order to do that, before you try to Indiana Jones my chicken with a fucking sack of pea protein, you need to emotionally connect with me about that and understand that this is not just, oh, it's a couple hundred calories, a couple bananas. What, you think a chicken's life is worth a banana? You need to do the opposite of that and say, I understand how important this might be to you. And I want you to look at, are you clinging to the past? Are you clinging to something archaic because for emotional reasons? And that's understandable, but I am asking you to, in a way, give up your childhood.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. I'm asking you to make, let's say I'm asking you to make a sacrifice here. Max.
But it's a huge sacrifice. And but when you diminish the sacrifice, you lose the person, you lose the other person. So I
guess this is like, if I may like kind of say why I don't take that approach, because I hear that it's a huge sacrifice all the time, and I used to believe it was a huge sacrifice. And then in my experience, which is why I said in my personal experience, it turned out not to be as big of a sacrifice as I actually thought.
Metaphor.
No, like look, man, like I'm not
He walks
saying
out onto the invisible bridge. He has to believe that the step, taking that faith, that leap of faith, is still a huge ask. So you may say, you can say, I know it feels like I'm asking you for a huge sacrifice. You may find that it's not, or you may find that it is. Lots of vegans do not stay vegan. Either way, you should acknowledge that you're asking the person to take a giant leap of faith out of, and you're diminishing, and this is why you sound like
Max,
you have like an eating disorder.
Max,
because
I'm
you're
asking
diminishing.
you to take a leap of faith. I'm asking you
I know.
to take I'm asking you to take the risk of living a less pleasurable existence, but for the life and liberty of another. And I know it's a lot, and I know that it might hurt, and it might hurt more at first, and you might get used to it, but I'm not sure. But I know that I'm asking a lot of you here. But I think that when you see the tangible benefit of knowing that when you look, let's say you were to see animal slaughterhouse footage, let's say you were to see animals in captivity and you were to see the harm that's done, that you'll also gain the psychological feeling of like knowing I didn't do that. I think that it'll be worth it in the end. Are you willing to do it?
Yeah, that seems a lot better. But I think that one of us is going to be in the position of downplaying it, the sacrifice, and the other is going to be in the position of acknowledging it. And if you're trying or upplaying it or exaggerating it, if you're trying to convince me to be vegan, you need to be in the position of overstating the sacrifice. And then I need to take the position of understating it. You need to be the one saying, meat is your childhood, it's everything to you. You love meat.
I don't know if that's even true about you,
man. You
never
even thought about how much you love meat. You need meat psychologically to survive.
Come on, man.
You'd be a crying mess if you went for 2 weeks without meat. And then I need to then take the position of like,
I know,
well,
I don't know. I can do that.
I don't know if it's that bad. I mean, you know, that's how you would talk somebody into being vegan. You have to acknowledge I'm not saying to be manipulative. I'm just saying to be thorough. You need to thoroughly cover all the bases of what you're actually asking for. But I feel like throughout the conversation you've been trying to...
Okay, Max, I'll say this. Look,
you're trying to downplay what you're asking for. When you downplay
Max,
what you're asking for, you put the other person in the position of just being like, I feel like you don't even know what you're fucking asking me.
Max, I know what I'm asking of you is to, in many ways, kill this idea of the goodness of your mother manifest in your life. That it resonates with your desire to have been raised better, to have had a childhood which was worth living in a way that was more human.
Take away the last thing
right?
I have.
And I'm taking away a part of your soul. I'm taking away a part of who you are, and I'm asking to take a part of your family away from you. But think of the families you'll save. Wait
a second. My headphones just died.
Oh,
hold
okay,
on.
one second,
Hold on. Stop it. My headphones died. I have to figure out how to fix this. Because I don't have my other headphones in here. Wait, talk for a second.
Hello?
Fuck. How does this... Okay, this is working. Wait.
Yeah?
I'm about to fix it. Fuck me. Wait, okay, can I hear you?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. So, Max, I want you to know that I'm even engaging this way just for you. Okay? This isn't me as I normally am.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means this is me as someone who cares about you and is trying...
Wait, what do you mean you're not engaging in this way just for me?
Like, I am engaging in this way for you. This isn't me as I would... This isn't me without me considering you. This is me trying to really empathize with you right now. I understand that your childhood was tough. I understand that your relationship with your mother was strained. I understand...
Including my new mother.
Right. Okay, including your new mother.
You can see the trails of trauma.
Yeah,
just like through my life, like cracks in a windshield.
Yeah, the cracks in a windshield. And I think that I know I'm asking you really just to kick that windshield through and start anew. In some respects, I'm asking you to take a part of yourself and let it die, and perhaps arguably the most beautiful part of yourself, that part of you that feels warm and a child again, and just feels okay. But if you don't do it, Max, the same suffering that you wish to repair in your childhood, you're going to make manifest in hundreds and thousands of other individuals throughout your life. There are going to be animals screaming out in terror. And unless you do something to change your behavior, you're going to be the cause of that. And
Okay, but if
I
I
think-
start taking care of these chickens,
mm-hmm.
what do you think's going to happen to Shaylin?
I think Shaylin's going to be all right.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I think she can be.
I don't think that would be good for her. I don't think me going vegan would be good. I think if I told Shaylin I was going vegan, I think she would go white with terror. I think a pall would come across her. She would have to sit down.
She might have to
would
sit.
dread
Look,
so much.
no
the
doubt.
psychological and emotional burden that was about to be placed on her.
Look, Shaylin, I understand. Like, Shaylin, it'll be tough on Shaylin, and it's going to be tough on you
That's
to have to be. It's all going to be tough. I know.
How much more can she take?
How
guess
much?
that's
I
what the
don't. I
question
don't.
is.
I don't know. But Max, you're really just gonna. Like, you got to try. I know it's going to be tough, but you got to try.
What about the? I think you're in denial of our nature as humans. What if I just am a disgusting monster that enslaves and tortures and eats other things? Because a lot of my channel is also about accepting what you are.
I believe in accepting what you are, but I don't think that what you are is necessarily a monster. I think that you can choose to, like, even if you are, let's say you are someone who is monstrous in terms of
I think the human race is monstrous.
I agree. But let's say you are. I think that there's no reason why you, Max, as a monster, can't choose. Like, have you seen Wreck-It Ralph? Just because you're a bad guy doesn't mean you have to be a bad guy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think part of me thinks eating animals is an act of good.
Right. Why is that?
Because I said good was humanity.
You said good was
If I see a small child eating like a hamburger, I feel like something good's happening.
Because of the emotional feelings that they get, kind of like expression of themselves.
Yeah, I'm like, this is good. That cow is being turned into person. That's what I want.
Why do you
I have a question from chat. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Why is he vegan?
I'm vegan because I think we necessarily should respect all sentient beings. Like, that's why I'm vegan. I think that animals have value in and of themselves, and I think consuming meat, dairy, and eggs causes the suffering and death of innocent individuals for no good reason. And no, I don't think your own sensation and your own taste pleasure, I don't even think that your own emotional reliance is worth slitting the throat of another individual. And as well, Max, I don't think you're a monster. I think you want people to think maybe you're monstrous.
No.
And that's what's most concerning about you. But I think that what is monstrous in you isn't your desire to harm others. It's your desire to be seen in a certain light. And I think that's just more existential about
I don't think I have a desire to be seen in a certain light. I think you're
I
misunderstanding.
think we all
me.
do.
What?
I think we all have a desire to actualize ourselves to be a certain individual, and that
Oh, well,
requires.
I don't want to be seen as a monster. I don't agree with that.
So, what do you want to be seen as, Max?
Um, whatever most people want to be seen as, you know, honest and brave.
I don't believe that.
That's what I want.
Is it? Why can't you be honest and
Yeah.
brave with me, Max?
What am I not being honest about?
You say that we should.
What?
Sorry, I thought you said that you think that we should embrace our own monstrosity. I've watched you say that. You know, I think you described yourself as the Joker once.
Okay.
You think the Joker's honest and brave?
No, but I think what happens a lot is I'll say humans are monsters, and people think I'm saying I am a monster.
Mm.
And so I'm human. I'll use myself as an example, but I think people then think I'm saying I'm not human. I'm different. But I'm saying, no, I'm like you. I'm just trying to pull back the hood and show you something about me and also about you. Something about us. Something we can connect over that's uncomfortable to connect over. That's what I want. I'm not trying to make people think I'm different from you. I'm saying I'm disgusting and I'm just like you.
Okay, let's just work with that. As I said, you don't have to be a bad. You can be a bad guy, but you don't have to be a bad guy. You want to be honest and brave? I'll give you a way to be honest and brave. Bravely,
Be vegan.
bravely confront yourself and your own consumption. Yeah.
But aren't you also not confronting your consumption?
I am.
Aren't you also telling yourself this fiction that you are now, that when you see pigs getting tortured and murdered, that you are not complicit, or that it's not you, or that's not inside you?
inside
Aren't you telling
me?
yourself a lie?
What,
Aren't you
that I
denying your
don't
own
have?
humanity and your own nature by
What,
being vegan
you think
and
that
convincing
I
others
don't
to
have?
be vegan to further purify yourself?
No.
Isn't
No,
it your dirtiness and your filthy childhood that you're trying to escape from just as much
absolutely
as
not.
I am?
Absolutely not, mate. Like, absolutely not. I think
Oh
that
no,
no,
you've
no,
self-actualized. You don't think that all of it, you've already mentioned your
no. I
drug
mean, like,
addiction.
I
You don't
don't
think that
think.
all of this paints a picture for me of somebody who's constantly trying to escape from one compulsive thing to another compulsive thing. You're 185 grams of protein every day. Now you're going to compulsively bodybuild. Isn't it you trying
I
to
hope I
escape your
compulsively
own
bodybuild. Fuck.
disgusting, dark, traumatic childhood, just like I am? Aren't we
I think
the
we're
same,
all trying to overcome our childhood. I think that's necessarily part of us all.
Mr. Anderson?
I think we're all trying to overcome our childhood. I just don't think that I
Yeah.
deny, let's say, like, for example, I think sadism is atypical in humans, so is masochism. I think they all have a desire for the death of others and our own self-destruction. That doesn't mean that we should actualize them. And I think when we talk about actualizing something honest and brave, it would, in the case of this, I think it would mean that to actualize something which confronted yourself for and society for what you know to be
But what
better
if
off.
what if you had emotionally neglectful parents that did not
How do you know
feed
anything
you?
before we talk about like man, like, I get it. You've had a really bad childhood. I don't know if you've
We
not been fed or what.
we both
Um,
have.
I think we all have problems in our childhood.
Yes. And I'm
Yes.
saying, what if your problems have just led you to the exact opposite conclusion of me? I mean, I'm
Because you
clearly I
think-
have some problems with depriving myself, obviously.
I thought you said you didn't. I thought you said you were overly restrictive.
Yes, that's what I mean. I am
How?
overly
Wait,
restrictive.
what?
in
You're
some
overly
ways, just
restrictive
not
and you
with
have problems
food.
depriving yourself.
But yeah, what if actually taking care of yourself and imposing on other people and taking up space and just being you, being the disgusting primate that you are, what if that is too painful for you?
You're getting all Nietzschean on us now. It almost makes us.
Well, I'm just saying, we don't know that I'm eating chickens because it's pathological. It might be.
But I think
it might be cowardice that makes me not want to be a vegan, but it may also be that exact same cowardice and pathology that makes you a vegan. We might both be doing the opposite things for the exact same reason.
Then maybe I'm just morally lucky then. But I'm asking you to be the bigger man here, Max.
Maybe you're going around proselytizing a fanatic religion of shame. Maybe you're hurting people. Maybe you're making people feel so unwelcome in this world that they take their rage and anger out on other people. Maybe
I'm
you
hurting
caused
people, but
the last 3 mass shootings personally. Maybe nobody noticed. No, the investigators didn't notice that all 3 people were subscribed to perspective philosophy, or maybe I did. Maybe it was me. Maybe I said, embrace your dark nature and be honest with yourself. And they said, well, I'm a mass shooter, and the honest thing to do is to shoot people.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. Maybe you're not morally lucky. Maybe you're evil.
Right. But then you have to know something about morality to work out which is the case, right?
I don't know that we can.
I would love to have tried, but we couldn't really get past empiricism.
No, I couldn't.
But we're in this together, Max.
I was too stupid. I was too ignorant and stupid.
No, Max.
To get past it.
I'm equally to
I was
equally
too
to
fucked
blame.
up.
No.
I was too gay.
There's nothing. I mean, I didn't bring up gay.
I was too sick and too gay and too selfish and too much of a mama's boy to get past your empiricism.
I don't think. Look, I think. Max, I don't know what to say. Like, I don't think you're too much of a mama's boy, right? I think you can do it. I think you can do it.
I suckle the teat of life, and soy milk comes out.
I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore, man. It's fucking strange. I just want you to know that.
That's what you want. That's what you want for me. I said.
I'm not sure it is, Max. I'm really not sure.
I want Sheila to be my mommy, and I want 12 minutes alone with the milkers. And what milk do I get? Hemp milk.
I never said hemp milk. I'm not a fan. You could have soy, though. I think soy milk's quite nice.
Soy milk.
Actually, dark chocolate almond, that shit's delicious.
You're trying to take my sexuality away. My primal...
Well, I mean, if your sexuality...
My primal needs.
Like, I don't know anything about your sexuality, Max. I don't know if I want to.
That's the only thing you've said that I'm positive is a lie.
Okay, I probably do know too much about your sexuality from the video that I've watched.
Yeah.
But whether you understand your sexuality right, Max, is really the question that I think we weren't able to understand.
I don't think I do.
I don't think you do either.
I feel very honestly, I feel very conflicted about this vegan business.
That's good to hear.
I'm just stress testing it. I just want to make sure that you're a sick, self-mutilating,
100%,
self-denying perfectionist.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. That's why I try to wake up at 4 a.m.
That's no way to live.
And then sleep through. How do you know it's no way to live? Maybe you want to be a sick, mutilating, self-sacrificing guy. You said that you're over-restrict.
Because I am already. I know how it feels.
Yeah, imagine how good it would feel to be vegan then. Shit, imagine how good that restriction will be. Fuck.
No, it's not good for you.
Might be good for you, Max.
I doubt it.
Have you tried?
No. It all comes back to sex. Do you agree with that?
Somewhat,
with driving a gas-powered car, that's a sexual thing.
Yeah, I think that everything comes down to sex. I think Oscar Wilde, isn't it? Like, everything in life is sex except for sex, and that is power.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's right.
A electric car is sexy the way like Miss America is sexy. Like not really. It's not really sexy. It's polished. It's sleek. But a real engine combustion, that's sexy. That's sexy like when a girl leaves like a butt-shaped sweat mark on like the equipment at the gym. That's like actually sexy.
Well, like a but what? Maybe
I'm just saying it's a palpable, like kind of gross sexy that like that's touchable. I feel like that's what meat's like.
Right. Okay.
Where's the carnal satisfaction? Shit, maybe meat tastes good because it's destructive.
Well, yeah, I think you can engage in other self-destructive behaviors, Max. I'm not saying to be a total saint. I'm saying to, like, yeah, self-destruct a little bit. Have a pressure valve. Don't need to slit someone's throat for that, though. It's a big deal.
What? Slitting someone's throat?
Yeah. Ending someone's life.
Okay, this is another way that your fucking vegan argument is very troubling.
Okay.
You could backfire big time. When you're trying to equate a human life with a chicken's life, that could go the wrong way.
Oh, I think
and
it
you
can,
could have
yeah.
somebody be like, you know what? People are just chickens.
Well, I think actually calling people meat sacks with electricity is probably more likely to do that. But electrified meat sacks is probably more likely to do that. But yeah, I argue against this all the time, and that's why I think marginal cases, it's valuable as a tool to enter into meta ethics. But I think ultimately I'd have to convince you that you should care about others, that it's rational to care about others, and that if you don't make these decisions for yourself, then yeah, ultimately,
okay,
someone who's fucked up could go, you know what, actually, yeah, I'm gonna be consistent. I'm gonna both murder chickens and people. You know, fuck the people with learning disability kind of shit.
Yeah,
you know, like that's horrible. Yeah, it is a concern. And
all right, meatbag. It's hypothetical time.
Come on.
Would you kill a chicken to save your own life?
Yes. I'd kill you, Max. I'd kill anyone beyond my loved ones to save my own life.
Would you kill 10 chickens to save your life?
I don't know how many people I would kill to save my own life, Max. I don't know.
Let's start with chickens.
Well, why the fuck would we start there? Like, why don't you pussy? Because I want to start at the end.
Because I want to know the exchange rate. We did pounds to dollars. Now we're gonna go and do chickens to Lewis's.
Chickens to Lewis's. I don't know. In reality, I'm being hyperbolic even about people. Like, I don't know. I don't even know if I would. I don't know if I would want to kill anyone to save my own life. And I certainly know I wouldn't.
Would you kill all chickens to save your own life?
No,
Would you
of course
push a
not.
button to make all chickens go extinct?
It's not about their extinction. It's about me killing them. It's not. I don't care about the species.
Would you push a button to make them all be slowly run over with a steamroller in a big parking lot?
I would not, Max.
You would say, "Run me over with the steamroller."
I'd say, "Run Max over with the steamroller."
What?
I'd be like, "Look, we're gonna save more chickens this way. Fuck, we'll kill Max. We'll save some chickens."
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about you. Would you go in front of the steamroller to save all the chickens?
Would I die to stop animal agriculture?
Chickens, just chickens.
24 billion lives a year. Yeah, I would. I would die to save 24 billion lives a year.
Okay. Would you die to save 1,000 chickens?
I don't know, Max. What's the point? Come on. I'm sure you've got a good reason to ask this, right?
I honestly, I don't want to. I hate to disappoint you, but I don't. I honestly am just
shocked.
asking. I'm just curious.
I'm shocked. Okay.
It's not leading up to anything. It's not a dunk. It's not a gotcha. It's not a trick. I actually want to know.
No, I don't think it's a trick.
I'm just wondering why. Either you think chickens are really valuable, or you think humans are less valuable, or maybe those are the same. I'm just exploring. I'm just splashing around
I
in the
believe you're just
pool
splashing around.
of
Yeah.
our minds and asking you this question. I don't have an agenda. I don't have a reason to ask you this.
That's
I'm
bullshit.
just curious.
Everyone has an agenda.
I'm actually just asking you.
I'm not saying that you're not just asking.
Okay, I'll say I don't have a follow-up question. I have not thought of a follow-up question.
I can
literally
believe
have no
that. That
idea
doesn't
what
mean
I'm
that you don't
about
have an
to say.
agenda.
I don't even know how I'm going to end this sentence.
I can also probably believe that. Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to answer? Do you want to play the chicken game or not?
Not particularly.
Okay. Super Meat Boy doesn't want to play.
Not really. Like, if I was to ask, like, well, Max, at what point, like, would you slit the throats of these chickens yourself? Do you think that would you do it if it
to
was
avoid
you?
dying, I would kill infinite
No,
chickens to avoid dying.
no, not to avoid dying. I mean, just for like those 2 extra bananas a day. Would you slit their throats yourself?
No.
No. But you would pay somebody
Okay,
else
you
to do it
ask
for
me
you.
hypotheticals. I'll answer anything you ask me.
Okay. Do you think
As
that?
honestly as I can.
How do you feel about creating a bunch of people who slit throats for a living, that live in the same society as you?
I think somebody should slit these chickens' throats, and I don't want it to be me.
Right. How do you think it's
I prefer a robot to do it.
right? What happens is, just to expound for the next question, you can track the size of a slaughterhouse facility with the arrest and report rates of doubling for violent crime.
Makes
How do you
sense.
feel that you are paying for more violent crime?
Do I feel?
How do you feel about that,
Wait,
Mark?
these aren't hypothetical. A hypothetical question would be designed to like get at what I believe, but you're just saying what you believe. But when I ask you a hypothetical question, you say what you believe, and then when you ask me one, you say what you believe.
Not really.
What about me?
I'm saying, how do you feel about?
What about what I believe?
Yeah, I'm saying, how do you feel about that? Like,
I don't agree with you. That's like a correlation. It's not causation. I don't agree with you.
okay,
Maybe all
you
the
don't
violent sociopaths move to the area when you open up a slaughterhouse. And
So
work
if we
there.
track
I don't
for,
fucking know.
I don't know,
Do you think
like,
that
race,
makes people into criminals? I have no
religion,
fucking idea.
fucking unemployment, poverty
I don't
rates.
feel anything about it because this shit's complicated and I don't agree with you.
Right. But let's just say hypothetically the studies are correct. Okay. How would that make you feel?
I would feel bad about people stabbing each other so I can eat chicken.
Right. So if I was to present like a good case for that, do you think that would have any real purport to your life?
This is still a hypothetical question.
Still a hypothetical, yeah. Like I don't like.
I think if you created a good case for that, I would probably find a way to dismiss it.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything that I could say that you wouldn't try to find a way, not simply just try to find a way, but that you wouldn't
But
engage in
actually successfully find a way to dismiss.
this to yourself?
And to you. I don't. Do you think
Well,
I'm
to me,
dismissing
that's
you? I feel like
no. I think you dismiss. I don't. I think, in terms of how I would go with the conversation, I don't think it's the way I would go with it. Of course, because I'm a moral objectivist, and I don't want to talk about how you feel necessarily. Because as much as I do care about you, Max, I think ethics has nothing to do with how you feel about it. So,
I got a question from chat.
yeah,
It's a practical question.
okay.
So, if everyone stops eating meat and animal products, are we prepared for the scale of feeding the world on grain, fruit, and crickets?
You can reduce the world's farming by 70% if you go into a vegan diet, because animals consume more calories than us. It's the trophic pyramid. You actually lose energy by feeding animals plants, and then feeding those plant-fed animals to humans. Fed them the plants in the first place, you'd be more calorie efficient. Even if you used less calorie efficient plants, you would still save farming. Actually even has a massive impact on things like deforestation for that reason. You would have the number one cause of deforestation is animal agriculture. So
If I had to kill animals myself, I'd probably be vegan. Oh, I'd be vegetarian. I wouldn't be vegan. I could milk an animal.
could you kill its offspring
I
just so
have.
you could have the milk?
Could I what?
Could you kill the offspring just so you can have them? Like vegetarian industries always end up with someone being killed. Like there's no such thing as a truly vegetarian industry. The calves get killed.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't kill its offspring. That'd be terrible.
Okay, so then you're gonna have to end up being vegan anyway.
I'm very sensitive.
I can tell, Max.
Okay. Yeah.
No, but seriously, do you think you'll actually consider making a change or not? Like, is it something that you would genuinely look into?
I don't know.
Well, I don't know. It's a good start. It's better than absolutely not.
Oh yeah, I'm well past absolutely not.
What do you find the biggest and most convincing aspect of veganism for you?
For me is the suffering.
The suffering. Have you?
Yeah.
Would you be willing to watch documentaries on what happens to animals then?
No.
Because
No.
you're scared of seeing the suffering.
Oh yeah, it's just gonna haunt me, and I'm gonna keep eating meat anyway. It's just gonna ruin it, and I'm gonna turn out like you.
You'd be lucky.
I could watch yeah, I could watch a documentary about how everything in this room is constructed that would probably make me want to kill myself. I don't think it's a good idea. Can we force everyone to be vegan? Do you think people should be forced to be vegan?
I believe in
You must.
democracy. I don't think you can force moral progress. I don't think that it's necessarily possible. I think you can only convince people with the best reasons. I think when it becomes democratic, you can impose law. And that's when I would say like 50% of the population agree on veganism, then yeah, we should absolutely impose it upon you.
Would you push a button to wink out of existence all factory farmed animals who are alive right now?
Yeah, because they're going to die anyway.
You would just disappear them all before they can be bred.
Before they can be brutally murdered, tortured, yeah, that kind of stuff. I'd be doing them a favor.
Would you rather die than suffer?
I'd rather die than suffer and die.
Well, you're gonna die. So would you rather die now or suffer for 5 years and then die?
I'd rather die now.
I think I would choose to suffer.
Why?
I really don't want to die.
So fear.
Yeah.
Okay. Thought you wanted to be brave. Is it like...
I said I want to be seen as brave.
Okay, that's fair. You did say that.
I did.
You did. Okay. So, like... Even if it wasn't in your interests, you'd give in to your fear. Like, it's going to be
Easy to
demonstrably
say when
worse.
you aren't suffering. Someone in my chat said, easy to say when you aren't suffering.
Yeah, there is. I mean, that is very motivational in terms of like. I think there are, like, I saw a crayfish cut its own arm off to escape boiling water, like its own claw.
Yeah.
It's like people do some mad shit to save themselves.
You don't know what pain is.
Exactly, man. Not until you're experiencing it. I think that it's hard to understand the excruciating agony of these sensations unless you're actually experiencing them. I mean, like my chat right now, fuck.
What's going on with your chat?
They're all right. I think they're like, what the
Are
fuck
they
is
all
going
vegan?
on? No. I have a lot of non-vegans as well.
Oh.
I have vegans and non-vegans.
Does your chat hate me? I feel like they probably hate me.
No, I think they're probably confused. Chat, do you hate Max? How's your chat doing?
They're all right.
Have you told them that I'm thinking about them and
They said the best vegan documentary is Bambi. They're saying things like that.
I mean, I disagree, I guess. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, it's emotive. Don't think we need necessarily make talking animals for that. I mean, I care more. I'm not gonna lie. I'm more moved by a cow, like even emotionally moved by a cow, struggling and crying and screaming, and then having its throat slit and head sawn off, than I am Bambi. But I guess, each their own.
You can see Mr. Girl's cognitive dissonance. This is encouraging, frankly. I think he is just troll. I'm not just trolling. That's not true. I do have cognitive dissonance. That's part of why I want to talk about this. I think being vegan is morally superior in many ways. Except I know I have a blind spot about taking care of myself and taking up space and being selfish. And so that makes me think. It makes me confused. I know I have a blind spot. So it's cognitive dissonance, but also because I feel so bad about everything. Like when it's like somebody has to paint the lines on the road. Like, who the fuck wants to do that? Like, if I had to watch a documentary about those people, I'd want to stop driving. Like, I feel guilty about every fucking thing I do, every word I speak. That's probably why I'm able to say such terrible things that upset people, because I feel so guilty already that I'm like, I might as well just like shit everywhere if I already feel so bad. That's
Nothing,
that's
I don't think there's
that's
anything
my
that you
secret
probably
cap.
do.
I'm
that
always
is as
guilty.
bad. That's pretty good. I like that.
Wait, I want to read these super chats.
Can I just say this?
I think of
Wait a
human
minute.
morality as just as an evolutionary device to perpetuate our kind, and our sympathy extends to animals only because they look like us. That's true.
See, I think that's necessarily false. I think it's an evolutionary argument
That's
for
a
morality.
fact.
And that's
Where
very
does this
shit.
axiomatic sanctity of all sentient life to humans come from? Is suffering anything more than a physical mechanism to avoid death?
I think that it necessarily comes from a desire to. Well, I think it comes from desire itself. I think it comes from the teleological expression. Like, I think when we talk about words like good and bad in the first place, we're already talking about function. We're already talking about, is something actually functioning correctly? What is a good knife? A good knife is the one that cuts. That's Aristotle. So I think that when we talk about something actually achieving its completeness, being itself, is it a good whatever it is? Then that's when we have a notion of good and bad in the first place. Is it metaphysically instantiating itself? And I think that that's where ethics comes from. And I think that an evolutionary approach is, I think, mistaken more than anything. I think that you've got to rely upon a lot of metaphysical baggage that you can't really defend, which is where this conversation went about 2 hours ago.
Okay, I realized why I'm so upset. Have you seen 1408?
I have seen 1408. It's a very good film.
Okay, you know the scene where he realizes that he's still in the hotel room?
Mm-hmm.
I'm still in the doll review. I'm still in the sex doll review. It's not being filmed, and it's like the review has gone beyond the bounds of the film, and I'm still inside of it, and I can't get out of it. It's this is all still the doll review, and the doll review is about my guilt, and I'm saying I want to have sex with Shaylin in a way where I don't have to feel guilt. The guilt, and that's why you're here. You're here to tell me I should feel guilty about everything and everyone on the planet. I should just feel bad, and that should drive everything I do. And I want to have sex where I don't feel guilty. That's what I'm asking for Shaylin from. And what do I get in return?
Shaylin can't give you that.
What do I get in return? I get sobbing in the other room, and the biggest fucking guilt trip anybody has ever laid on anybody. I get a literal demon guilt tripping me, and then scores of people, all of Destiny's fans, like 50% of my fans, everybody just shaming me because I wanted a 12-minute break from feeling ashamed and guilty of every fucking thing I do. And instead, I get this, a fucking week of non-stop shaming and berating and being told I'm a fucking terrible person by everybody on Earth.
No. Max, what you want is the shame and the berating.
No, I don't.
Yes,
I don't.
it is.
I don't want
yes,
it. No, I
it
really
is.
don't.
Oh, yes, it is.
Shaylin,
and more than
listening
that.
To this. Shaylin, if you're listening to this,
and more than that, mate,
go to the bedroom and lie down on the bed.
And more than that,
and
Max.
I will be joining you
More than that, Max. I think
shortly.
more than that. I'm not gonna shame you, and I think you want
You've
people.
already shamed me plenty.
No, I think the only person that shames you, Max, is yourself. Right?
You're shaming me for shaming myself.
Yeah.
You're very good at that.
Well, I think that you need to. The only person that's going to be able
people feel horrible.
The only person that's going to overcome your
but so
problems
am I,
is you.
Meatbag.
The only person that's going to overcome your problems is you, man. Like you got some fucked up shit that you need to deal with. But like you're gonna have to take responsibility for that.
Said,
hit me.
There's no coming back from it.
All right, okay. There's no coming back.
No. I'm just too ashamed.
Look, mate. I think you need to. As Elna Mode from The Incredibles said, pull yourself together. All right, I think you need to take responsibility for yourself.
I refuse to.
Yeah, that's the problem. And I think until you do that, your life's going to be miserable.
That's right.
Yeah. So good luck with that. Yeah. It's been fun. It's been about nearly 5 hours now. Can you believe it? Time flies, doesn't it?
It does.
It does. It does.
And all I wanted was 12 minutes. This could have all been avoided.
I don't think what you wanted was 12 minutes, mate. At all.
You're in denial.
No, I think you're
about
in
my
denial.
denial. I
Yeah.
know you think I'm in. I think you're in denial. You think I'm in denial.
Yeah, that's it. Aren't we all?
You say that, but you think, but actually, you actually are. That's okay.
Yeah, I am. So are you.
I
But I mean, like to varying degrees.
You want to go to bed, or are you
Um,
waking up or going to bed? What's going on?
I probably should go to
said
bed, but like,
yeah, it's late.
Like, it is pretty late. It's like 10 to 4.
Yeah.
I've stayed up for you, Max.
I know.
I've been your mommy this time, right?
I don't know.
I don't think we.
I don't know who is whose mommy.
I can believe that. I think that moreover anything, it's okay. Don't worry. It's fine. Don't question it. It's not worth it. No, it's fine. My girlfriend's looking at us like I'm a fucking lunatic. Anyway.
Is
Look.
he homophobic? He doesn't want you to be my mommy?
What?
It sounds homophobic.
I mean, that sounds more like maybe transphobic. Because if I'm
Don't you
your
think
mommy.
transphobia is just homophobia at the end of the day?
No.
Our next chat.
Our next chat, yeah. I think.
Is transphobia homophobia at the end of the day? We'll find out. Find out next time.
We'll find out next time, yeah. But I hope I've at least given you something to think about. And hopefully crush yourself into a guilt-ridden life where you don't murder others.
And I hope I've given you some things to think about and to feel about. I hope I've given you some things to feel around as you reach your hand into the purse of your psyche and try to find your keys in the dark. I hope you find some of the things I said stuck to the bottom of your purse like some chewed up gum.
That was
Mom.
Fuck's sake. All right. Yeah, okay. Since I don't know where to take that from here, I'm gonna be your mom, Max, and I'm gonna abandon you.
Okay, I understand.
Okay. Right.
All right.
All right. Take it easy, man.
You too.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, this begins. Okay. Well, that was something. So that was a 5-hour conversation with Mr. Girl. Um, what happened? I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, blank name. I don't know if words will do this justice. Um, I genuinely don't know. Yeah, I was in long story short, I became Max's Hegelian mummy, and I try to give him some things to consider about veganism. Could have done so much in 5 hours. I'm not sure I could have, Vozduka. I'm not sure if I could have. I'm not saying no one could have. Like, somebody else might be better suited to this. I don't know. I don't know. And I'd like to thank for the donation O'Neill and Artemis. We had convo PhD has ever had a PhD's ever had. I was a PhD student, unfortunately not a PhD. Oh god, that just zoomed in on my face. There we go. I'm here. I did try to show patience. At least I hope it came through that way, because everyone cares about what everyone thinks. I do think it actually was productive, to be honest. I think that he's probably going away and considering it. I need a Hegelian mummy in my life. Don't we all? I could build a shed in 5 hours. I couldn't. So maybe judge someone by their standards of what they could do. I could have avoided reading for 5 hours and then hated myself for doing it. So good job. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you got any questions before I go to bed, drop them in chat. I mean, this is such a long conversation in some respects. I'm kind of sad because I don't think someone's going to click a 5-hour conversation and actually watch it through, and that's kind of sad. And I think there was actually good points in it. That's kind of sad, but I think otherwise it's I think it was productive. I think that I don't think I necessarily had to be even there. I think he knows the crack. I think he was surprised about the protein stuff. In some respects. Put the headings in. And what do I put? I can't say Beanbringer. I can't say your name. Like, what am I supposed to put in there? Like, we talked about me being Max's mummy for 20 minutes just as a section. Instead, I watch this. That's a good point. In 5 hours, you watch this. That's a solid point. I have watched some of Mr. Girl's content, but not loads. Like, I've watched some. Watched, like, a concerning video of... Yeah. I don't know. Maybe cut some clips for teasers. Yeah. Maybe. That might be a good idea, to be honest. That'd be a solid idea. But, I mean, the viewership is pretty cool. Thank you all for turning up. I really appreciate it, guys. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please. Please. I need a meme channel. Yeah. Blade, was it successful? It depends, Blade. If I'm Max's mummy, would you consider that success? Why did I say I was religious? Was I supposed to lie? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's asking, am I religious? I'm like, yeah, I am, but, like... And I'm not going to feel shame about that. You know? And I don't think anyone necessarily should, you know? So I guess... Yeah. Then empiricism for 2 hours. I really wanted to get through with empiricism because I think until that point is breached, I really don't think there's any reason to give a fuck about other people. I think like if empiricism, like one, I think empiricism is self-defeating. It's unscientific, and then it leads you to shit conclusions about ethics as well. So I think as soon as you adopt empiricism, you just philosophically like handicap yourself. You just shoot yourself in the philosophical foot. Why did I go down that road? Well, because he said, like, do you believe in a soul? And I said, well, yes, but when I mean soul, I mean mind anyway. And I suppose the only thing that I kind of regret is maybe giving him ammunition to try and go, you're a deluded religious person who wants to fear death and blah, 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 who fears death and wants to avoid it, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Do you think there is an argument for homesteading as ethically responsible form of meat consumption? No, absolutely not. I don't think it's like, do I think there's an argument for the ethical enslavement of children to mine cobalt? No, of course I don't. Like, don't enslave children, don't murder animals. Like, there's no real justification of it. But at the end of the day, blank name, like, look at it like this. Like, even if he cared about having one character over the other, like, at the end of the day, I think one, he's totally fine with who he is in terms of his meat consumption. So, if I'm appealing to his emotion, I already know his emotion in the sense that he might even feel fucking shit about eating animals, but he's not feeling shit enough to change. And I'm not going to sit here and guilt trip and brainwash him, because then he'll go, you're a guilt trip and brainwashing vegan. Right? Like, he wants to paint it as vegans emotionally manipulate. I'm not okay with that, because I don't want to emotionally manipulate. Him psychoanalyzing why you were religious was annoying. I agree. It was. I think more than anything, I think that it's kind of. I think what's frustrating about it is that he knows that he's appealing to his audience. Like he's trying to appeal to a broader community, and it felt sophistic. I mean, the whole thing felt sophistic to in many ways, but and I think that he knew that it would wind us up. And I think he likes winding people up. And I think that the reason he does that is because he wants negative attention. And I think the reason he probably wants negative attention is a fear of not being powerful and probably being overly castrated by his parents. As a brief psychoanalytic stint. So it seemed like he was playing a character. I think we'll all play characters to some degree. It's more about why he's choosing to play that character. Hans. Did I feel wound up at any point? I think I was more wound up about empiricism and than anything else, and just wanting to get past that. It's like, right, you don't want to talk about any past this point, because you know that if we did talk about past this point, you have nothing that you could really kind of say back, I guess. I agree. I think forum conversations are an intense power game. I think that's what he wants anyway. And I think that we all have that to some degree. I think that he his need to control is a fear of being is coming from a fear of being out of control. I didn't know you were religious. Are you Christian? Yeah, I just recently reverted to Christianity after like 8 years. 9 years. Mr. God isn't playing a character. He has a arrest record to prove it. No, I think that's, if anything, like, he's absolutely playing a character. Like, I think his arrest record, fuck it, like, he's just really committed to playing a character. I think we all are to some point. Like, I think that, like, who we choose to play is the question, and the question of why he's choosing to play, you know, who Max Carson appears to be in an arrest record, tells us more about the choices he's made than anything else, and why he's making them. But yeah, like, don't get me wrong, like, I think there's, like, he has these good points, man. Like, he's he's funny. He's good at cinematography. But he's sophistic. And I think that makes him insincere. And that's what I didn't like about him. Manipulative. I also think the Prince comparing part should have taken that long. It shouldn't have happened. Well, I mean, yeah, but he was making Price not a big deal, so. I haven't been Christian for very long. I mean, I was raised a Catholic, but then became an agnostic at university, and now I'm a Christian again, because I think Christian metaphysics is the best explanation. Although I think Shadow was even in the chat saying, I don't think he's like any other religious person you'll probably ever meet in your life, because I do philosophy, and that's what we do. Slept through most of the debate. How did it go? Does anyone want to tell him? I think that how would I explain that he's sophistic? I think that the conversation for him wasn't about the conversational topic, but more about using the conversation as a means to satisfy himself and achieve an external goal. That's why I would say sophistic. He came off really inauthentic compared to other debates he saw of this. I think that maybe. I think so too, but I don't know, I kind of always got the vibe that he wasn't an authentic person. Like, I remember saying this in my review of his Destiny debate. Yeah, I'll just make a video on the whole Christian thing, because it saves us just answering it over and over again. I did actually a thing expounding upon my Christian beliefs and like on Patreon earlier as well, but I don't want to keep repeating it, so I think I'll just make a video. It seemed like he assumed anything except empiricism is just nihilism. I think that he assumed anything except for empiricism is deluded, and I think it's more about conflicting his positions in the world. And I think the point in which he looked most uncomfortable was actually having to justify why he believes in these psychological takes in the first place, and question whether he's even psychoanalyzing people properly, and it made him feel vulnerable. And yeah. So I'm giving a debate Cosmic Skeptic on Christianity if he wants to. I said I would debate him on the tripartite God a while ago. And with that, I think we can probably call it. Thank you to everyone who donated. Thank you to everyone who's watched and liked and subscribed. Remember to do that. Really does help. And thank you to all my patrons on Patreon. You do make this stuff possible. In fact, a patron requested this, which is the only reason I reached out to Max in the first place. Well, that, and it's obviously veganism, and I care about animals. So, yeah. With that in mind, as always, try to gain some perspective.